there, it's a cosmic affair. Can you keep me dancing in the stars lit? Can you keep me spinning in your orbit? 'Cause ooh, I swear you got me way up there, cosmic affair. Ooh, I swear, looking at you there, it's a cosmic affair. Fair. How about that? Bring it on back. Look where we at. How about that? How about that? Exactly where I wanna be. You'll catch me doing as I please. Don't think I've ever felt so free. I keep on flowing with the breeze. Let's ignite this feeling. Gotta let it out. Dancing on the ceiling won't come down. How about that? Bring it on back. Look where we at. How about that? How about that?
going. Anna Villafane, that was amazing. She is an actor, singer, best known for originating Gloria Estefan in Broadway's On Your Feet. She is appearing as Lola in Damn Yankees at Arena Stage right here in Washington. Please go see the show. Give her another round of applause. Amazing, amazing. My name is Danny Nierenberg, and I am president and co-founder of Food Tank with Bernard Pollock, who I think is over there. It's hard to see with the lights. Give him a round of applause. For those of you who don't know us, Food Tank is a research and advocacy organization really devoted to highlighting stories of hope and success in our food and agriculture systems. We do this with the aim to inspire, motivate, and ultimately activate positive transformation in how we produce and consume food. We're just thrilled to be here today. Before I start, I want us to send some good energy to Jamaica right now. Hopefully things will be okay by the end of the day. I'm going to start us off in a little bit of a downer, but I promise to lift you back up, okay? I want to talk about the world we live in right now. It's fundamentally different than when we first began planning this summit. And the list of changes is long. I'm just going to give you a snapshot of them. And keep in mind that I'm just telling you the facts, just the truth. There's no hyperbole. Over the last 10 months, we have seen the U.S. Agency for International Development dismantled. So by 2030, we may lose an additional 14 million lives worldwide as a result of those cuts. And untold progress on food and nutrition security, public health, climate resilience, and conflict resolution has all been lost because of that dismantlement. The Partnership for Public Service reports that we have lost more than 200,000 civil servants, people who serve the public, both voluntarily and involuntarily, including tens of thousands of folks who support our food, farming, health, and climate systems. Raids from immigration and customs enforcement are increasing in intensity, and they are rounding up food and farm workers who are often disappearing. The number of ICE arrests has doubled, with the number of people in detention at an all-time high. And funding cuts are hampering access to things like nutrition assistance and Medicaid. According to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, an estimated 15 million people will lose health coverage by 2034, and around 1 in 8 people are at risk of losing some or all of their benefits from the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, also known as SNAP. And we are in the second largest government shutdown in history, and that's a way that so many people are struggling right now. More than 500,000 federal workers have now missed their first full paycheck, and dozens of states have issued notices to clients enrolled in SNAP that their benefits may not be issued next month. That means almost 42 million people who rely on SNAP to put food on the table will go hungry. And from my perspective, we are punishing people just because they are poor. Even as we faced uncertainty, though, I do think we need to continue doing the hard work to build food and agriculture policies that are good for farmers and good for all of us as eaters. One of the things that I have learned over the last 10 months is that I need to start listening to the people I fundamentally disagree with. I think that's really important. I might not find common ground with them, but I need to be a better listener and a better communicator, and I think that rings true for a lot of us in this room. And the need for civility in these kinds of conversations that we'll be having today is more important than ever before. And I am thrilled about these conversations. We have incredible experts who will be interviewed by some of the top food and agriculture and health journalists in this country. We're going to talk about how we produce enough food sustainably to feed a growing population, how we can make sure that children have reliable access to healthy foods. We'll be talking about the lessons we can learn from community leaders who are working with their neighbors to find solutions, and food and agricultural innovations that restore soils and help farmers and other food producers. Innovations, policies, and practices that deserve more attention and have the possibility of being replicated and scaled up across the United States and across the world. I want to address something before we start. The Global Food Institute, the Culinary Institute of America, and Food Tank tried very, very hard to make this a bipartisan event and to have a diversity of voices. But as you can imagine, with the shutdown, many members of Congress have gone back to their districts and could not participate. It is one of the many, many consequences of this shutdown, and we plan for next year to include as many diverse voices as possible. So now I get to thank our partners. Thanks to our co-hosts, the Global Food Institute at the George Washington University and the Culinary Institute of America. Please give them a round of applause. I also want to thank our collaborators at Driscoll's, Meatable, and Oatly. Give them a round of applause. I want to thank the Rockefeller Foundation for supporting both Food Tank and GFI, and thank you to the Sprouts Healthy Communities Foundation. You can give them a round of applause if you want. I have to get a little housekeeping out of the way. Today's conversations are designed to be very short-paced and dynamic. If I have to cut a session short, I hope you will forgive me later and that you'll understand. We have a very packed program with incredible speakers, and I want to make sure that you can hear from as many of them as possible. Around this time, at summits, I usually say we will end on time no matter what. I cannot guarantee that today. We have some big talkers, and I don't know what's going to happen. But I will do my best to get you to lunch and to the reception on time where you can continue having these conversations. So whether you're in the room or tuning in online, I hope you'll join the conversation by sharing your favorite moments from the day on social media, usually using the hashtag #FoodTank. You can also reach me directly with feedback, comments, and questions by emailing me at danielle@foodtank.com. Bernie's checking my email all day. He's always in there. So now to help frame the day, I'm excited to welcome our partners to the stage. So please give a round of applause for Stacy Dean, the Carbonell Family Executive Director for the Global Food Institute at the George Washington University. That's a mouthful. Give her a round of applause as she comes out. Thank you. And Robert E. Jones, the Vice President at the Culinary Institute of America. Round of applause. Keep that round of applause going. These are incredible humans. Thank you all so much for your partnership. Your collaboration has meant the world to all of us at Food Tank, so thank you. I want to start, we've been talking about how this is a very divisive time. Politics are turbulent right now, for lack of a better word. How should we be thinking about the future of food and agricultural policy right now?
Big question. Well, I think, it is a critical part of our having a better today, but also a better tomorrow. We have far too many people, as you pointed out, who don't have access to healthy, affordable food. Yeah. And our future is contingent upon us finding a way to feed a growing planet and addressing agricultural issues as they relate to climate. So I think one of the things we need to do is grow this room to a bigger group of people who understand the urgency of both today and tomorrow.
That's great answer. Robert, I want you to talk a little bit about the Culinary Institute of America and why CIA is interested in food and agricultural policy.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think to answer that, you have to understand the journey that we're on as an institution. So we started as a trade school training returning GIs in 1946. We spent the last 30 years really becoming a specialty purpose college in the craftsmanship of food. But now we're on the next phase of our journey of becoming a global university of applied gastronomy. But we have 50,000 alums across the world that are out there working at all levels of the food and beverage industry. And essentially, we see them as tastemakers, so we want to make sure that they're in these conversations with change makers as well. So we don't just teach the craftsmanship of food anymore. Now we have associate's degrees through master's degrees. We're focused on the arts, the science, and the policy of food systems. So I'm super excited to partner with both of you and Chef Andrés on this and kicking off this policy summit. And I hope what you get out of this day of intense conversations is the power of food. Let's not forget that. Right. This is about we're unapologetically delicious about our solutions. And thinking about food as life, as health, as medicine, and an incredibly powerful lever for change in a food system that has very serious challenges.
Absolutely, thank you. I wonder what you're both most excited about for today.
Well, I think part of it is bringing together so many different players from different parts of the food system. We tend to operate in our silos, the nutrition folks, the anti-hunger folks, the producers,
Right.
the industry, and we've got everyone under the sun here today, which I think is really exciting, is to expose each other to the different issues that we're facing and hopefully energy for change.
Yeah.
And I think, again, this week, you mentioned there's so many food crises on our minds, right? Hurricane Melissa, the very unnecessary turning off of SNAP benefits in November, or even the impacts of global trade on farmers, right? These are big key issues. And so we've got to deal with those crises, absolutely. But I think also bringing more people to the community that want long-term and lasting change. That's what we are building a movement here, and I think that's what I'm excited for today.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right, and I would build on it by saying the global food system is probably the most complex and dynamic system of life in the world, and so it can be overwhelming. We can look at these challenges and very quickly say, this is too much, this is too hard, and so what I hope an outcome of today is some level of positivity, because I think we can all, through these conversations, very diverse conversations, one, make each other a little bit uncomfortable sometimes, but out of that discomfort can come identification of very specific policy levers that I think we can pull, and collectively that can make a big difference.
Yeah, I love an uncomfortable conversation for sure. Stacy, we're in your house. Is there anything else you want to say?
Well, first of all, welcome. I'm delighted to see so many people here for this conversation. And GW co-founded the Global Food Institute with José Andrés, who you'll hear from shortly, to meet this moment, to create forums just like this one, and to come up with those, to help translate, I think, the solutions that are working on the ground, to scale them up to bigger policy impact. And so I'm delighted today we're going to be talking about policy and what all of our speakers think are the kinds of things policymakers in DC need to be focusing on. So thank you all for being here. We're just delighted to see such a great crowd.
Thank you both so much. Round of applause for them, please. Thank you. Thank you. It is now my honor to sit down with someone who needs no introduction, the founder of the Global Food Institute, an award-winning chef, restaurateur, and most importantly, a humanitarian. Please welcome José Andrés.
Don't be too excited. I'm not cooking. Okay.
Thank you so much, Jose. I don't know if you remember, but it was about 12 years ago. We were here for Food Tank's first summit at GW, and you have been a champion for me, for Food Tank, ever since, and I just want to thank you for that. Thank you so much.
Well, are we not all a champion of this woman and everything she's been doing with Food Tank?
Thank you. Thank you so much. I wonder if you can tell us why you wanted to start the Global Food Institute, why that was so important to you.
Stacy was here 1 minute ago, right? Mm-hmm. Well, you didn't ask her. She's the expert. Is not she amazing? I mean, Secretary Glickman, back in the days, the Bill Emerson Samaritan bill, yeah? A beloved Republican, a fighter, the name after the bill was his, beloved Republican. He believed in fighting hunger more than anybody. When that bill happened, this is where these people are. When that bill happened, I had Robert Egger, the founder of DC Central Kitchen, Secretary Glickman, in the back door of my restaurant with a big truck of DC Central Kitchen, with me, with a box of tomatoes and other things that I was donating to DC Central Kitchen, being held by Secretary Glickman. And I think this is a moment that was a huge connection between bills that we hear that somebody passed on the Hill and real action with boots on the ground. that's the moment I think my brain, as a young cook interested in, I wanted to have a great tapas restaurant and be the best chef in the world. But when I began really seeing that people like me, or in any other form of the food business you may be in, that we will do what we do. We will take care of the few through a restaurant, through a farm, through a distribution company, through a shop, through a farmer's market. But then bills like that could be huge in expediting the feeding of the many. That's when I said, I need to learn more about policy, because policy could be the way to end hunger. Obviously, before I had this experience with Bill Shore's Share Our Strength, who is more a lobby, if you want, on children's rights. And I saw early on in 1993 what we were doing in the communities, things that directly or indirectly could be connected to policy. That was very important for me, too. And the next was President Clinton came to DC Central Kitchen and was, I think, one of the first time ever that a hunger caucus was happening outside the walls of Congress, and happened in the basement, in the old kitchen, that many of you've been there, wet and old, but that the people were doing an amazing work. And for me to see the senators of both parties in this central kitchen was also very important, because almost you wish they did more of that, that when they are passing bills in real time, they will be in the places where the bills that they pass actually could have a positive and sometimes negative impact. And that's the moment I said, we need more policy. It's plenty of experts. I mean, this room is plenty of experts. Washington is plenty of experts. We have so many experts that you will wonder, why still we have hunger in America around the world? And you always end connecting that is usually because our good policies of the past that became antiquated in the present and nobody changed them. When a recipe doesn't work, what do? I change the recipe. We don't change the recipes. And fundamentally, we need to have more of that. We need to have policies that they are highly more adaptable to the days, the present days. And new policies must be created, new recipes must be created to keep solving problems that are happening and that we don't have a response. Why the Global Food Institute? Because I hope one day we will have senators and congressmen and maybe a president that has come from the Global Food Institute. That will be kind of, if you want, a food senator, or not like we don't have few in-house that they are our heroes,
right.
McGovern and Jim McGovern and others. But that we will have more people that bring to the Hill, to the creation of bills, to government or private sector, a much more deeper mentality on food.
Yeah.
Therefore, that's why the Global Food Institute, to make sure that we bring that amazing power with boots on the ground to be connecting the dots between the beautiful bills, but with real action on the
Absolutely.
ground. That's what I'm hoping that Global Food Institute will achieve in the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years.
I love it. I love it.
To put a president in the White House who will be a food president. That's what the Global Food Institute needs to achieve. Simple.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Stacy talked about the importance of meeting this moment. You know, no one has changed the recipe quite like you. And you mentioned, you know, boots on the ground and how important that is. One of the things we'll be talking to experts about today is, you know, the need for building, you know, long-term resilience to things like the climate crisis, while also balancing the need for humanitarian aid. And World Central Kitchen has done a lot of that. And I wonder how you think about balancing the need for, you know, sort of long-term agricultural development with, you know, meeting what's going to happen in Jamaica likely this week.
Well, it's happening unfortunately right now in this
Absolutely.
moment. And that's going to be, it's going to be bad. But, well, okay, the question is deep. World Central Kitchen, we really don't, we should, but we really don't involve ourselves on that. We are mainly, I think it's very important in this case, World Central Kitchen, an NGO founded on the year 2010 after the Haiti earthquake. Even the idea just came way, way before. I'm not gonna go there, but World Central Kitchen, we don't solve any problem. World Central Kitchen, we are barely many fingers that when the wall begins having holes everywhere, in the middle of an emergency, we try to come up with as many fingers as we can and put the fingers in the holes. It doesn't feel very good.
Yeah.
You make sure that people go in the aftermath of an emergency with more dignity, because food is important for us, we bring food. Water is important for us, we make sure they have water. We really don't feed people, we create distribution systems.
Yeah.
And once we create the distribution systems, like it's been the case many times, sometimes the distribution systems allow us to do medical evacuations. We are not claiming we know and we want to do that, but if we are the only ones with helicopters in the Bahamas, we are doing medical evacuations when we are coming back empty. What, yes, is amazing, in a way, yes, we create resilience, like it's happening right now in Jamaica. If my guys are telling me the truth, and I don't have a doubt they are, because sometimes I get myself emotional and I'm like, really? We have close to 100 chefs and restaurants already in Jamaica, ready to feed tomorrow. We don't know how many are going to be able to feed tomorrow. Out of the 100, we may have 50 only able, 10. We don't know, but we have 100 all across the island, because we don't know who is going to hit more. Why we have so many? Because we already answered to Jamaica previous events, and we created the resilience that all of a sudden, they're ready. So this is something World Central Kitchen, obviously every year, every emergency experience, World Central Kitchen gets better.
Yeah.
Because when things happen, yes, we leave resilience behind. People with know-how. And at the end, it's not World Central Kitchen, it's not José Andrés from Washington feeding anybody in Jamaica. Even you see me tweeted about it, because it's something like, I don't know, it's like my brain, I cannot move myself away from emergencies now, it's like a sickness. But it's the people of Jamaica who are gonna be feeding the people of Jamaica. The chef Michel Bernstein, you know Michel, one of the best chefs in the country, an amazing soul. He's just texting me like, I know everybody in the Jamaican government because all the Jamaicans come to my restaurant and they are looking for you. I'm like, well, we are looking for them, but we don't try to bother them because they have enough problems. We always tell them. So the resilience we create is our way to be preparing for the climate change. It's not like we're helping reduce. What we help is reduce the consequences of climate change, because climate change, I mean, if somebody says that this has nothing to do with climate change, obviously hurricanes has happened, but this is the most perfect hurricane we've seen probably in 100 years.
Yeah.
You know perfection of a hurricane? That's perfection of a hurricane. It's like so beautiful. It's gonna be so damaging. So that's what, in a way, World Central Kitchen does.
Yeah, yeah.
Obviously, in emergencies, wars, other natural events, to prepare countries and everyone towards future events, we need to be much more smarter than the way we do it. You remember with Ukraine, the war in Ukraine created a shortfall of grain in Africa, and exports from Ukraine, they couldn't happen because Russians were blockading the ports, Odessa and others. Ukrainians found ways. I remember going by boat to Ukraine because I wanted to learn about that blockade. It was not very smart to go with mines in the water, but we went from Romania by boat. It was not very smart now I think about it, but we did it. We did to learn. But obviously the farmers in Ukraine needed to sell their grain so they will have an income. And I remember putting together Secretary Vilsack with the Secretary of Agriculture in my first arrival to Kyiv, a week before they pushed the Russian troops north, and I put them on the phone. I put them on the phone because the Secretary of Agriculture in Ukraine was brand new, and if they didn't had the help of USA, Europe, and the UN, the farmers were about not to be planting a new harvest because nobody was giving them the loans, nobody was insuring the crops. And if they didn't plant that year, we will have 500 million people that the next year, Ukraine will have food. But will be people in Africa that don't have food.
Right.
But what is important, if Africa is such a rich continent, which it is, in a lot of areas very green, with the seasons and the moments of rain, and why still is Africa? It's great that we have Ukraine that can send overseas, can feed 500 million people a year. But the question that nobody asked during that year of no wheat from Ukraine was, why is so many countries in Africa so dependent of one country sending them grain? So it needs to be ahead of climate change. Food everywhere, because it's the best way that you are protecting your people.
Yeah.
And needs to be policies like we saw back in the day, Rwanda and others, that government all the way top bottom make priority to make sure that they invest in farmers, in small farmers, all size farmers. I mean, we should applaud the big farmers too, but that this will help in the event of catastrophes be able to keep feeding ourselves no matter what.
Yeah.
So keep investing with policy and real money, private sector, public sector, NGOs, in strengthening those food systems will be the only way that in case of a war, the rest of the world can keep eating.
Absolutely.
In the case of a hurricane, everybody can keep eating because you may lose your crop, but you have countries around you that didn't, and they'll be coming to your assistance.
Right.
So everybody should be building better food systems, but everybody should be clapping when everybody around you also build better food systems.
Right.
At the end, food security should not be taken in the hands of every country. I take care of my people. Food is a universal right. Therefore, all the governments of the world should have a common food policy in the best interest of humanity. We're far away from that. But the day governments and presidents and leaders of the world, they see that food is food for all, not food for the country they are leading, that day, food systems will be much more integrated, and we will make sure that we will never have anybody hungry on planet Earth. This is what fundamentally needs to change.
Absolutely. I love it. Jose, you mentioned, investing in farmers of all sizes, including big farmers. And you were in Iowa last week at the World Food Prize in Des Moines. And I know you spent some time, I heard you were on a combine. Good for you.
Man, it takes forever. Once you get there, you where I am. You are in Iowa, but where? How I go back?
It's far. I grew up around there.
I look, I know what's in another state, but I look, like the Wizard of Oz there, like I got lost, and then I have my golden shoes, and then, where I'm going.
But I wondered what you learned from the farmers you met there.
Well, what I learned, the farmers are unbelievable. Farmers anywhere are unbelievable. American farmers are the best. I've been very lucky in my life to meet super small farmers like Daniel in Tuscarora in Pennsylvania, who used to sell me squash blossoms and baby corn. You really eat baby corn? Interesting. I'll get you all the baby corn you want. Next day, I had 100 cases of baby corn. Hold on a second. Okay, so great farmers. And these guys, they were amazing. Obviously, the technology we have in America is the best. Yeah. But, one of these machines not too long ago cost $400,000, now goes close to $1 million. Obviously, they're worried because, they are not making income. Even Iowa, it's okay because they have ways to process soy beans, and it's other uses for soybeans. I don't know if it's the best use for soybeans, but they're going to be able to make foams to stop fires. So, okay, so we have soybeans to stop fires. That's good. That's a good way to use soybeans. People are hungry, but But this is good that we are creative to come up with new uses. Like, sure, corn. Why we want to feed anybody with corn? Let's make ethanol for the cars. And then, oh shit! But now the food is more expensive. Oh yeah. Well, okay, shit. And now the Secretary of Agriculture is the de facto Secretary of Energy. Like, Yeah, because food is energy for us, but also for the cars. Yeah, okay, good, I share. Cars and us, we are eating the same shit. Just think about it. It's amazing. Hey, what did you eat today? Corn from Iowa. Yeah, good, okay. Where are you taking me today? To the burger place. Okay. So, super worry that something like was okay, at least for them, all of a sudden was not okay.
Right, right.
That we were exporting 20 billion and all of a sudden we are exporting 0. But this is the biggest worry. Some people may disagree with me, but if I tell you who I think is one of the leaders in the world that takes food seriously, this is the president of China, more than anybody I know. If you read his life story, he grew up, his father had an issue early on. They moved them to a rural area. He grew up in a very poor rural area. His father was not precisely a hero, so not very well treated. I think President Xi Jinping was hungry at that time. This is a guy known of skipping G20 meetings, and instead he was meeting with the rice producers of China. Mm-hmm. You don't see a lot of presidents do that in any country. So he takes food very seriously, and that's kind of has to be worried. But again, if all the presidents will see food as a commonality and they will work as one, because not every country can produce the same. Not every country can produce every ingredient. Not everybody has the land or the climate. So it's smart that we see the planet as one and all, as I said before, all the countries. So the farmers of Iowa, obviously, if we let them alone and we don't intervene in things that are already working, they will keep forever producing. America technically will never be hungry because we can produce more than anybody, and we have the land, and we have the know-how, and we have amazing farmers.
Yeah.
But we need to make sure that life is complicated. Let's make sure that we don't make the life of farmers even more complicated than needed. That's the lessons I was listening from them.
Yeah, absolutely. You were also at the World Food Prize, sitting on stage with World Food Prize laureates and other experts. What did you learn from them?
Well, I mean, it's like if you are, I cannot play in an NBA team or in an NFL team. So for me, it used to be next to guys that they're like the Einstein of the football. Like here we have a lot of Einstein.
Kerry Fowler.
Which is
others,
it's kind of very, like, I'm looking at them, I'm like, holy cow. And that was very, very special. And we were there asking for making sure every country in the world doubles down humanitarian aid in terms of food. So we were having a call to action to double down on humanitarian aid. Obviously, we see what's happening in the States. We are seeing what happened with the wipeout of USAID. I think this is, and it's many Republicans alongside Democrats that will agree on that. They don't seem to be speaking loud enough. But USAID is a very good, smart soft power. And we need to remember that much of the food that USAID will donate to countries around the world to end or palliate hunger situations came from American farmers. So this was an investment of America into American farmers for the goodwill of American farmers to countries around the world. Like Jamaica, I know America is going to have to be very involved. I don't know how ready USAID is, but Jamaica is going to need all the help they can get. We have entire aircraft unit coming to the Caribbean. I think they're going to be, and I think that's for Venezuela. They're going to be helping in Jamaica. I'm telling you, Jamaica is going to be one for the ages. But the conundrum is here, and this is where policy becomes complicated. If I'm a senator from a rural state, I will want American dollars to buy from my American farmers. Why? Because I care about my farmers. So the America First there is something I will support, but you need to be smart too. If we are buying from our farmers and we are dumping in every country, dumping is the word, we're doing good, meaning the people of Haiti are not going to be hungry, but we dump so much that the farmers of Haiti go poor because nobody is buying their crops because America is giving them free food. Therefore, you have tens of thousands of farmers and families poor in a poor country already with no crops to sell, no income to gain. What they do next? They leave Haiti. Where do they end 3-4 years later? In Tijuana, trying to come where? To the country that they think they can eat. If you were a mother with hungry children, what would you do? So the conundrum for senators and Congress and bills are, you cannot work policy in silos. You can't. Everything has to be integrated.
Right.
Humanitarian aid policy that we have to help countries has to go alongside immigration policies equally. Because if not, you are creating issues that they were the unintended consequences of your initial actions. Therefore, if you're a senator from rural state, you cannot say, I don't want immigration, and let's buy from our farmers to give away food. No, so I'm saying it's complicated, but cannot be black and white, and cannot be created in silos. That's why the Global Food Institute. How can we make sure that those problems become opportunities?
Right.
And maybe America shouldn't be exporting, giving for free so much food, but we should be giving our know-how and machinery. Because those farmers in those poor countries are not productive because they are very much taking care of their farms with equipment that came from 4,000 years ago. Why they are not productive? Because the equipment they have is not the right equipment. Therefore, why America doesn't send our know-how and our machinery to improve those countries' output?
Yeah.
More than free food that puts them in. I don't know if this answers your question.
It does. That's great.
I forgot the question, but that was a very good question.
So,
And that's why we need to be thinking in this much more 363-dimensional approach. That's it.
Yeah, that's why GFI exists, to think holistically, to think outside the box, so to speak. So in the last 3 minutes we have left,
And
Jose.
10 seconds.
There's so many young people in this room who admire you, who want to be chefs, who want to be farmers, who want to be food system advocates. I'd love to hear some advice from you to them about, that they're living in a very different world than they did in January. A lot of the jobs that they thought they were going to come out of college to have are, have disappeared. You mentioned the dismantlement of USAID, and jobs at USDA are going to be very hard to find too. What advice do you have for them in this new world?
It's going to be hard to find US. Yeah.
It's going to be hard
We
to
may
find.
not have it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But we may have only one department.
Yeah.
The department of the White House, that's it.
Yeah.
Why we need the other departments? I agree, it's too many departments. I will close every department. Yeah, why we want departments? So many departments. Anyway. So yeah, be a cook, be a sommelier, be a farmer. There's so many things you can be. Be a urban farmer, be a rural farmer. But obviously you are going to have to write and reinvent your jobs. And that's going to be based on what you think you're more excited about, and be good at it. And prepare yourself to be. And obviously we cannot be hearing that restaurants keep shutting down because we don't know how to run them. Restaurants are complicated, and now even more complicated. And to run them successfully, we need to prepare ourselves. I wish I knew today what I knew 33 years ago, even I had good people around me, what I know now. My God, I will not open a restaurant. The same with farms. We see that many farms go bankrupt. You need to ask yourself why, and you need to find why so it doesn't happen to you. And be very, very good at that, where every cent counts. But also we need to be asking questions that why this is important, why 80% of subsidies through the Farm Bill goes to soy and corn, why it doesn't go to small producers, why cauliflower and cabbage is not subsidized in the same way, why they are called a specialty crop. Is that a specialty crop? A cauliflower? Because there is one of the reasons behind of why maybe farmers go bankrupt,
Right.
and why my burger, that everybody complains, is some reporters here, oh, José Andrés' burger is so expensive. It's like, shit, go you buy the food and try to do it cheaper. I wish I knew how to do it like McDonald's. I don't. I don't complain about McDonald's. I clap at them. I would love to do a burger at 99 cents and make money, but I don't know how. And I will love to give you a toy with a burger. And more, if I could, I will give you a car so you can put ethanol in the car. But I can't. Why food policy is important? Because it's so many things that are happening. That they keep happening, and we don't raise our voice enough to say, this is wrong, this has to stop, that money, we're throwing it at the problem, can we get the money and invest it into the solution? And that's simple, in smart food solutions.
Yeah.
That's the only way forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Great point to end on. Thank you, José Andrés. Thank you. Thank you. Ooh.
Bye, guys.
Incredible way to start off the day. Keep that round of applause going while I find my place here. For our next conversation, we'll talk about the need for strategic policies and innovations to make sure people are nourished today, in 2050 and beyond. And so joining this panel, we have Zachary Carmichael, a senior agricultural economist for the World Bank Group. Yes, round of applause. Anna Nelson, the Executive Director of the Food Security Leadership Council, one of the things I'm most excited about happening in the world right now. Rory Steiner, a Senior Vice President for the Food Initiative at the Rockefeller Foundation. Round of applause. And Johan Swinnen, the Director General of the International Food Policy Research Institute. And Allison Aubrey, a correspondent for National Public Radio, will be moderating this conversation. She's a longtime friend of Food Tank, and I'm so honored she's here. So over to Allison.
Good morning, everybody. Is this on? Yeah, everyone can hear me. Good morning. It's so great to be here. I was thinking about how to start out this panel, and I was listening to a Dharma talk from my favorite meditation teacher, Tara Brach, and she told a parable of two men who went into a synagogue to pray. And they had packed some sandwiches for their morning. These sandwiches were sourdough bread with this amazing cheeses and homemade aioli, and they had packed the sandwiches and had great anticipation. And the devotions went on for about 2 hours, and they were getting very hungry. So Tara called these two men, these two friends, Mort and Al. So Mort says to Al, go up and ask the rabbi if we can eat while we pray, because we're getting hungry. So he does that. He walks up and he says, Rabbi, it's been 2 hours of devotions. May we eat while we pray? And the rabbi said, you know, I'm sorry, that would be disrespectful. So he came back and his friend said, so what did the rabbi say? He said, no go, we can't eat. Al said, let me handle this. So Al walks up and he says to the rabbi, Rabbi, do you think it would be possible that while we continue to pray, that we eat? And the rabbi said, I see no problem with that at all. Go right ahead. This story can be interpreted a lot of ways, but when I heard it as a communicator, what I loved about this story is that how we ask for something really matters, right? So what really happens in this story? They find common ground with the rabbi. The rabbi gets what the rabbi wants for everyone to stay and keep praying, and they get what they want. Their mouths are watering, they're hungry, they get to eat. So I want that to be the theme of these questions about how to ask what we need, what you're looking for to solve these problems of food and security. How do you find common ground in the way that you ask? I'm reminded of what Adlai Stevenson said, that a hungry man is not a free man, a hungry person is not a free person. And when you frame hunger that way, doesn't it create common ground or a bigger tent, something that's very relatable that everybody can relate to? So I want to start with you, Anna Nelson. You were a deputy envoy at U.S. Department of State, so you have a lot of experience in food diplomacy at state. You're now running a food policy nonprofit. How is it that you can ask for what you need in a way that you might be able to find common ground?
Sure, thanks so much. You know, I think always it's important to go back to the basics. And the first basic here in food is, does every child born on this earth have the right to food, to a healthy diet? Let's not overthink it. The answer is yes. Yeah. Sometimes we overthink it. And then, okay, the United States, long-standing leader in agricultural productivity, in agricultural innovation of all sorts. Do we have a unique and therefore critical role to play in tackling this immense global challenge of global food insecurity? Again, let's not overthink it. The answer is yes. Okay, once we sort of try to clarify the end game here, what do we need to strive towards as policymakers? Then it's how do we bring people together and talk about things that matter to them? It's exciting to be in a room full of people who I think all, if I'm not projecting, believe the whole world revolves around food, and food, it's cliche, but it is something that we can, all understand and gather around. And it touches on so many things that people care about otherwise. It certainly matters, not just to our strength and our safety and our prosperity, but also to our health, of course, our ways of life, our environment. And if we can talk about food in conjunction to these issues that we are also passionate about in different ways, I think we can really communicate on solutions that can maximize our outcomes for all of those things.
Great, thank you. I want to head over to you, Johan. I know that you have a new global policy report out where you talk about the hidden costs of the food system of hunger. You put those at $10 trillion. Talk a little bit about how, in communicating the results of this report, you can find common ground in a way that might motivate people towards change.
Okay, thank you very much. If you look at the food security situation in the world now, okay, on the one hand, you have people who are really suffering from hunger, right? And those are increasingly associated with fragility, okay, with conflict in the world. And so that has changed a lot over the last 15 years. I mean, conflict has picked up, but we also see food security or hunger problems in non-conflict areas going down very significantly. So you really cannot separate. But in the rest of the world, okay, there's massive problems in terms of the health cost of the unhealthy diets that we have. Either we consume too much of some things or too little of other things. Environmental degradation, biodiversity, all these things. So we try to estimate that, the economic cost of that implication. So it's around $10 trillion. Now, is that a lot? What we also estimate is how much would it cost to resolve this? And we estimate that at roughly $500 billion per year. That sounds a lot, okay? And again, coming back to the communication house, particularly at this point in time when overseas development aid is going down quite radically, where fiscal problems are everywhere. But if you compare it, for example, the world spends $800 billion every year on agricultural subsidies already. Okay, we spend roughly $17 billion a year on school meals, okay, on the demand side, and so the 500. So we're already having, if you add that up, you're at 900 billion, which we're already having right there. So the issue is as much doing better with what we have, because a lot of these subsidies can be used better to give better incentives for environmental protection, basically better nutrition outcomes. I think also on the school meals, which are really valuable, the nutritional dimension of that is often not enough realized yet, so there's a lot of things to be done. And I think the other thing also is on the engaging with the private sector much, much more. I mean, the vast majority of the funding of the dollars go through the private sector value chains, okay? So how can we work with them, giving better incentives, leveraging their capacity for investment as well to stimulate all that in the right direction, okay? So I think we really need to look for win-win coalitions in this whole debate. Thanks.
On this theme of doing better with what we have, Roy, I want to turn to you of the Rockefeller Foundation. You're out there saying it's a time that the globe needs to move to the Eat Lancet diet. Describe a little bit about that and why it's so important.
Before I talk about the Lancet diet, let me just talk a little bit about, I mean, how do you get, no one wants to be told what to eat. So you actually have to frame it within a vision of the future that we want. About 5 years ago, we did an analysis of all the books and movies about the future, and 98% of them are dystopian. They're very dark. We're very good at describing the world we don't want. We're actually terrible at describing the world we actually want. And when there is no vision, the people perish. It's a quote from the Bible. And I think we launched a Food System Vision Prize, and it was fascinating to see all over the world, 119 countries, communities, they're all describing similar visions. We all want a world that feeds our children. We all want a world that is nourishing, where people are healthy, where community is encouraged, and yet we don't act in accordance with that vision. And I think we have to start there. What is our purpose? Do we really want the kind of world that we all say we want, and how do we make those actions? The Eat Lancet diet is a very good I think description of the right direction. We need to reduce perhaps animal protein, not get rid of it. We still need some of that, I believe, in many places. We need to change the way we grow our food, and that's all laid out in a really good way. But I think it comes down to motivation, connecting people to a vision of the future, and also helping people understand that we're all interconnected. If we don't see the system and we don't act with that system perspective, we're actually hurting ourselves and hurting our future and I don't think people are making that connection enough. We're so polarized, and we can't solve problems when we're polarized. We have to find points of unity.
What you're describing is what I think of as a knowledge-action gap. Like von Goethe talked about this, right? It's not the knowing of something, it's the doing. And what you're describing is people will say, there's a lot of common ground in what people say they want. What do you think the biggest obstacle is in this sort of knowledge-action gap? I'm going to put that same question to you. Is it the economy? Is it something else? Or if you want to just jump in right now, Zachary, you can do that. You're an economist. We're at the World Bank. When we talk about this knowledge-action gap between the way we should eat or the way we say we want to eat and the way that we do, what do you see there?
Thank you, Allison, and it's a pleasure to be here. I just want to say also, besides being an economist, I went to divinity school, so your opening really resonated with me, and rabbis and all kinds of other discussions there.
I'm sure it's a parable that goes back a long time.
It does. I think on your point, so certainly at the World Bank, one thing we really care about, and we kind of get slack for it, but it's about numbers. So when we discuss problems and issues, we really try to quantify that. And so that's a starting point for us. What do we actually know about the situation? Is it getting better? Is it getting worse? How do we measure it? How do we track progress over time? So if we talk about the problems today, we have 673 million people who are facing hunger. If you look within that group of people, almost 300 million are in what are called crisis conditions. There was a previous executive director, David Beasley, for the World Food Program, who used to say that those are the people who are knocking on famine's door. And no one in this room, I would assume, can be corrected, but really understand the suffering that goes on at those levels. People are selling their livelihood assets just to get food. They're robbing their future selves for this as well. So it's really important for us to say, okay, we're at 673 million people. Where are we going to be in 5 years? Where are we going to be in 10 years? Are we making any progress? And unfortunately, over the last 8 years, we've seen that most extreme number go up by 2.5 times. Okay? So we're not heading in the right direction. The other problem that we're seeing is that 1 in 3 people across the globe cannot afford a nutritious diet either. And then you look ahead and you say, okay, what about looking very far into the future? It's really not that far, but looking far into the future. By 2050, we're going to need 30% more food grown, okay? At the same time, the agriculture sector is contributing up to 30% of greenhouse gas emissions. These are big trends, okay? So the first starting point for us is, do we have a problem? And I think the answer is yes. Now the second question becomes, what are those solutions? And we'll talk about them here today, right? So I don't want to take up all the time right now. But it's really important on your point to see that in that scenario where you have these two people, right, who want to eat, and there's a rabbi, there's power dynamics at play there. Some people get the decision-making authority, right? So we begin to ask that. Who makes the decisions here? Where's the pressure in the system? Do we have the ability to come to a commonality to be able to see some forms of cohesion around solutions? So that's just a starting point, I would say.
That's nice. I want to move on to you, Anna. Let's start talking about solutions. We just heard a little bit about the numbers. When you talk about solutions, what do you lead with?
What should we do next? I think rebuilding a consensus about the importance of global food security in policy is absolutely critical. So that's our really first and primary goal at the Food Security Leadership Council, which we just started with many others here in the room.
And funding for food security is down, right?
Indeed, yeah. I think Danny shared some breathtaking statistics on those changes. But it's not just money; it's policy. Trade policy is one that is a big deal in this space, and also how we do it. There are so many ways we can think about how we do things better, and I'm really heartened in this room to see, I think, very uniquely both really local solutions and really big strategic solutions, because we need both. We always talk about scale, and of course it's important to scale, but at the end of the day, the changes we need really are on the ground. So thrilled to see folks like City Blossoms, our own DC, school garden focused organization, as well as folks from government at all levels. And I think having the conversations about how strategy and solutions on the ground go together is a really important starting place.
What about you, Roy? Pivot off of that.
Yeah, so it's always good to look at where have people been successful in addressing hunger. And I don't know how many people know, but Brazil has just been taken off the hunger map. It doesn't have hunger anymore. How did Brazil do that? It's a range of strategies, but at the core was this amazing school meals approach where they did universal school feeding and then ensured initially 30% was all from local farmers, so you could drive local economy, drive more agroecological or bioeconomy type systems. And now they've increased that to 45%. It's been so successful. And that drove a whole revolution in social security and child health. And when you go there, I was just in Fortaleza at the School Meals Ministerial Summit, and we went to a school, and I was looking at what these kids are eating, because it's locally grown and it's beautifully, just beautiful food. And I'm just thinking about the other school meals in other countries like ours sometimes, not everywhere. But it just, all children, as Anna said, deserve that. Why do we not do that? It's not that hard. It's simple, right? Feed kids healthy food. Like why do governments not do that? I mean, there's a whole bunch of reasons, but at the end of the day, it's actually about will. Do we want to do that? Do we understand it? Do we really care? And I think that's at the root of this is this caring, and are we choosing a life where we're just accumulating material assets and the winner dies with a lot of stuff, or do we live a life where it's about love and about service? And that is actually at the root cause, I think, of so much of the tragedy that we're seeing right now.
Johan, universal feeding programs, we just heard an example of Brazil. Talk about, and the juxtaposition between Brazil and other countries. How important are these universal feeding programs in a country to food security overall?
Well, they're obviously very important, okay? And I think that there is the one, I mean, in a way, Roy referred to it, okay? He didn't say it explicitly, but the nutritional component of that is really important. It's not just make sure that kids have enough calories, but actually what's in the meals is very nutritious, are healthy diets. And I think it is, there's two components for it. One is the immediate impact on the health of the children, and we know this has major effects through life, okay? We know that there's many studies now showing that feeding of children basically really has a big impact on their economic and psychological well-being later in life, okay? And so there, but of course there's also an educational component. Typically you see that what they learn at school in terms of school meals, etc., is also spilling over in the family in terms of talking about nutrition, etc. But I think it's really important also to see the potential of these, I believe very strongly in demand-driven development. Okay, so Roy, for example, said we have to learn lessons from the world. And so what you see, if you look back 50 years ago, actually our institute, IFPRI, was founded 50 years ago, so we did a big looking back and looking forward exercise. we would be thinking, looking at the globe, at Asia. That was really the focus of hunger and malnutrition and poverty 50 years ago. Now, okay, Asia has moved tremendously ahead. I mean, China also got out of the hunger ranking. And so the big focus, I think, is on Africa. And so we have to think about how can we use, for example, school meal feeding programs as an engine for creating local demand, also stimulating all the way through the supply chain to the farmers and basically producing sustainable and producing nutritious food. And you can do that, right? Because these are large-scale things if you aggregate them. So you can drive the demand by setting targets in terms of the food that you want and how that has to be produced, etc. So I think there's different dimensions that these things are very important.
You know, I was just actually in Philippines and Indonesia 2 weeks ago, and yes, they're producing enough food, but I have never seen a food environment so full of ultra-processed foods, and you're just seeing this, this curve of obesity and diet-related diseases just going up like crazy. Like we have diet is now the #1 risk for early mortality almost everywhere in the world. So yeah, we solved the calorie issue, but now we've created this massive healthcare issue in the world because we're not promoting the right kinds of foods for people.
So the dual burden of malnutrition and obesity. Yeah. I want to move over back to you, talking about the importance of tracking the numbers and which direction we're headed. And you're tracking an increase in the number of people who are living on the cusp of famine. Having people understand the connections between an economy, economic famine, and the risks, the global risks, the risks for instability, for conflict, for mass migration. Paint a picture of how this is playing out right now in these areas, whether where you are seeing famine.
I was really inspired by Mr. Andres's comments earlier because he really hit the nail on the head. Historically, the community that I work in, it's development community, right? There's also a humanitarian community, and there's always been this big divide between the two. Different funding envelopes. I mean, just take a look at how different agencies are funded. That divide is serious, and it's also a misnomer because it tackles this problem with a very strange binary. It tackles it saying, well, this group of people should be in charge of the most immediate response, and this group of people should be looking at these very long-term development structures. And it's problematic because it's really hard to build bridges between those two things, especially when you have funding in the way. So we really are looking at that intersection now. The numbers speak for themselves. We all think they're deplorable. We all need to do something. But the question is, how are we structured? How are we working together toward that common goal? Right? How do you make sure that both people get to eat the sandwiches, right? And it's not always about food availability. Most of these issues, I mean, back in the 80s, Amartya Sen, one of the Nobel Prize winners in economics, said it's about food access. You have people who die of famine right in front of food markets. Okay? It's a big misnomer today. So what we're looking at is a few things. First, when it comes to food crises, it's really critical that we get at this issue of governance. It's not just for the humanitarians to take that and carry the entire burden of that issue. We really need to get the notion of food crisis response prevention preparedness into the DNA, specifically of governments. Now, that overlooks a lot of issues when it comes to conflict and those kind of localized dynamics. But what we find is if you go to many governments and you say, what is your plan for monitoring this risk and getting ahead of that issue? You won't really find anything, nothing on paper. You'll find different groups doing different aspects of that. So it's not just about the Ministry of Agriculture, it's also about the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Social Affairs, Social Protection, coming together to say, what's the holistic approach that the government can scale up very quickly? Now, we're not getting the big events right by any means, and that 2.5 times number is just evidence for that. But we also need to make sure that we are really pushing forward on those long-term agenda pieces. So one of my fellow panel members mentioned the subsidies. In an environment where you are running out of money very quickly and every organization is trying to survive, money is not just going to materialize out of the blue. But there is a lot of money out there still. governments are sitting on 650 billion to 800 billion in what we would call really bad subsidies, okay? We don't want necessarily those subsidies to go away, but we want them to be repurposed. So one of the efforts that the bank is doing is we're working with 49 countries to re-examine those subsidies to say, can we actually shift that to be for better nutrition, get at some of these major health issues that are going on. Malnutrition cuts both ways. It's both the deficit of calories and having a bunch of different calories. We don't care about calories, we care about nutrition at the end of the day. The other thing we need to be thinking about, and we're working on, and we have some good examples coming out, is how to scale up different forms of leverage, innovative finance. So sometimes those are called debt for food swaps, debt for development swaps. There's a recent example in Cote d'Ivoire in 2024, we launched that. That's now being launched in 10 countries. But it's how do you make $1 go in multiples, right? You can't just do a dollar for a dollar thing. So you take all of that together and you're really trying to unpack those different bits and put them in a holistic way. But I really want to go back to that point. It's not a humanitarian or a development issue. It's all of our issue. And we really need to figure out how to work better together. And that's why we really get into this question of decision making. Who makes the decision? What's that process look like?
Anna, you must see this all the time in your work, these silos or the divisions between agriculture on one hand, Department of Health on the other hand, some people thinking about how to grow food, other thinking about the health. When you, in your policy work, as you see these silos, how important is it, as he just said, to think about the common outcome that is needed and to overcome or kind of bash those silos?
So important. That it's so tough because, we always talk about breaking down silos and, periodically we redo everything. So they're different silos. And at the end of the day, there have to just sort of naturally be seams between, work groups. So it's hard as a practical matter to fix. But I think really the incentives are challenging. I think the undercurrent there is competition for resources, as is the truth for so many things. And so when, folks focused on humanitarian crises feel that they are competing with folks focused on longer term ag development, for example, it doesn't, promote environments where collaboration is easier. So I think trying to, as we think about a new way forward and particularly what the U.S. role might look like moving forward, trying to rethink those structures and what the incentives are to them is most important, so that we can, rethink how people are pulling in the same direction.
Mm-hmm. So Roy, how is Rockefeller Foundation in a good position to sort of address this dynamic?
Well, I think we have to take the system perspective, and just on this question of resources, we think things are expensive, but we're not actually thinking of the whole system. And the example is so much is, when you look at what's the cost of diabetes in the United States, when I ask that, most people guess, $330 billion. It's $327 billion a year for one diet-related disease. It's almost $1 billion a day. We are spending money on things we do not have to because we don't have that system perspective. And food is medicine. Food is health. Food can solve so many of those issues and actually unlock a lot of the resources we need. So I once again, I think we don't see the right picture, and we're making trade-offs that aren't always the right ones to make.
I want to finish with you, Johan. We have just 2 minutes left. Maybe wrap up the conversation here. We've taught, one of the themes that has come up here is, sort of teaching a person to fish versus giving people food versus teaching a person to fish. We've talked about these divides in global development, between agriculture and health. From where you sit, you've got programs operating in many, many countries. Give us a sense of a ray of light of how these silos are being busted or where there is progress being made.
Yeah, I think if you look back over the last 50 years, right? So if you, the 40 years of these 50 years, we've actually done very well from the 1970s until roughly a decade ago. on the production side, on feeding the world, on reducing hunger. The sustainability story is quite different, actually, okay? But if you look back over the last 10 years, we've seen an increase in hunger, increase in conflict, and of course then a lot of the issues related with droughts and basically unstable climate have risen exponentially almost over the last 15 years. So there, I think that interaction is really very critical. Another point I would like to make is that one word which hasn't been mentioned, I think, is gender in this whole thing. While I think all of us know now that this is a really very important issue, particularly as we think about school meal programs, because it's typically the girls who get taken out of school earlier when there's some stress on the system, etc. So mothers play a hugely important role on the consumption side, but also most of the smallholder farmers in the world are women as well. And so my last point is about security, okay? And this is something when we see very strong declines in aid. Now, in the last numbers I've seen is 28% reduction in foreign aid between 24 and 26 next year. That's huge, okay? And we see everywhere huge fiscal pressure, difficulties to finance the school feeding program, or broader social security programs, etc. So we have to do much better with what we do. That's the point a colleague from the World Bank here just made. But also I think we have to see this in this much broader security issue. I mean, we have huge geopolitical security problems already here, maybe increasing, and so we have to put food into this perspective. And I think Mr. Andrés made it very clear as well and made that link, so I think it's really crucial to bring this together. Thank you.
And that is the final word. You've been a great panel. You've been a wonderful audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you all so much. Thank you. Nice to see you. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks so much. Thank you, Allison.
Thank you so much, Danny.
What a great panel. Really set the stage for the rest of our conversations. In our next discussion, we're going to talk about the deep connections between food and agricultural policy and the food cultures that we celebrate, or at least the food cultures we need to celebrate. Joining us is Michael Twitty, a James Beard Award-winning author and culinary historian whose new book, Recipes from the American South, just came out this month, so please buy it. Give him a round of applause. And he is going to sit down with Tim Carmen, a food writer for the Washington Post and a longtime friend of Food Tank. Tim, over to you.
Michael, it's so good to see you.
Likewise.
I can't remember the last time. So I know this is a policy conference, but I wanted, you've got a brand new book, and I have been spending the last week reading it, absorbing it. I haven't yet cooked from it, I'm ashamed to say, but it's this beautiful volume, and it tackles a huge subject, the American South. And I wanted to ask you, like, why, what was your motivation in taking on a subject that's not just historical, it's not just culinary, but it's like mythical. Mm-hmm. And you covered almost all of this aspect of it. And wanted to have you talk about your motivation to put this beautiful book together.
So first and foremost, when I was 11 years old, I made my grandmother very angry. That was not common because I was it. Of all the grandchildren, I was it. And my grandmother said, I need you to go to the store with me, which almost never happened. And, neurodivergent ADHD kid going, no, Grandma, you don't understand. I have a book about the South I need to write right now, and I got to keep going. Momentum. Made her very mad. But see, I wasn't like the go cut a switch grandmother. It was like this permanent side eye until you did right. But Emily Takutis, the food editor at Fireside, said, can you help me find a young author who's willing to write this book about the South? And I said, sure. 6 months, nobody's biting because it's a big book that takes a lot of work. And it's not the work part, just the fact it's not remunerative in the same way that other things are. And so then I'll find a partner. Nope. And then it came on, she said, well, Michael, I think you can handle this. And I said, can I? And then I thought about this. In 2011, 2012, Southern Discomfort Tour, which was just to find my food in food routes in the South. We went from.
You want to explain this was a big moment for you, the Southern Discomfort Tour.
Yes.
'Cause I think you even did like a fundraiser for it, right?
Yep,
Before
I
you
was
went
first
on
time I had experience with crowdfunding, and I thought this will never happen, and so it did happen. And those miracle moments, like the last day, which is like for Kickstarter, if you don't make it, you don't get it. Right. And somebody gave us the last, I don't know, $1,500 in one fell swoop, and I knew automatically my life was going to change. And that day I was on the Eastern Shore talking about Frederick Douglass and Tuckahoe Plantation. So it seemed very fitting. But we took, my former partner, Jacob, may he rest in peace, we went from the Chesapeake Bay region all the way to Texas. It was Maryland, Texas, Missouri to Florida, from enslavement to emancipation, from Africa to America. My roots, my own genealogy, but also these places of food and personal memory. And so thousands of photographs, hundreds of people, Mexican-American communities outside of Athens, Georgia, where the kids were already, their first food was Bojangles, and their first language was Georgia English. These mythologies we hear about, the other, Kurdish bakers in Nashville and Vietnamese gardeners, but also, of course, black folks from every pocket and corner creating soul food, including Weaver D's, which is where REM gets automatic for the people from. Right. And so it was really beautiful to have that experience, but also deal with a lot of Sturm und Drang. It's, Southern food is no food is apolitical, but especially not Southern food. We Southerners are a family. We are dysfunctional as hell, but we are still a family, and that's something we have to wrestle with for the rest of time. And so that was important. And then later on, I wrote a letter to Paula Deen that went viral, and that was scary. I was in the library in Rockville, and
do you want to,
yes?
from those who remember the context, the Paula Deen letter?
Yeah, you remember what Paula Deen had done, as we say. And I actually invited her to a dinner I did in North Carolina at Stagville Plantation, where we were trying to raise money to keep the upkeep of the cabins and the enslaved landscape. 900 enslaved people. I think over a quarter of Durham's black population has an ancestor or more that came from Stagville, the second largest plantation in North Carolina. So we did a whole dinner there with the food made the way it was, antebellum recipes, and I got my first African ancestry results on my DNA. And I invited her. She didn't accept. Oh well. She has her other friends, and that's okay. I'm like Mariah Carey. I don't know her. But for real, that was another moment that led to the cooking gene. So all of that, plus going to West Africa a lot. As soon as I got the opportunity, the money, then I start taking other chefs with me. So my friend Ada, who runs a heritage tourism thing, we said, why don't we do food trips? So we brought chefs, including Chef Rowe, who is the director of African Foodways at the CIA. We took him to Africa for the first time, to Cameroon, to Senegal and Gambia, to Togo and Benin and Ghana. So towards this point, I think about 60 chefs have gone with us to West Africa to learn. Right now the politics is kind of off, but that was important. So all of that goes into this book. My childhood, my family history, the lives of my grandparents. So I interviewed my grandfather, of blessed memory, Gonzalo Twitty, was one of the founding members of the Federation of Southern Cooperatives, kept black farmers in the land. And so I come from people who farm, who grow, for whom having a home supply is always important. I think it's ironic. I didn't get a good government job like I was told to my whole life. And yet from my yard came, 4 milk crates, the double wides, of sweet potatoes, more okra than I can deal with. I'm still picking tomatoes and getting them ready for the winter. We picked over 400 tomatoes yesterday. And it's just those ways that I learned from my elders, grow something, know how to do everything, a little bit of everything, know how to cook, mean more to me now than they ever did before, because no matter what, my garden is a quarter acre. I'm never gonna I'll never be without food, and neither with my neighbors and my family. But I wonder, that's one of the impacts that we've had on Southern food is the loss of land, loss of access, particularly for black people. In 1910, 1920, we were one of the largest farming groups in the country. Now we have almost nothing and no help given to us. I don't want to be sharply political, but I know that my grandfather on many occasions sat down with Lindsey Graham, and I know Lindsey Graham knows the power imbalance in Seneca, South Carolina, the same was at Lancaster, South Carolina, where my grandfather lived. And it's a great insult to have people look at you and say it's discrimination when they know exactly how it happened. One of the last things my grandfather said to me as I sat with him, he was 99, pretty healthy, kind of slow, a little bit short of his 100th birthday, and he said to me, don't you forget that over on that road, on our land, that's where so-and-so got hung. So when he talks about discrimination and inequality, I want to ask him, how many people in your family hung from a tree? Food is not cute sometimes. It's all in there, whether you like it or not. That's why we have Passover.
So you mentioned the Southern discomfort.
Sure.
And I was going back to an old interview you did, a podcast with a nod, and you mentioned the movie Ghost, and it's a really funny analogy because you talked about the Whoopi Goldberg character being like she was kind of a fraud, like trying to be a medium who was contacting ghosts, but then when she actually got contacted by real ghosts, she freaked out.
Right.
And you made the analogy like this is what it was like for you to start doing this research into you and your identity and your food. And what struck me about this story was that how overwhelming even it was for you.
Yeah.
And what made me wonder, like, if we could talk about if people had this experience, maybe not as deep as yours, but spent some time researching, reading, understanding this history better, would it affect the policy that people make in this country?
Absolutely, because you know something, you may ask yourself, where are these plantations? If you're in the DC area, they're all around the place. What do you think those fancy houses in the back of Washingtonian are? Beautiful colonial estate with plenty of outbuildings on a river. You know what I'm saying? But also just like, I remember the first time when I started to do this work and I was at a college in Pennsylvania and this young man comes up to me, Neapolitan Sicilian heritage. He says, I hadn't even published anything yet. He was like, I want to do what you did 2 days from now leaving for Italy because I want the same experience. It puts in perspective how did you become an American? You know, cut this nonsense out. They can't talk no nonsense about, you know, you have to be white and this and a Christian and all this and straight. I'm none of those. And so it forces you inward and also asks the question, how did other people, during the pandemic, I spent that whole time watching those, you know, PBS trauma documentaries, you know, and it made me have a lot more respect for other ethnic communities. But at the bottom of it, you know, it's like that line from The Simpsons. I was never really a big Simpsons watcher, but I always watched at the right time. It was like, you know, animated tarot cards. And there was this, I walked in the room when Apu says to Homer says, how are you? And Apu says, I'm kept up at night by the howling of my ancestors. And I was like, right on, brother, I understand that feeling, for real. But you know, when you actually see the spaces in modern time, a lot of those plantations are now, you know, gated communities, golf courses, or at worst malls. And then, of course, it's not just the people who are living there right now. Alabama, where a lot of my mother's family were from, the poisoning of the water. So when the land is cheap, great, but it also has lead in it. The water is poisoned. When you're in DC and you're trying to start an urban farm, almost all the land is federal owned, and then on top of that, the land that's there is too expensive. It's always something. And then we're just getting over internal community pressures, like not wanting to be on the land. We were shamed from the land by ourselves. And then the other part of it was, you know, we're natural agronomists, we're natural environmentalists. What was the description in Harper's Magazine, 1880? Born cooks. We should run this. I'm not saying we should run all of it, because that's too much. But I mean, we have this in our bones. When I was in Sierra Leone, And I went to a Mandinka village, and I'm part Mandinka, part Mende, part everything, but I found that out. And so I said to the head man of the village, he says, they're showing me the farming and everything. And they just dragged me out of the group and said, let's show you, take you around. And the whole village followed. And I said, yeah, my daddy taught me how to plow, and his father taught me how to plow and how to farm. And I started naming everything in Mandinka. And they were just like incredibly thrilled to be seen. And the head man just grabs me in front of everybody and goes, Allahu Akbar. And I knew what he meant. God is great. I knew what he meant. He meant that we have a 70,000-year-old heritage as descendants of West Africans in the beginnings of humanity. And the farming and all of that is our connection to nature, to Fadinya, to Badinya. One is father-childness, one is mother-childness. The village and the wilderness. And he was like, God is great because our son has come home, and guess what? He knows who he is and where he comes from, and he comes from the land. And I could take him to any community I've been to in the rural South, and they would understand this man. And so I put that into this book. I put that into my work all the time. And I tell them, the kids, when they grow even a little tomato or something, I say, see, you've already made that connection. And it means something because we're one family. And then it's not just me as a black man. It's me talking to Filipino communities, indigenous communities. Latino community. We have very similar interests. And then, of course, getting other people to come back into their own sense of space and access. And, of course, my garden is full of heirlooms. It's not just for me. As soon as I grow out a ton of okra. Can I tell you an illegal story? Great. So when I went to Benin, I got okra. I wanted to buy like 2 pieces of okra. Well, in Africa, no such thing as buying 2 little tomatoes, 2 pieces of okra. You either buy the whole thing or you don't. And they never make change, ever. So I hand this woman 20 francs. She goes, okay. I'm like, wait a minute. I said, ma'am, I don't even have a kitchen. What's going on? She goes, like, that sound? And I'm, okay, au revoir. So I put it in my bag, and I forget about it like I always do. So I get to Dulles Airport. Here come the white lady with the dog. And I'm like, oh, shucks. And at the exact moment, duffel bag falls off the carousel, spewing green, fresh okra. White lady and dog about to get me, but ain't God good all the time? Candace didn't know that. And so I scooped it all up, took it home, forgot about it again. And I was like, oh, this might mold and rot. I better dry it. Dried it, plant a lot of it. Plant more, give away seeds. Now it's no longer Benin okra, it's Virginia okra. Kind of like the old days. And so that's what I do. I mean, right now it's about legacy. It's no longer about it's building a career is still important because I gotta live, but also it's about the legacy of what happens when a long time from now, and I'm able to see it, that kid starts growing that okra. We can tell them a story. And our stories are being assaulted, ladies and gentlemen. My name is in that in that museum, on the wall in the restaurant. I got to see my father, born in this city, no longer with us. I got to see my father see that and have pride that the son he hated to drag to the museums all the time finally made it on the wall. And you want to take that from me? I was a Smithsonian kid. I wasn't a statistic. I never was. And if I can say anything to all of you about that, it was in this city on Kennedy Street, in this city at Brightwood Elementary, in this city, a black boy grows up appreciating nature in Rock Creek Park, appreciating the farmer's market and growing things in the yard, appreciating going to those museums and learning about history, learning about his country. Don't take that from us. Don't take that from these little girls and little boys. Don't take that from us. Because it was there in American history where I was like, oh, wow, they found these things, these seeds, these bones at Mount Vernon or Monticello. That's how our ancestors ate. I want to keep going, take that back to where it begins. And that's why I'm here. But if you take those basic things away and say, well, that doesn't suit our needs, well, you know the rest.
Can I have you read something from your book?
Sure.
Would you mind?
Sure.
Because this really struck me. And so I've highlighted it here. It starts here and ends here.
All right, you lucky ain't I'm at the reading glasses point of my middle age, 2 years from 50. The politics of Southern food is omnipresent, baked in from the beginning. Southern food is soaked in native removal, racial caste and social justice, gender roles, ability issues, sexuality, and class. Once upon a time, white landholding males with both political ambitions and money earned from enslaving others held barbecues, fish fries, and stews prepared by enslaved cooks. These feasts, intended only for other white people, encouraged voters to support them. Such votes eventually led to compromises, conflicts, and the Civil War, tearing the United States apart. Our ability to appreciate the newfound zeal for Southern food means confronting these realities head on. These aren't just recipes, they are pleasure. They are the pleasure and pain of millions of women, men, and children who have come before, and the heritage of and legacy of millions to come.
It's, yeah. That hits like a ton of bricks. And I think what struck me is not only just this, you know, I think all of us go to restaurants and we go to Southern restaurants, and there's not this awareness here of like appreciating this food, but the pain and the pleasure that built up to this moment. And it got me to wondering, like, okay, that food system happened centuries ago. But our current food system, there's pain and pleasure in that
Absolutely.
as well. And there's a lot of it going on right now. And I wondered if you wanted to talk a little bit about if there's a mirror between the two, if there's still like some legacy, or if there's a completely different kind of conversation that happens with our food system now.
All three, and there's thorough lines from the past. I think it's really important to understand that there was just an article in the New York Times talking about the dying out of Black Southern and soul food restaurants in this city. You know, being a chef once upon a time meant you were in the military, or you just did it. You just worked up from washing dishes, and now it's a couple of degrees. What happens when you come from a community where your people's story starts with you can't read or write on pain of death? Everybody ever think about that? What happens when you have kids who are in communities where, I remember when I did the Smithsonian Folklife Festival for Virginia, and I remember one kid came up to the corn and said, "This isn't corn, corn comes from a can." And I was like, ouch. All right, where do we start? But also there's the issue of access. With your Gullah Geechee, I'm a Gullah Geechee descendant through my maternal line. And where the water is eating up the islands. And then you can't fish in certain water anymore. No, the golf course owns this and the water and everything. You know, at least when you were, you know, poor back in the old days, you could farm and forage and do what you had to do on the outskirts and still live, and you never felt poor because you were eating and you were happy. But now we don't even have that, right? You know, it's not a weed, it's actually a food, it's a medicine. What was the name? Okay, what is the name for lamb's quarter? Epizote, right? And I remember I was at David Schneer's farm he used to have, Jewish renewal kind of like farm situation, tzedakah. And it was a day that our Latino neighbors came by, and I hated the smell of like lamb's quarter in the summer. And they were like, "Oh, epizote, great." I was like, "What?" And they said, "Can we have?" I said, "You can have all of it," because I had to get that stuff out of the ground. And it was just the joy of understanding that plants had multiple meanings and spoke different languages. So we're dealing with all of that right now, not to mention the water, just the poison in the Black Belt of Alabama, as it is in Detroit, where some of those same people went to refuge in the Great Migration. Here in this city, I mean, I remember one of my, you know, we had a big garden in the background. That's where Grammy taught me a lot of things. My other grandmother had a small little patch or whatever. I remember the honeysuckle every summer, her using that. And I don't know. It was today was a different time as one thing, but my daddy taught me how to fish in the same anacostia that his daddy. Only difference was my father didn't like put me on a leash on a tree, and and that was because my grandmother said, "I will kill you if you don't bring those children back alive." And my father taught me, okay, we brought Fritos. I particularly care for Fritos, but they were okay. No, they're not for you, they're for the catfish. I've never eaten catfish, by the way. But I remember my father teaching me what his father taught him. Crush up the Fritos with a little bit of water, you make like a ball, and every catfish you want, Anacostia, Potomac will come right at you. But that's because this city was built by the enslaved, followed by freedmen of color, followed by migrants who came from Robeson County, North Carolina, Lancaster County, South Carolina, Prince Edward County, Virginia, Talbot County, Maryland. We're being forgotten with gentrification. We're being forgotten as sources of knowledge. The same people who built HU, where I went to school, the same people who built a whole community. And we have to come back together. I believe in familyhood. I believe in kinship. I believe that's the basis of all things. I always like to say, whenever I'm in a room, it would be fun to know how many of you I'm related to. It's actually not a small number. And I don't mean distant. I mean within 5, 6, removed. And that's white folks, black folks, and all folks in between. And if we can start to think that way, as opposed to this pseudo-moralistic nonsense, we can begin to respect women first and foremost in everything. You please clap. That wasn't a question, it wasn't a suggestion, it was an absolute commandment. But Tim, this is what we do. And also know this, queer people are on the land. We're the connection. We've been for millennia. And maybe that's why they want to get rid of us. Because they know we're the battery pack, we're the charger. So, and it bonds us. Let's leave on this note. So I did a dinner with, they did a meal, I did a thing in Nashville with Chef Sean Brock. Me and Sean Brock had a little situation in the day. But you know something? A Southern white man and a Southern black man, both raised by single mothers, came together to cook a dinner to honor our Southern heritage, and he celebrated my work. And you know what? That's progress. Okay.
Michael, you're a great storyteller, and you make my job so easy. Thank you so much.
It's a pleasure.
What a great conversation, so powerful. Now we have a chance to continue talking about what it looks like to support eaters' health from policy to plate. Joining this conversation, we will have Congressmember Jim McGovern, who represents the 2nd Congressional District of Massachusetts. I call him a superhero for food and anti-hunger. He's the greatest. Give him a round of applause. Johanna Hellriegel Wilder, who is a chef and the founder of AMA, which I hope a lot of you have already gone to. Give her a round of applause. And moderating the session, we have Maria Godoy, a senior editor and health correspondent for National Public Radio. Give her a round of applause. Over to you.
Hi, thank you all for joining us today. Congressman, I'm going to start with you because you have been working on issues at the intersection of food and health policy for decades. I want you to give us the big picture. Where have we made progress in, ending hunger and improving food security, nutrition, and where haven't we? Where are we now?
Well, thank you, and thank you all for being here and caring about this topic. We've made some progress, but not nearly enough progress. We're coming to the realization that food is medicine. We're coming to the realization that we need to provide our kids better meals in schools. We're coming to the realization that we can handle food waste in a better way and be able to use that food to help people who are food insecure. We did a White House conference on hunger, nutrition, and health in 2022, which I think was a great success. Out of that conference came a roadmap about all the things that we need to do in this space. I wish we were farther along in implementing the steps in that roadmap. But at the end of the day, I mean, and I say this all the time, hunger is essentially a political condition. I mean, we have the food, we know what works, we know what we need to do. What we have lacked is the political will. And I think we need to be focused more on, at the local, state, and federal level, of persuading our elected officials to get engaged on this issue more, to do more. And, you know, and when people say to me, oh, you just want to spend more money on these kind of liberal do-gooder programs, like this, investing in the stuff that we're talking about here today is not only good for the American people, it saves you a boatload of money down the road. You know, one of the things I'd like to see is the Congressional Budget Office recalculate how they figure out what the costs of something are. I mean, some of these initiatives that we have will save a boatload of money for our healthcare system and a whole bunch of other areas. So I wish we were farther along. We're in a Congress right now that, well, I don't really want to comment on that right now, but it's challenging. But I always tell people you don't have to agree on everything to agree on something. And this is something we all should agree on.
Right. Well, I mean, speaking of where to find agreement, I think it would be remiss if I didn't mention the current political moment where, you know, due to the ongoing federal shutdown, we have more than 40 million Americans who face losing SNAP benefits, food assistance benefits, at the end of the month, beginning November 1st. And even when the shutdown ends and that funding is restored, we changes to SNAP that happened as part of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act that passed this summer mean that many families will lose benefits regardless, permanently, or at least, you know, under the provisions of the bill. So I'm wondering, given that reality, what can private industry or private philanthropy or individuals do to step in to fill that gap when we have food banks saying that they're not going to be able to fill the need?
Well, first of all, you can't food bank your way out of the hunger problem in this country. And in the short term, I think, you know, private sector, industry, whatever, ought to step up to respond to the immediate emergency. By the way, the president can extend SNAP benefits. There's a contingency fund. They have the authority to do it. They're threatening not to do it. I don't know whether he'll change his mind at the last minute. But to deny people SNAP benefits when you don't have to, I mean, I don't know, you know, what kind of sick-in-the-head person thinks that's a good idea, but it's a terrible idea. It's a cruel thing to do to people. And a lot of people aren't even going to realize that they've lost their benefit until they use their EBT card and go into a store and all of a sudden find out there's nothing on it. I mean, this is terrible. But in the short term, I mean, we need to step up and, you know, and provide for our communities the best we can. It won't be enough. It won't be enough. I mean, all the tens of millions of people on SNAP, you know, you can't somehow just, you know, oh, I'll make a donation this week and it will take care of it. So this is cruelty. You know, like I've never seen before. And the other thing I think needs to happen is people start to have to have more conversations with their elected officials about this. This is a project good for our entire country. And we ought to be, sometimes I think we're too nice in our advocacy. You know, my father used to say it's nice to be nice, but not too nice. There's wisdom in those words. And I think we ought to be calling out our elected officials for not doing more. And even this administration. I mean, some of this stuff is low-hanging fruit that we can work together on, and yet they have shown no interest at all. And I find that very disappointing.
I want to follow up on that. And Chef Joanna, I will bring you into this shortly, but I do want to follow up on that. Where do you see places in terms of food policy and nutrition where you can find common ground?
Well, we're working on a medically tailored meals bill right now, and there's some bipartisan support for this and some interest, and hopefully, you know, it's a pilot program within Medicare. Let's hope we can get that over the finish line. I would like to think we might have some potentially bipartisan buy-in into the idea of providing some of our schools with additional money so they can provide better meals, and even kind of expand that by doing cooking classes and other things to help engage our young kids. But again, as I said before, this is a political condition. You know, to move anything forward that costs money, you know, we need to get the buy-in of the White House and of the Republican majority in the House and the Senate. And I think, you know, when you have private conversations with some of my colleagues, they will tell you that they're supportive, but people have been kind of reluctant to kind of run with this. And I think, you know, this is a time for a little bit more activism and a little bit more, you know, boldness and a little bit more courage on some of these issues, because again, the people who need help are not, you know, just of one political party. They're Democrats, Republicans, unenrolled, independents, every political persuasion you can think of. And we could just do so much better. And I think we also need to be more aggressive with our hospitals and our healthcare and insurance companies. I mean, they ought to understand the linkage between good nutrition and better health. At a time when everybody's looking to cut things, you know, how about invest a little bit on the nutrition side, and basically you see your costs go down. You know, I mean, you know, access to good nutrition means that people tend not to end up with long-term chronic illnesses. They tend to get better quicker. Kids learn better in school when they're not hungry. I mean, there's all the benefits to this are incredible. And we got to take our foot off the brake and put it on the gas pedal, and we have to go faster on this. The time is running out. And by the way, the benefits are not just individuals. Our farmers need to be brought more into this conversation. You know, our chefs, the incredible, you know, chefs who have been out in front leading on this stuff. There's so much we can do.
Well, let's bring our chef into this conversation then. Chef Johanna, you are a chef advocate. You care deeply and passionately about issues of food policy as it relates to improving health. I'm wondering, from your perspective, what can, you know, restaurants and chefs like you do to help transform food systems from the bottom up?
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting time right now where, you know, we're looking at people eating out maybe 2 to 3 meals a day. And we're talking about also food accessibility, to be able to go out to eat and have that ability in every price going up around the city and around the country. And when you look at just the rising costs, and then people also choosing food that's not necessarily nourishing them the way that it could be, we're finding that more and more people are finding that they're not feeling as good as they could. And so when I looked at opening up my restaurant, I mean, I lost my father to pancreatic cancer. I saw firsthand, he was a chef, what metabolic dysfunction could do. I realized really that health and sustainability go hand in hand. What's better for your personal health is also going to be better for your planetary health. And so if we start to look at these issues from the bottom up, right, where we can do grassroots efforts on education, we can work with local farms, we can support local agriculture, we can work to ensure that we're giving the same beautiful food to our employees that we are giving to our guests, and also creating more educational awareness as to what constitutes as nourishing, healthy food. Really giving that educational awareness and finding ways to then speak with your local policy makers, going on the Hill and speaking to elected officials. All of that work is so instrumental if we want to actually see systemic change, right? We can talk about a $250 tasting menu that's sustainable with a green Michelin, but the reality is that what's really going to be sustaining of that, what's really going to be impacting people being able to see what sustainability means for our planet has to come with health and sustainability going hand in hand. So when you make those decisions, you know, like eradicating plastic from our kitchen and thinking about the food that we're using, all of those decisions are part of a holistic ecosystem, because we're really trying to see how food can be medicine, how we can support our local farms, how we can talk about the health dangers of plastic that, you know, the science is there for, and then also support our community. And the last thing I'll say is chefs are nurturers. Hospitality workers are nurturers. We're the first people to show up in a crisis. I'm a chef corps member with World Central Kitchen. When there's a natural disaster, you heard from José Andrés, we're the first to show up. And while right now with the SNAP benefits, with World Central Kitchen already setting up for furloughed employees, we can do all of those things, but it's a lot to ask from an industry that's already suffering. And so without the policies that also come from the top down to actually impact us as an industry, to have the funding necessary to make these systemic changes, there's only so much we can do when we have such small margins and we have such little ability to move the needle as an industry. So really, when I look at it, it's top up, right? I mean, top down, but bottom up, and we work together, and somewhere around there we can get in the middle to really seeing systemic change happen.
One of the things I'm curious about with systemic change as it relates to the restaurant industry is food waste, right? Because the issues of food waste and hunger are very much intertwined. You know, we have this mismatch in the country between how much the abundance of food that we produce, and then at the same time we have, you know, tens of millions of Americans who are food insecure. And we know that something like 30 to 40% of the food produced goes to waste. A lot of that waste happens at the food
Restaurants and food service, yeah, absolutely.
Right. And I'm wondering, like, are there examples or models out there of people doing it right to cut down on food waste and redirect it to the hungry, either at the restaurant level or like the local food system level?
Yeah, there's amazing organizations like Food Rescue that we use. We have other organizations that are similar, or being able to get food to not necessarily just be part of the compost bin, right? But also be part of people actually getting that nourishing food. There's definitely programs that are in place that you have to go the extra effort to do, but it's worthwhile when you know that you're nourishing somebody with good food that they wouldn't normally get access to. And so I think the investments in programs like that are so crucial, but also looking like we're a saturated market, right? We have so many different restaurants and we offer abundance and abundance. And at some point we have to start asking ourselves, okay, what's in season? You know, what do our farmers have? Like, support locally, ask about their growing practices, help them change their supply because you're changing the demand, right? You have to start really thinking about how do you create less waste, because we can talk about sustainability of how you can take, you know, your scraps and turn it into koji and make all these miraculous things from it. And that's great, but is it really moving the needle on food waste? Is it really moving the needle on making an impact in our communities? I'd rather spend my time working with DC Greens, which is a 12-minute away farm, right, that does produce prescriptions, that's working to try to get medically tailored meals. Like, those are the types of things that really matter. Take some of my food, go cook it, and do a cooking class so people learn how to use an eggplant when they might not have ever been able to see that before. I mean, the accessibility part of this conversation is number one for me, right? You have to be able to get a $2 espresso at my restaurant or a $20 pasta, but they're all made with certified organic ingredients. Like, we're really thinking about how do you really create like healthy food that's accessible as best as possible, considering the costs and everything that goes into it.
Congressman?
No, you know, I commend all the incredible stuff that Johanna is doing. There are other I work with a group called Spoonfuls in Massachusetts that recaptures, you know, food and gets it to people who are in need. There's a group in New York City, Rethink.
Rethink is great. Yes.
Wonderful, you know, and they're also sensitive to making sure that people are getting culturally appropriate foods as well. And that's another thing too, right? I mean, it's not just food for the sake of food. You want good food, and you want culturally appropriate food that people will actually eat. But yeah, there's an enormous amount that we can do in this area, and we ought to, you know, bring all those people together. We did at the White House conference, and you know, and actually find ways to be wind at their back.
Do you see a federal role to give more support for these programs, or any will?
Well, I do see a role. I don't know about the will, but let's be totally candid here. I mean, the SNAP benefit right now is inadequate. It's a little bit over, what, $2.30 on average per person per meal. I mean, what the hell can you get with that, right? I mean, and the bottom line is, you know, that ought to be addressed. And nobody wants to address it. I mean, if you listen to the debates in Congress, you'd think it's this astronomically high benefit that people get. It isn't. I mean, it's almost nothing, and people they can't live on it, and it's just really, really tough. But we increased the benefit during COVID. I think we started to see food insecurity in this country go down. People were able to make some pretty good choices, right? And you know, I just like, but again, it's about political priorities, and we can find $40 billion for Argentina, but we
Yep.
can't invest in, increasing people's food benefit.
It's like we're so short-sighted sometimes of what the long-term benefit might actually be to make a small investment that actually has that impact. Like when you were talking about programs the other week about in Massachusetts with hospitals and being able to get good food into hospitals, like not seeing people have as long of hospital stays. And so they ended up, there's just so many examples of making that investment in children's school food programs. I'm on the chef council for an amazing organization called Eat Real Certified. And those programs, right, that are bringing nutritious food, like it has direct impact into their health, their longevity, their ability to get out of a hospital system and to be able to stay as healthy at home. There's so many aspects of what we're doing that's short-sighted because we're seeing it as like a budget to budget instead of seeing it as, okay, this might take a while to maybe reap the benefits on, but it's worth the while to invest in now because we know that it is going to actually make kids healthier. It's going to impact our healthcare budget and everything else and our healthcare spending.
And there's the other thing too, is we need to make sure food is accessible for people. I mean, there are communities in my congressional district where a supermarket isn't easily accessible. So people, again, are forced sometimes to make poorer choices because, the closest thing is a corner store and not a supermarket. And so, local communities cities and towns need to have, that is part of the discussion when they're planning about, future budgets and stuff like that. But that's another challenge that we have.
Given I want to go back to what's going on right now, both in terms of like the immediate SNAP funding or lack thereof, but sort of long-term cuts to the program. That is so fundamental to food security in America. Can we make headway in food and nutrition policy against the backdrop of those cuts?
Yeah. So I mean, we're faced with what happens at the end of the week, and that's totally avoidable. But that's just kind of keeping the status quo if they extend it, right? In the big ugly bill that passed, there's close to $200 billion in cuts to SNAP, and there's really no recognition yet in a serious way about the whole food is medicine movement. Yeah. Although we're having some very constructive conversation with some Republican colleagues, I mean, we're kind of behind on that. And then the other thing is it's also hard to get institutions, like many of our hospitals and medical institutions and insurance companies, to start to buy into this because they've been doing things the same way for like a gazillion years, and it's sometimes hard to get, new ideas and new approaches kind of mixed into their plans. But yeah, I mean, we have a lot to do. We have a lot to do, and quite frankly, the issue of nutrition, the issue of food security, the issue of sustainability. I mean, it needs to be a more central issue in our political dialogue. And I don't say that in a partisan way. I just say that I'm sure you have people come to your restaurant who have very different opinions than I do, and I think, but we need.
But that's the interesting part, for. Everybody probably saw it, the New York Times article about Amma and how is this the restaurant that the only thing basically that Democrats and Republicans can agree on. Ooh,
common ground.
Very interesting, right? As a female chef, the whole article could have actually focused on my sustainability and health initiatives, but of course we needed a political angle. When you look at this, there's this interesting thing that I'm seeing, right, is where I have many, many members on the Democratic side that are coming to my restaurant, and they come because of my mission and principles. And for the couple of people that do come from the MAHA movement, right, they're like, oh, wow, I see this health food in your principles. And so the irony is that they're kind of speaking the same language, whether they realize it or not. But for some reason, there's extreme divisiveness on actually realizing that Health is a human right. Food is a human right. And ultimately, if you both care about this issue, then we have to break bread, find common ground, move the needle, and not wait the next 3 years out so we can actually see something change. Because ultimately, it has to change. I'm exhausted by just the divisiveness, like love trumps hate, right? My restaurant's name is Amma, it means love. And it means from a poem that if you do things from the root of love, only that will transpire. And right now, more than ever, we need to lead with that because we really need to find that common ground for our children. I'm a mom, and I do not want my future for my child to be riddled with the issues that we're facing today. So that's my motivation. I don't know what everybody else's is, but this is mine, and I hope that we can find that common ground soon.
Question for both of you. If you could make a single recommendation to Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to advance health in this country, what would it be?
I have to censor my thoughts.
Way to put me on the spot. You know, how would you find common ground with him? How would you get him? I would say to him, I think you kind of approached this thing a little bit wrong when you first got into office, but I understand you might need to be appeasing somebody that's currently in office, and I get that. But the reality is that if what you were saying that spoke to so many people, right? Like, let's be honest, I have many Democratic members of Congress that have realized how much of their base that had always been with them moved over to this because of this single voter issue of health and children, the Maha moms that you call it, right? And at the end of the day, you're not gonna get anywhere by making this a divisive conversation. You have to go back to saying that this is an issue of unity, this is a nonpartisan issue. Like, that part of the conversation needs to drive, and you need to start talking to the other side and not needing to stamp something with a Maha on it, right? It doesn't need to be branded, it needs to be real. And that is what I would say to him, is that go back to accessibility, to making this about children's health, to making this about having nuanced and contextual conversations with people on both sides, get informed, and then from there make decisions collectively together to coalesce real change.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would tell him to talk to the president and to cancel the SNAP cuts. Because I don't know how you make America healthy again by taking away people's nutrition benefits. I would tell him to cancel the cuts in Medicaid. And then I would say, look, there's some stuff that he has said that, you know, I think we all agree with. And so let's see whether we can work together. Can we work together on medically tailored meals? Can we work together on, you know, on
Produce prescriptions,
right,
medically tailored meals.
Produce prescriptions. I mean, all those things. I mean, you know, clearly, you know, it seems like that's in his, you know, in his toolbox, right? I mean, can we find that common ground? You know, I haven't met with him yet. You know, I hope to after the shutdown ends. But you know, I want to find out whether there is anything that we can work together on. You know, there's lots of stuff that they're doing that I don't agree with. I don't think the approach to promoting better nutrition should be punitive. I think we should do it in a respectful way, and we should do it in a way that, because I think people want to make the right choices. Sometimes they can't afford to, and sometimes they don't have the ability to.
Or the education, right? If we're not doing accessibility education to this, like, how are people going to actually know what the right choice is? There's so much misinformation or so many different opinions on it. Like, it's very hard to know what to really do for yourself to be healthy. And
I'll talk to you about a recent visit I had to a health clinic in Revere, Massachusetts, which is outside of my district, but Mass General actually funded a plant-based food pantry in this health center, and they provide people with really good nutritious food. They also have cooking classes to help people prepare some of these foods that, quite frankly, people don't know how to prepare, right? I mean, that kind of stuff is stuff we should brag about and promote all throughout the country. And so maybe, the next time we meet, we will have said, we'll be able to stand together and say we've actually done this. Because at the end of the day, I think we all agree, these conversations are really good and they're helpful and sometimes they're good therapy. But at the end of the day, it's about what we accomplish and what we get done. We need to move the ball forward much more aggressively than we have.
And with that, we're going to conclude our session. Thank you so much, Congressman.
Thank you, everybody.
Chef Johanna, thank you.
Thank you all so much. Keep that round of applause going. Thank you. That was fantastic. I'm very excited that in this next session, we're going to have a chance to hear from Ellen Granberg, the president of George Washington University. I am so honored that we could partner with GFI and GW, and I hope she knows how thankful we are. Please give her a round of applause.
Well, Danny, thank you so much, and good afternoon, everyone. How's it been so far? Yeah, it's a phenomenal program, and it is such a pleasure to welcome you to the George Washington University. I'd like to extend a special welcome to the distinguished guests who are joining us today, our farmers, food innovators, generous supporters, and elected officials whose leadership and partnership are helping to shape a more sustainable and equitable food future. We are so pleased to have you all with us. GW is truly honored to co-host today's first annual Food and Agriculture Policy Summit, working alongside the Global Food Institute, Food Tank, the Culinary Institute of America, and Chef José Andrés, each one a leader in reimagining the future of food. Guided by the belief that food has the power to change the world, the Global Food Institute at GW has been turning ideas into action since its launch in 2023. For more than 2 centuries, GW has done the same, changing the world through exceptional education, groundbreaking research, and a deep commitment to public service. We have trained generations of leaders and change makers who take on society's toughest challenges. The Global Food Institute continues that proud legacy. Spanning all 10 of our schools and colleges, GFI brings together students, faculty, policymakers, and industry partners to create healthier, more sustainable, more equitable food systems. This sits right in GW's sweet spot, at the nexus of science, scholarship, and policy, where research becomes real-world impact. It also reflects the spirit of our new strategic framework, which is focused in part on generating scholarship with tangible benefits for people and the planet. The Institute's collaborations across disciplines and with partners around the world demonstrate how we can turn knowledge into action that truly matters. And today's summit is an opportunity to do just that. Together, you are exploring actionable policy solutions to some of the most urgent challenges in our food system, including hunger, health, and climate, among others. And I have to say, I'm a medical sociologist by training and have done some work in food and food systems, and I am so excited that this is happening and that you all are gathered here. You're hearing from voices across the entire food landscape, from global and community leaders to farmers and students to scholars and innovators. Their perspectives may differ, but they share a common belief that by working together, we can build a food system that nourishes both people and planet. I wish I could have joined you for the rich discussions and panels, from conversations with Chef José Andrés and Representative McGovern earlier today, to insights from farmers, educators, and industry leaders. The agenda as a whole really reflects the impressive work that's going on in this space, and it promises to spark new ideas and collaborations that will continue to move this very, very important work forward. As you listen to today's panels, the fireside chats, the discussions, I hope you'll think about your own role in this vital work. What partnerships can you forge? What ideas can you help move from conversation to action? Thank you so much for being a part of this important dialogue. I truly hope you enjoy the rest of the summit. I think it's going to be a fantastic day. Thank you and welcome.
Thanks again to President Granberg. We have a delicious lunch around the corner, but please stay seated because we have another very special fireside chat before we break. Joining us in this conversation is U.S. Congressmember Shontel Brown, who represents Ohio's 11th Congressional District, and moderating the session is Marcia Brown, a food journalist for Politico. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you so much.
Hello, way over there. Hi, everyone. We're so excited to be here. Thank you, Congresswoman, for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
This is such a great event, and I'm so excited to see how packed this is. I hear the upstairs is like completely full too. So I want to just say a couple words about Congresswoman Brown from Ohio. She's one of the top Democrats on the House Ag Committee. She represents Cleveland and other parts of Northeast Ohio, which also happens to be the district that I grew up in.
And recently got married in.
Yes.
Congratulations. Can we give it up?
Yes. The Congresswoman has served in Congress since 2021, and she previously served on Warrensville City Council and the Cuyahoga County Council. Today, we're going to talk about food insecurity, food as medicine, the current political stalemate, and the Congresswoman's personal connection to these issues. So let's get started.
Do it.
So you're the vice ranker on the House Ag Committee, the group of lawmakers responsible for the $1 trillion farm bill, SNAP, farm programs, all of that. What drew you to that committee?
Well, again, thank you for having me. It is such an honor and a privilege to be before you all. I chose the Agriculture Committee very intentionally. My predecessor, Secretary of HUD, former Secretary of HUD, Marcia L. Fudge, she served on that committee, and she served with distinction, fiercely, and fearlessly fighting for an issue that has a huge impact in my district, which is SNAP and nutrition. I am one who represents a district that has 1 in 5 households that depends on SNAP, and 1 in 3 families of those are Black people, and so this is very personal for me. But being able to carry forth her legacy and to champion those policies was critically important to me. So I did not fall onto the committee. I wasn't put on the committee much like if you've ever seen the movie Shirley Chisholm. They kind of tried to punish her by putting her on the Agriculture Committee as a Black woman from the inner city, right? But she was very powerful in the fact that she was able to bridge the rural and urban America to make sure that that was a committee that operated in a bipartisan fashion. And coming from local government, where many of the elections are nonpartisan, in city government, and when I served on the county council, we, the Democrats, had the majority. So operating in a bipartisan way was something very familiar to me, and I knew that this committee had a history of doing that. And so that was couple of the reasons why I wanted to make sure that I was able to be a part of the Agriculture Committee. And last but not least, if you care about food, does anybody here care about food? Then you should be on the Agriculture Committee. It is the one committee that I would say that impacts everyone every day of their life.
So earlier this year, you spoke for the first time about your personal experience using food assistance as a child. What prompted you to share that story now, and what was that like?
So for those who don't know, during one of our committee hearings, and this was when we were talking about the big, ugly bill, and typically, we would have committee hearings before we would get to this step of putting this one big package together, where we never had subcommittee hearings, we never had committee hearings about the one big ugly bill. It was just kind of like, this is what we're doing, you take it, like it or not. And the cuts that they were proposing were incredibly substantial. They have still been the largest cuts to the SNAP program in our nation's history. And what I saw from my Republican colleagues is that they were just treating this like a line item in the budget and not really recognizing that it was a lifeline for people. People like me, people like my mom, who, when I was growing up, I suffered from petit mal seizures. And because of that, she did not work because she was concerned about the health and well-being of her child. I could have a seizure at any given moment, and she wanted to be able to get to me in the event of an emergency. And so we were on SNAP. It wasn't something that she wanted, but it was something that helped to get us through very difficult times. A lot of syrup sandwiches, bologna. I testified in the committee, like, I hate cold cuts to this day because a lot of bologna growing up. But those bologna sandwiches helped us to survive. They helped us to get through the day. And so I think the image and the myth behind people who are using these programs are that they are people who are lazy, who do not want to work, and that certainly was not the case for my mom. It was just a bridge to help us get through a difficult time. And so I felt it was important to share, to put an actual face, because I don't know that the majority of my colleagues, particularly on the other side of the aisle, have ever been in a position where they would have to depend on such a program. And so it was important to me to be able to not only put a name and a face to the program, but to also speak up, speak out, stand up for folks who I represent in my district and let people know that these programs can help build bridges. They are not something that people want to be on. They are something that people need to be on. And, you know, and we are essentially taking away opportunities for people to have a healthy and better quality of life. So it was important to me to share that story.
You talked a little bit.
Thank you.
So you shared, thank you for sharing your personal story with that. And then you also have spoken about, you know, what your constituents have experienced as well. You touched on this already. I think nearly 200,000 people in your district rely on SNAP. How do those conversations inform your policy making? I mean, what do they tell you about this program is working for me, or it's not working for me, or I wish, you know, someone like my member of Congress would make this change?
Yeah, so I don't know. I know that Jim was here earlier, Jim McGovern, who also serves on the Agriculture Committee with me, and we often talk about the fact that SNAP pays $6 a day. It breaks down to about $2 per meal. I don't know anybody who can survive off of that. So this is a supplement. It does not meet all the needs, but it's something that helps people, again, build a bridge. And just last week, I'll share a very recent story of one of my constituents. She is a senior citizen. She is on a fixed income. She shared this publicly. She gets about $933 per month. She's in public housing. And she depends on SNAP to make ends meet. She gets about $60 a month in SNAP. And while we were having our press conference for optics, we were at a grocery store. They put about $50 worth of food on the table to demonstrate what that would look like for her. She came to literal tears when they gave her that food, because she knows that is something that she could not on her own afford had they not donated that food to her. It also meant to her being able to take her medicine. Food is required with a lot of the medicine that people take. And if so this is literally a lifeline. It's not just hyperbolic speech. It's not just, you know, me being figurative. It is a lifeline for people. She depends on this to be able to take her medicine to survive. And so that's what I'm hearing from my constituents. I'm hearing that they need these resources, that it's really not enough, and that we're looking at we're slashing these programs. And why? Well, I'm glad you asked. So the programs are being slashed because my Republican colleagues would like to give permanent tax breaks to their billionaire buddies. That is what these slashes to the programs are doing. And so it's very concerning, to say the least, but because it impacts so many people in my district, again, I can't just turn a blind eye. I can't just not speak up. This has real impacts, and it could be catastrophic for Ohio's 11th congressional district if we aren't able to cancel these cuts.
So I have one more SNAP question before we switch gears a little bit. We obviously can't have this conversation without talking about the government shutdown. At this point, it looks like there's going to be a cliff on November 1st for SNAP benefits, where USDA has said that they won't tap an emergency fund to continue funding that program for a few more weeks. Is there a possibility of any kind of midnight deal to keep SNAP going?
Well, that is certainly the hope, but I think it's important for this audience and anyone who sees this to know the administration has the authority and the responsibility to do it. They can do it. The money, there are contingency funds available to help prevent this cliff from happening. So they have the responsibility and the authority. They can absolutely do it. And I think we've all witnessed this administration being able to find creative ways to do the things that they want to do. And that's very diplomatic, right, Chantel? I know. So we know that this administration can do what it wants to do. And so I am really troubled by the notion that this is by design, that the callousness and the cruelty is the point. Because if my memory serves me correctly, they actually had a plan, laid out a memo on how they could do it, and they took it down. So they know that they have, again, the ability and the authority to do it. It is up to them to do it because they can and they should. Food should not divide people. It should connect us. It should bring us together.
That's a great transition to what I wanted to ask you about now, which is it seems like we're in a moment where there's actually some bipartisan agreement about what are some of the problems in the food and nutrition space, whether it's people not getting enough healthy food, not having access to that healthy food. It seems like there is some agreement around this is a real issue. Americans in your district, there are high rates of chronic disease, and that's all over the country. And so there seems like there's this interest in trying to fix that. I wonder, for you at this point, are there some solutions where you're seeing some bipartisanship? One thing that comes to mind is food as medicine, which I know people talked about in the last panel. And the Cleveland Clinic, which is in your district, has done some work on that. So I don't know if it's that, or maybe there's some other examples that come to mind for you. But where does this go?
I think, and that's the beauty of the history behind the Agriculture Committee. It has traditionally been a bipartisan committee where we have been able to find bipartisanship. And I have to just acknowledge Ranking Member Angie Craig, who is running for Senate. But she has her leadership has been outstanding, and she has been a willing partner to try to find some common ground with Chairman Thompson. And I also would be remiss if I wasn't fully transparent in saying that I do believe that Chairman Thompson was well-intended, but he has been undermined by the administration, where we have found some bipartisan agreement in the past. The administration will come in and say, no, you can't do that, or no, you can't talk to Democrats. And so it's made it incredibly challenging. But yes, this is a committee that has been founded largely on bipartisanship, bringing rural and urban communities together. One of the things I've learned when I've been crisscrossing the country, just going to different farmers, visit different farmers as a vice-ranking member of the committee, the thing that, we have to recognize, a lot of times we say farmers and families. Well, our farmers are families. And so what they are doing, what they produce, we say producers and eaters, what they produce, they eat. And so I think that has also, too, been something that we have to do a better job of messaging and letting folks know. Farmers are not the enemy. People receiving benefits from these programs are not the enemy. We need to be coming together and working on this. So yes, there has been some agreement around food as medicine, and there have been some agreement around programs that incentivize buying more produce, as opposed to saying you can't use SNAP for this. Because calories are cheap, but nutrition is expensive. And so we do need some incentives to be able to help with folks who might not necessarily have access to those things, but do not punish them because of where they live.
It sounds like, though, this costs money and requires more spending, and a lot of your Republican colleagues are really trying to cut government spending. How are you trying to build that, bring that together, and get your Republican colleagues on board for some of these things that you say they might agree with?
Well, I think when you can find bailouts for Argentina and resources to add a ballroom, that you can figure out how to deal with hunger, because it is a policy choice. It is a policy choice. And so I think that we just have to get back to a place of recognizing what our jobs are and our responsibilities, and not surrendering our power and to one man who might use bully, intimidations, and threats to get his point across, because this is bigger than partisan politics. This is about people. And so we have to get back to being focused on people. So I believe that when we sit down and go over our budget, we can figure out ways to get this done. The resources are there. There are ways that we can, again, figure out creative ways to do the things that we think are important. I just so happen to be one of the people who thinks that fighting against hunger is important.
We only have a few more minutes, but I want to ask a little bit about your visit with farmers. I know in August you spent some time with farmers in Ohio, which I was actually able to join you, and then you went to Florida and visited farmers there. I'm curious, you're considering a run for the top Democrat position on the House Agriculture Committee. Angie Craig is running for Senate, and so that spot will be opening up. And your district is entirely urban. So this was trying to, learn outside your district. Were there any preconceived ideas you had about farming or farmers that changed after you had those conversations and those visits?
Well, I'm not totally foreign to farming. I did spend some summers sometime in Georgia with my family. But what I will say is that I learned that we have a lot more in common than people give us credit for. And that is also one of the things that I love about the Agriculture Committee, is that some of the same challenges that we experience in the urban parts of America are some of the very same challenges that are experienced in rural parts of America. Access to affordable health care, broadband internet access. These are things that we deal with in both parts of the country, if you will. But the thing that I heard consistently from the farmers are that tariffs, trade wars, bailouts, side deals, none of that is working. They need certainty. They need to be able to be certain about what they're going to be investing in. And so when you have 25% of your soybean market cut off, that's critical in places like Ohio and Illinois, where those are top crops. And so it's been a wonderful learning experience, but it also, again, just reminds me of how much more we have in common than not. And so, again, food to me is a connector, not something that should divide. And they have actually imparted on me, again, that the family farms are often the entities that fuel the industry of the corporate farms. And so a lot of times we might look at these things in two different ways, but they are working in partnership. And so it was very eye-opening and very heartening to recognize that they too see the challenges that this current administration is, that is a result of this current administration, and that they are eager to find some certainty so we can get back on one accord and operate in a bipartisan way. So they were very welcoming, and I'm looking forward to connecting with more of them.
Great. Well, thank you, Congresswoman. I think that wraps up our panel for today.
It was so fast. Thank you all.
Keep the applause going. Thank you so much. What a pleasure. What an honor. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That was a great conversation. This has been such an incredible morning of programming, and we have so much more to come, including a delicious lunch and then a great reception. You're going to have a lot of time to talk to folks, and we have, in the afternoon, a series of really dynamic programming with farmers and storytellers and so many great folks. We're going to take this short break so you can grab a bite to eat. I want to thank, and that's upstairs on the second floor, I want to thank Kava for generously donating the food for today. If we run out of food, which we might, there are a lot of folks here, you can go to Western Market, and it's just down the street. So we will pick up the program at 2 p.m. sharp, not 2:05, not 2:07, 2 p.m. sharp. So make sure you're back in the room, we'll hear from some more leaders in this space. So thank you, everyone. Give yourselves a round of applause. Now I'm excited to introduce Sam. Sam is a partner at Acre Venture Partners, the former senior policy advisor for nutrition in the Obama administration, and an author who just came out with his new book, The Last Supper: How to Overcome the Coming Food Crisis. Sam, thank you for joining.
Thank you. Thank you for having me as always, Danny and team. And so good to see so many, friendly faces and names. It feels like home here, so excited to be here.
That's great. Thank you. So why did you write this book and why now?
Well, why now? I got a little lucky because it took me forever to get this book done. This book almost killed me. But I think, I did a lot of work initially. I mean, I was always focused on, sustainability in the environment as well as health. But most of the focus in the White House was on the health side, at least externally. There's a lot of behind the scenes and more environmental stuff that I pushed on. But you start to see how these pieces intersect. The greatest threat to public health now and in the future, in my opinion, is climate change. And when you start to look around the world, and certainly here in the US, and start talking to people on the front lines, and they're already being battered by climate. And many of the foods that we hold dear are really under threat. And I do these dinners called The Last Supper, that highlight ingredients that are really being impacted by climate. And the first one I did was at COP21 in Paris, trying to gain attention to food and agriculture as a big part of the climate change conversation. Back then, it had absolutely no place in the dialogue. And you start to realize every time I would do one of these dinners just how intense these issues were becoming for people all over the world. And so felt like it was an important time to try to make some of these connections, do it in a way that more people can understand and relate to. I think one of the big failures of the environmental movement is the lack of emotional connection. When we say things like 2 degrees warming, first of all, that didn't sound like very much. Second of all, from being from Chicago, that sounds like a good thing. I'm like, why would we only do 2? And we don't really understand what the implications of these words, like what does climate change actually mean? And really what it means is our whole way of life is at stake. Our ability to pass down to future generations the lives that we were given, the delicious lives we were given, is at stake. And for all the shortcomings, and obviously there are many of our current food system, even preserving the status quo, as problematic as it is really under threat. So felt like it was time to try to tell that story and do it in a way that really tries to focus on what we should do in a very pragmatic and realistic way, as opposed to pontificating around why everything is so bad as compared to my ideals, and throw a little temper tantrum and then sort of say government's evil and they should fix it. Because that's basically most of the narrative in the good food world. And it's sort of devoid of an actual plan to try to get something done here in a way that I think has a chance of having an impact. So that was the idea.
Yeah, and I want to dig into that last point a little bit later about what if there really is a food and environmental movement. But you talked about, that we're on the front lines of climate change, the climate crisis right now. And I was on a call earlier today where an expert mentioned that last year in Indonesia, there were 3,500 climate-related disasters. And so can you talk a little bit about, what kinds of things are happening on the ground and how that affects our food and agriculture systems?
Totally. Basically, anywhere you go, we're seeing these things play out. It's like I could start in so many places. If you start in the Pacific Northwest, the snow crab fishery up there was closed for 2 years. Between 2018 and 2023, we went from 11.7 billion crabs to 1.9. We lost over 80% of that fishery in 5 years, total collapse. It was closed entirely for 2 seasons, decimating that fleet. They reopened it last year, or this past season, but it was like about 10% of the, allocation that they normally would get. So they're trying to get it reopened, but it's still basically near total collapse. We lost 90% of the Georgia peaches from extreme weather a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Last year in Spain, the largest cava producers laid off over 80% of their workforce because they simply had no grapes to harvest because of the extreme
Good
drought that
afternoon,
they were
folks. For
facing.
those in the auditorium, we do have
Chocolate
to
prices
refresh the
this past
space.
year were
So
up
we will
200% because of drought. And you got to remember, like, and I could keep going, like,
Yeah, no,
on
I know.
and on, like, all of this is happening before, like, we're expecting the real impacts of climate to even start. Like,
Right.
it has definitely started. So that perception, and that's really the one thing I got wrong, is like when I started to do these dinners, I thought it was about our kids and our grandkids. So what I got wrong is that it's also about, like, it's happening
Right.
now, but it hasn't even really started yet. And I think, so those kind of crops around coffee, wine, chocolate, shellfish, crustaceans, that's pretty, the list is long, is intense, but where it gets really scary from a global standpoint is when, crops like wheat, rice, soy starts to get impacted. These are the commodities that really are feeding the world. 3.5 billion people depend on rice for their, foundation of thetheir sustenance. And the models vary widely depending on where, what part of the world you're in and what, time horizon we're talking about. But you're going to see like steady yield declines decade over decade, with also increasing disruption. So, for example, like wheat is supposed to go down about 10% in the North America for every 1%, 1 degree of warming.
Mhm.
But you're also going to see much greater disruptions year over year. So there's like a steady decline of yield, but there's also going to be, right now, 15% of wheat is grown in persistent drought conditions. By the 2050, it will be 60%. So you're going to see much more frequent collapses of harvest, which is going to throw, food shocks through the system at a much more frequent rate, which means that these things are just going to get more expensive
Yeah.
and harder to grow. And that means, more food insecurity, more hunger, more forced migration, more political instability, and more conflict. And that's when you start to look at those big commodities, that's where it starts to get very serious.
Right.
Not just about like what we cherish and love and like what I, consume every morning and don't think I could live without coffee or wine, right? But this is like really like foundation on earth and our ability to feed ourselves. And so these issues are quite serious, and we're frankly not doing hardly anything right now to prepare ourselves for that reality that we face, even if we do a good job at getting on track on our emissions, footprint, et cetera. We still are going to have a lot more challenges ahead.
Yeah. So, Sam, obviously the situation is dire. You know, I talk a lot about urgency, but also try to, ground what Food Tank does in hope. How can we sort of balance those two things, the urgency of addressing the climate crisis, but also lifting up those stories of hope that can be part of the solution?
Yeah, I mean, so there's a lot of reasons to be hopeful. I'm not sure I'm optimistic in the sense that the reality that I see around me says that right now we're not moving anywhere. In fact, we're moving in the opposite direction, right? I mean,
Right.
we're eviscerating climate policy at every turn, and we're funding, we're promoting coal and all kinds of other policies that fly in the face of what it's going to mean to make America healthy again. And uh, and yet we have the tools we need. We have the systems in place to do it. I think there's a couple fundamental missing parts to really try to point the entire, not just small little niche idyllic brands, but like the mass system, the right direction. We have what we need. In terms of those fundamental pieces, I think that the things we're missing is a cultural shift to actually really care about these issues. I think one of the things that I, realize when you get into government, the first lady and the president look at you like, all right, we're here, dude. Like, go fix it. Like, go make things better. I'm not here for pomp and circumstance. I'm here for real change. Like, it's on you, dude. Go for it.
Right.
You're like, oh shit. All right, that's okay. And then you realize that, government has a really important role to play. Of course, it's super powerful, it dictates a lot, but it does not dictate what ends up on our plates. Like there was no policy that I could have passed that says, abracadabra, we will all eat regenerative, sustainable, healthy, food. Everything is marginal and around the edges, essentially. And the thing that it's most drives both our politics and our business is our culture. And what do we care about? What do we value? What are we supporting in store? Who are we voting for? What are the policies and issues that we're telling, our politics that are matter to us? And right now, we're just not there. And we skip that issue because it's hard, slow, messy,
Yeah.
And hard to track, but it's the foundation of change. And so that's, I think, the hard work. So but the companies that I'm seeing every day, the entrepreneurs, the parents, the community leaders, like there's so many people doing incredible work, many of whom, get a lot of their inspiration at Food Tank. But that we have a lot of chance before us to transform our system. We can get into some more details on it, but we just got to start bringing those to scale, and that's the thing that's missing. Like it's all niche and small and good, but it has not started to get real mass impact. And I think that's the work of the next number of years. But we can do it. It's there. We gotta push a little harder. We gotta push a lot harder. We gotta win more hearts and minds and get them to understand what's at stake for them. And I think we can stave off the worst of this and ultimately come out with a system that's fundamentally better than what we went into this for.
Absolutely. Sam, culture was obviously a big part of the book. It was one of 4 pillars, but you also focus on policy, business, and technology. Do you want to talk about some of the interesting technologies that are being implemented right now?
Yeah. I'm companies that have tools or new models or new ways of working that I think could be, really transformational. I mean, I think ultimately, and some that, I'm formally like we have invested in and many that we haven't, in, but all around the mission of improving the, environment and planetary health and human health. I think part of what we hear a lot about is I think there's a question, for me, where it starts to get exciting is like, there's a cost to transforming the system. The question is, what are the mechanisms and technologies that are going to enable growers to basically get paid to farm in a different way to produce products that are much more sustainable, more nutrient dense, and are going to be able to get paid to do that and solve this existential crisis that we're facing. So there's a lot of things that need to go into that. Some specific tools is one like Loam Bio, which I've spoken about before. Like I'm continue to be so excited about the promise of this company. It's got naturally occurring fungi microbes that coat seeds and work with the plant to pull down carbon into the soil, improving soil health, and storing more permanently, between 1 and 3 tons of carbon per acre per year.
Wow.
And if you just take any commodity crop, 90 million acres of soy in the country, that's like an extraordinarily large amount of carbon. Or in Nari, agriculture that is, helping to use CRISPR to create seeds that need less synthetic inputs, are more drought tolerant, have better yields in harsher conditions, these kind of tools. I think like what we need to start doing, for me, there's a lot of legit criticisms of carbon markets and being like so singularly focused on one attribute, which has sort of led us to many problems. I think all the critiques are super legit. For me, though, what we're missing is right now, the only thing that the market values is what we extract.
Right.
We don't value the forest, we value the wood. We don't value the soil, we value the soy that comes out of it. And for me, carbon is the first time that the market starts to value what we're putting in, not what we're taking out. And that is a real revolution in a way that I think we're missing the power of.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And so we talk about externalizing all the costs of the system. This is a way where we're re-embedding the cost, some of that externality.
Right.
I think once we can like get that going, that can then be built upon to be much more comprehensive into the nature-based services that our environment is providing us. Right now, so people are making rational decisions right now. Like right now, if you have oceanfront property, it's got a huge mangrove there. Could you make a lot of money with a hotel? Yes. Are you making anything from that mangrove? No. But is that mangrove the foundation of a healthy fishery, which is providing jobs and sustenance for millions and millions of people? Yes. We have to start finding mechanisms to valuing these ecosystem services. I think carbon is the sort of the gateway drug there. And so working on trying to make that more of a reality. But these are the kind of, if we can crack on who's going to pay for these new sort of innovations, I think you then can start optimizing for soil health because farmers will be paid to do that. And they're smart and they're good business people. They will start to figure out how to do that. Right now, we're just not, we're not supporting that kind of behavior. And we have to ask ourselves, like, why isn't every farmer a regenerative farmer? It makes so much logical sense to us. And I think it's grappling with the economic realities and the risk associated with that transition is key. But I'm telling you, like, we have everything we need. It's like we're solving these problems, and we just got to point the whole system in a financially logical way to these objectives.
Yeah, I mean, that's very hopeful that we have all these solutions. We just need to get them going. Are you confident that, whether it's not likely to be the US government in the near future, can governments and the private sector get on board to really to do this in a way that will make, this generation of all of us living here on Earth now, more climate stable as well as future generations?
I mean, it's definitely possible. It's not possible when we have people in office who don't believe in basic science, who, basically make policy on conspiracy theories from health influencers. Like, if that is who's making the decisions, then no, like we're not going to solve this. But if we can get some serious people, frankly, from either party, I don't care whether you're Republican or Democrat, as long as you believe in basic science, and then I think we have a real shot. I think the thing that's going to start to change this dynamic is just as more and more people are impacted by these issues, it's harder to deny that it's real. And so I think that narrative will start to change more. And if government does start to come together with the private sector, there's huge like if you're a business person in food and agriculture and you look at the numbers, the amount of I absolutely see a future where growers can make just as much money from carbon and soil health than they can from soy. Like that is absolutely possible if we're using the tools to maximize the amount of, sequestration that we can do. That's 100% possible. So there's big opportunity, financial opportunity here for the system. And I do believe that, and I saw like in the last administration, hardcore conservative ag groups that fought us tooth and nail on everything.
Yeah.
We're partnering with hardcore environmental groups who never really sat at the same table with those folks and always were just fighting them
Yeah.
to come up with coalitions to try to help, expand these new ways of producing food and get farmers paid for it. I never thought that was possible. So I think that the kernels are there, but right now the leadership is not. So that has to change.
Yeah. The leadership really does have to change if we're going to turn this around. You mentioned Maha, and we also talked earlier about the lack of well, whether you question whether there's a food and environmental movement in the United States right now. And so I'm going to ask something kind of provocative. Is Maha that movement?
Oh shit, Danny. So Maha is definitely, I'd say, has elements of a movement for sure, and I give them credit for that. And I hold out some hope that the bipartisan nature of a care about the health of Americans on the surface, holds past the sort of strong arm nature of this administration, which I think is actually the impetus behind a lot of the GOP's newfound support for the crisis of public health. But I welcome them with open arms to this dialogue. The problem is that everything that's being done in the name of it is actually undermining, if not destroying, the infrastructure of public health in the country and absolutely leaving in tatters people's understanding of what they should be doing. I mean, like, we've talked about this before, but food dyes are just simply irrelevant as an issue area, and that's
Right.
gotten the most focus out of this administration on the food side. Fruit Loops are Fruit Loops with or without synthetic dyes, and like we shouldn't be eating any of that shit. So like I'm fine for it to go, but like who cares? Doesn't literally will have no impact on the health of the country. Seed oils continue to be an area where like it just baffles me to the extent that like I had to go back and like do the like look at all the studies and be like like
Same.
it is powerful, right? Like these circles of influence, and they pull one study and overstate the findings dramatically, but like, they are very good at sounding scientific. So
Yeah.
even for me, I spent my whole life on these issues. Like I started questioning myself, like maybe I got this one wrong. It's
Right.
like there's no evidence for anything they're saying on this at all. It's an insane thing. And that we're like the head of Health and Human Services at fast food restaurants promoting
Right.
cheeseburgers and French fries and beef tallow is an affront to the entire public health sector, all the while, and this is the thing that I think we can't miss. So, like, while there's this imprimatur of health and care, preying on people's fears around what's right for their kids, pregnant moms now are worried if they take aspirin. I mean,
Right.
Tylenol, which is just insane. Forget about the vaccine implications, which, I think definitely give him the greatest threat to public health we've ever faced. But behind all this imprimatur of like I'm trying to help parents and moms, et cetera, is like they've gutted the CDC, they've gutted the FDA, they've gutted NIH, and they've gutted all climate policy and leaving the country in total jeopardy of our ability to feed ourselves. They're also screwing farmers left, right, and center. We got $40 billion going to Argentina, who have now completely taken the US soy market because China's going there because of the tariffs of this administration. So now you have an entire harvest of soy being harvested right now as we speak, and not a single contract from China has come in yet. They
Yeah.
are by far the biggest buyer. So rural America is being left in tatters. And then you look at what's happening from the healthcare side. From the big beautiful bill, rural hospitals are going to be closing. People are going to be kicked off healthcare by the millions. And this movement is quote unquote has been co-opted by created and then co-opted by conspiracy theorists who's really rooted in class action lawsuits, which I think is actually driving a lot of these efforts for what comes after he's out of office. And it's carnage in its path. The food movement, so to speak, is going to be looking like the East Wing of the White House, and which is a whole other thing that I could go on a long rant about, but just a perfect example of the way that they see this country. It's theirs for there to destroy and build back in his own image.
Right.
And that is not what's going to make this country healthy at all. We need to be focusing on the fundamental issues about what is on our plates, how to change it, what are the strong policies that are needed, how to shift the culture based on science, and actually building up our ability to regulate these things, not destroy them. So I just can't even, it's not possible to overstate whether it's a movement or not, because I got a bunch of social media people pushing and they got some political support. So that's a hats off. But how it's being used is a catastrophe. And everybody who's like been curious, wanting to support, and I get the desire. I had it too, of being pragmatic and like, listen, here's an opportunity to move these issues forward. Like, and we need to be thoughtful and pragmatic about it, whether you agree with everything or not. Like, those days are done. This is beyond the pale and must be called out at every turn for the big picture of what they're doing to the country.
Yeah, the intentional chaos and the intentional cruelty, I think, are so evident right now. I was telling you this story earlier. I was asked by a reporter yesterday, to comment on SNAP benefits, not coming through in November, and that I started to cry. I don't think a lot of Americans understand what this means, what SNAP and other safety nets that the U.S. used to provide, what they actually provide for people. Can you talk a little bit about what SNAP is and why it's so important?
Yeah, I mean, this is the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. It is designed for the most vulnerable among us. And these are people who often have jobs and are working, often with kids, who simply can't afford to put food on the table every day of the week. These small dollars, and it's really shockingly not a lot of money, is the difference between like just barely like having enough to eat, barely, and being like hungry on a sustained basis. And uh, anybody who's never been hungry can't understand it. And count me among it. Like, not knowing if you're going to be able to eat tomorrow, just stop and try to think about that. Think if you didn't have any food yesterday, you had a little something today, but you don't know if you're going to have any food tomorrow, and you got 2 kids. And all of a sudden now the benefit that, would enable you to do that, it might be pulled out. When you talk, like, I'll never remember, like, one of the times that hit me was talking to one of the biggest retailers, food retailers in the country. And they said at midnight, the last day of the month at midnight, there's a line out the door. The store is packed because people are so hungry at the end of the month because their SNAP dollars have run out, and they're just waiting to buy food the second they can.
Yeah.
And think about that. And so the idea that we're playing chicken around people's health care and we're going to lose these benefits, these basic benefits, the most vulnerable among us, is just immoral. It's not who we are, and it's not what we should be. It's not how we should be moving forward in this country. And frankly, like, you hear a lot about cutting SNAP or restricting SNAP. And, I would prefer, people weren't buying soda with taxpayer dollars. Like, I'm empathetic to that. But most of this is the guys to just restrict and restrain the program more. And what really needs to happen is this program needs a lot more money. Like, people need more. You want people to eat healthier with taxpayer dollars, they need more money to do it, because right now those foods are more expensive. So we should be expanding and increasing the benefit, not restricting it. And it's dire, and it's something that we all need to stop and take a minute and try to put ourselves in people's shoes and understand what's really at stake for them.
Yeah, if only we had an empathetic government right now who could put themselves in the shoes of those folks. You said this is not who we are. So I wonder what advice you have for, for Food Tank, for the folks on this call. How do we become that food and environmental movement that is, pro science and leads folks in a way that is true and helpful and can, not just be sort of a flash in the pan, which I imagine, that's how I imagine Maha, that it's, it's trendy right now, but it won't be, in 3 years from now.
Yeah, I mean, I think we need to lead with love and empathy. Uh, I think we need to, even for those people who I now disagree with. By the way, many of my friends, are big Maha supporters,
Yeah, same.
and who are raising money for them and doing all this stuff where it's like I don't know them anymore on some
Yeah.
level. But I think at our core, I think we have to focus on what we share, which is that, um, you know, we are all worried about our own well-being and the well-being of our kids and our families. And we think it's important to take aggressive action around improving the health of our food. And um, and it's it's not somebody's fault if they've been basically manipulated and duped, by
Right.
an echo chamber of health experts, some who are experts and some who and are profiting from it, and others who are less experts still profiting from it, and have been led a bit astray. I think we should, instead of being critical, it's of them being empathetic, like they've been duped, and that's okay. It happens to all of us.
Sure.
And let's come back together and try to forge a set of priorities that we can all agree on, and start to translate that into our purchasing power, and our voting political
Yeah.
power. And I think that's what's been missing, is like we got to start translating this into political power. And the reason RFK is where he is because he started to do that. He got some political power and then just picked the winning horse. And he would have picked anybody, and he decided to pick, you know, Trump. And so that we got to start doing that. But I think if we are critical and make people feel bad about this, then we're going to stay splintered.
Yeah.
I think we need to help people understand like where this has gone all wrong and why the things they think they're supporting are just not actually what's happening. And it wouldn't be the first time that, somebody ran on certain things and did something the opposite. So like,
Sure.
it's okay. It's happened to all of us.
Sure.
And then how do we come together and forge that sort of shared agenda and start making more progress? And I do think we can leverage this moment and take advantage of it and point
Yeah.
it back into a more credible direction that has like a sustainable approach, can be sustained over time because it is based on truth and science, not on conspiracy.
Yeah, that's such good advice. Lead with empathy and love, but then turn that into both purchasing and political power. It makes so much sense. I want to give you a chance to talk about where folks can find the book and give it a little why they should read it.
Um, well, there's some, tough realities in there, but there's also some good White House stories, stories from, producers and growers around the country, highlights a bunch of amazing entrepreneurs and change makers doing wonderful things, and hopefully ends on a hopeful note. So you can get it, any bookstores, Amazon. The audiobook I did, like I read the book, which was a really intense 3 days. Uh, so feel free to just make that worth my while and get the audiobook. You can listen to it at fast speed, so you don't have to, so anyways, but yeah, I hope people enjoy it.
Thanks so much, Sam. Sadly, we are going to end now so that we end on time. I want to remind folks to buy the book, The Last Supper, How to Overcome the Coming Food Crisis. Sam, thank you again for writing it. Thank you for being with us today. And I want to thank everyone for joining us. And please email me if you have questions that I can pass on to Sam at Danielle@foodtank.com. But thanks again, Sam.
Thank you guys so much. Love, keep up the fight, keep up the work right now. It's hardest now and most important now than ever. Super inspired by what everybody's doing, and can't wait to see you guys soon. Danny, thank you for all that you do. Keep these conversations going. I love you so much, and
Love you back.
we'll talk soon. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Sam.
There's a saying from Puerto Rico, donde comen uno, comen dos. Where one can eat, two can eat. It's a way of saying there's always room. There's always enough. And we keep the door open. That was my Abuela Maria's way of life, from the mountains of Orocovi to the flats of Ponce, to the Bronx on Claflin Avenue. She never turned anyone away. If you were hungry, you ate. And if you were tired, you rested. Her kitchen was her temple. And whoever crossed its threshold, a neighbor or friend, someone with nowhere else to go, wasn't just handed a sandwich. She cooked full meals, poured café, packed food to go, offered rest. She didn't measure people by what they lacked. She measured them by their humanity. She taught me that food isn't just sustenance. It's dignity. It's love. Every December, it was just me and her in that kitchen making pasteles. Nobody else was allowed in, but she let me in. She let me stand at her hip while we grated yuca, guineos, yautía, masa sticking to our fingers, plátano leaves spread across the table. And if you know, you know. Making pasteles is ritual. It's messy. It's laborious. And some may call it free child labor. But for me, it was sacred. It was where she told me stories of her siblings, of hunger and survival, of joy and song, of the smell of the ocean in Puerto Rico. When she passed, I felt unmoored, like a boat cut loose, drifting without anchor. I searched for her everywhere. And then I remembered our times in the kitchen, and she would say some things in Spanglish to me now and again in different forms. Mija, vida isn't easy. Pero we keep the door open. We keep moving pa'lante, forward. And in that moment, I realized I had already been finding her. In her Bronx apartment turned tropical oasis, plants on the corner spilling from every window, in soil amendments that we would mix together, growing things I never thought could grow. That was where my calling began. She had been pointing me there all along, outward, into relationship with the land and the life around us. So when COVID came, I began farming at Morning Glory Garden in the Bronx. Shelves were empty, neighbors were hungry. We kept growing food for mutual aid to keep each other alive as systems were failing. And in those moments, my hands in Bronx soil passing collard greens and peppers to neighbors and friends, something in me shook, in my bones, in my spirit. It was as if she leaned in and whispered, Mia, hello, hola, this is it. This is the work. That's what pushed me along this path. From her kitchen to community gardens to the Catskills, where I now farm at Cera Vida. And along the way, I found kinship that feels guided by her too. I still remember the Zoom call I was on when I first heard Tom Hudson speak. Fourth-generation farmer, former owner of the land that I now steward on at the West Branch Commons, a community land trust. My mom says that my abuela brought us together because from the moment Tom and I met, first of all, I was like, I need to meet this guy. For those who know him, if you know, you know, he's wisdom. But we've been best friends. A Pisces and a Virgo, sister signs, astrological kismet. Tom's always been ahead of his time. Long before regenerative became a buzzword, he was piloting conservation easements along the Delaware River, making sure that land was not to be subdivided, that it would remain agricultural, that it would remain conserved and passed forward to the new generation of farmers who wouldn't have access otherwise. And he still farms with me. And I learned cows from him. After a few workshops, I've even become the on-call midwife when calves arrive. Our friendship is a daily reminder of what my abuela taught me. Knowledge exchange, wisdom, care, patience, and forward thinking. Because farming isn't solitary, it's relational. It's about weaving lives together, preserving ecosystems of reciprocity, building resilience, creating health and wealth that ripple outward for land, for people, for generations to come. You see, I'm first-generation farmer. No deed, no land, no inheritance passed down. But what I did inherit is resilience. I inherited my abuela's stories of Borican. I inherited her love of the land, stopping to notice every living thing and seeing beauty in everything alive. So, yes, I am first generation, but I'm also the continuation of her generations, of her memory, of her reverence, of her insistence that food is dignity and love. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit emotional. You're
beautiful.
So, farming may feel out of reach to some, and not everyone will be a farmer. But everyone in this room and beyond, we can all be environmental system actors. We can lean towards care for the land, for each other. We can make sure that food systems stay local, equitable, affordable, and accessible. That may look like buying food from a local farm, or planting seeds with children, teaching them to care for life. Because we aren't separate from the environment. We are the environment. From the mycelial networks below our feet to the rivers that flow, to the blood and water that move through us, to the languages that we speak and the ones we yet have words for. We are all a part of this shared miracle. And every act of care, every meal shared, every hand held, every tear shed is all an act of love of that shared miracle. So, if you eat, we all eat, right? We're all a part of the food system and the environment, right? The question is, will it extract or will it reciprocate? I am here today because my abuela kept moving forward, because Borican still lives in me, because land, like love, is not meant to be owned. It's meant to be shared. So I'll leave you with her lesson. Keep the door open for each other, for the land, for futures waiting to be grown. Thank you. And some.
Morning lights, new dawn, yeah, we ready for more. Breaking out new wounds, driven by the allure. Facing life head on, blowing fresh at the door. No limits, all in it, yeah, we ready to soar. Every step that I take, every move that I make, anticipating, no more waiting, elevating the stakes. Some full stride, eyes open, captivating the scene. True life, my time, liberating my dreams. Every challenge that I'm seeking to meet, I'm overcoming, steady grinding, keep my beat to the street. I keep my mind thinking wise, hoping better to keep. Rising high, go get it with the vision I see. I'm getting clever, yeah. Special deliveries out. Special deliveries out on the way. I'm on that midday hustle and I'm hitting my stride. Clock ticking, never missing, no reason to hide. City passing while I'm moving and I'm taking it in. Hitting every door, crashing and I'm wearing a grin. Through this alleyway, stuck in, navigating awake. Every package is a hustle. I'm wide and awake, no slowing and improving. Baking these cakes moving, through with the take, ooh, with the thrill I create. Demons are playing, no overstand, I'm free in my zone. Drop hit, pick it up, lose full control. Don't mind if I splash while I'm making these waves. Life like a knife, baby, and I'm cutting my way, I'm better.
Hi again, everyone. I hope you enjoyed lunch. Yes? Less enthusiastic than I wanted, but welcome back anyway. So everyone, take your seats as soon as you can. We have a really, really great conversation coming up with these beautiful people on stage who I'll introduce a little bit later. And that session will help us explore what we really need from our food and agriculture systems. And to help frame this conversation, I'd like to invite my friend Sarah Fletcher, the Vice President of Corporate Affairs for Oatly North America, to the podium. And I want to thank Oatly for their support. Please give her a round of applause. Sorry.
Oh, thanks.
I'm Sarah Fletcher, VP of Corporate Affairs for Oatly North America. If you don't know us, we are the original inventors of oat milk, born out of nutrition research as a solution to a couple of different problems in the world, first being lactose intolerance. About 2/3 of the planet is lactose intolerant. Go figure, we drink a lot of cow's milk. And so we wanted to find a solution to that. And in that, we found a solution to something else, climate change. It's something that we're all facing. The food system, as we heard, is 1/3 of global greenhouse gases. So we need to find some immediate solutions, and one of those things could be oat milk. And so that is what we're out to do. We are here to help people eat better, live healthier lives, and do so without recklessly taxing the planet, a trade-off. But it's only a solution if it tastes good. It only works if people drink it, and if it's delicious, and if it's nutritious, and if it fits into your lives, like in a cup of coffee or a bowl of cereal. So that's Oatly, and that's why we're here. But today is really exciting for me. I'm a food nerd, and so this is an incredible convening. I think we've got incredibly passionate policymakers and chefs and journalists and other companies and lots of eaters. All of you are also eaters. We just came back from lunch. And so it's a really great way for us all to get together and kind of pull these things together and kind of break and build the food system that we want. And as we've heard a few times today, it's also this kind of crazy, amazing moment. For those of us who have worked in food for a long time, seemingly everyone cares all of a sudden, which is great. And you don't really know what to do with it. But people are asking really, really hard questions who you couldn't have imagined would ask those questions before, right? We're bringing in new communities and new voices, which is exciting and a little terrifying. It's pretty complicated. Food is complicated. We've heard that also this morning. It's incredibly personal. It's deeply who we are and where we come from. It's also our community and society. So it's very, very complex. It cross-cuts health and climate and politics and economy, family and history. It also cross-cuts our emotions every single day. If I don't eat, I'm very angry. And so that is something that we can think about. Food is also incredibly simple. Do we have enough of it? Is it good for us? Do we like it? Any policy that we want to enact, any crop that we grow, any meal that we serve, it's in service of that moment when you actually get to eat something and enjoy it for yourself. So with all of that in mind, we wanted to center around eating and eaters and people who serve food, grow food, and eat every single day, yourselves included. And so for that, a little activity. I'm not going to make you close your eyes because that's weird. But just go with me, some rapid fire questions, get into your own head on this, and then remember that as you're listening to these voices later. What was your first food memory? What are you eating? Who's there with you? What is the first food you hated? Remember that? Do you remember holding a wet plastic tray in a cafeteria? What was that like? Was it exciting? Was it bad because you knew it was coming? What was the time you learned for the first time that a food was good for you? What was the first time that you learned a food was bad for you? How did that feel? What was the time you couldn't eat what you wanted? Maybe you didn't have enough cash for something that was that you were trying to get. Maybe somebody ate the last piece of it. Maybe it wasn't available at the store that you go to. And then what was a time that you picked or caught or collected a food and then ate it yourself? Do you have a moment like that? And then finally, what's a time you shared a food that you love with someone and kind of waited to figure out if they liked it too? So remember all of those moments. These are the things that cross-cut our lives every single day. Any policy that we're talking about comes down to that and that kind of emotional moment that we're in. Remember those moments as you're listening to these folks who are food system leaders in their own right and also eaters themselves. And remember as you think about it during the reception and talk to different people, right? It all comes down to what's on the plate and what it brings to you. So that is me. I will hand over to Frank and to all of you all.
All right, so we're going to get into our focus group. Let me introduce everyone. If you could all raise your hands and maybe wave when I say your name. So first we have Reagan Wilson. She's a Fresh Farm Food Prince leader teacher at Garfield Elementary School. Round of applause. Tope Fajambese, who is a farmer and the co-owner of Dodo Farms. Please give her a round of applause. Amanda Stevenson is the owner of the Fresh Food Factory Market. Round of applause. Charlie Bassa is a GFI curriculum assistant and a senior here at GW. Round of applause. Gladys Harvey is a recipient of Meals on Wheels and an overseer elder with the Morning Star Christian Center. Please give her a round of applause. Shantae Bullock is the senior lead of the school foods program at DC Central Kitchen. Round of applause. Che Axum is the director of urban agriculture and gardening education at the University of the District of Columbia. Sean Sauko is the executive director of food and nutrition services for Fairfax County Public Schools. And Kia Williams, also known as Chef K, is the chef and owner behind Shalifa's Kitchen. Give her a round of applause. We love Chef K so much. And leading this conversation is the amazing Frank Sesno, the executive director of the GW Alliance for a Sustainable Future. Give him a round of applause.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Was that okay, or should they do it again? Hi, everybody. How was lunch? Okay, good. I am thrilled to be here. I'm thrilled to see this packed place, and I'm really thrilled to have a conversation with you all, people who eat, grow, distribute, and teach food, right? So that we can make it real. We heard a lot of policy this morning, heard a lot of important things. Here's some of what we heard. Food is a universal right, says José Andrés. 1 in 3 cannot afford a healthy diet. 40 Americans could lose SNAP benefits by year's end. We need new recipes, said Jose. So we're going to talk about all of those things and some more. But how about starting with something that's like real and kind of personal? And we'll make this a little audience participation too, so you join in the thought process. What's one food you love? Like, what's a favorite food?
A favorite food of mine are noodles. I love any noodle, like high-end noodles, ramen noodles, spicy noodles, savory noodles. I'm just a noodle person.
So any noodle?
Yes, any noodle.
Okay.
I'll be happy.
My favorite food is fried plantains.
Sweet.
For me, it's a toss-up between mangoes and soursop.
Ooh.
Yeah.
It's such a hard question. I love Korean barbecue in any way that I can get it.
Okay. Gladys?
My food is collard greens and pinto beans and and all kinds of things and all kinds of fruits.
Nice. Okay. We got another mic in the back. Go ahead.
My food is something that I love to make, which are the Shalifa's noodles. It's a vegan noodle with roasted and charred vegetables tossed in chili oil.
Oh, we're there.
My favorite food is whatever Chef K is about to make me. But besides that, a nice banh mi sandwich is really great.
Okay. Jay?
Favorite food right now, grilled oysters and beets that I grow. Beets.
That you grow?
Beets, yeah.
Beets, you don't grow the oysters, I get that.
My favorite food would be sweet potatoes and butternut squash.
Very nice, very nice. All right, how about a little shout out from the audience? A favorite food? What? Melon? Okay. All right, we got lots of, Say it again? Was there? Okay. All right, so we got lots of foods. Shall I share mine? Yes. Okay. Broccoli. I love broccoli. Like, you can put it in the air fryer, you can cook it in the wok, whatever you want to do. All right, now let's get down to business here, because we heard a lot of serious things earlier, and we really want to tap into the expertise and the real lived experiences of you all and the perspectives you bring, right, to bounce off of that. So why don't you start with your perspective, from your perspective, on what one thing is that you would like people to take away that they may not understand from where you sit. Like, we talk a lot about food. Everybody's got an opinion about food. Very few grow it. Everybody eats it, but some cook it well and some not so much. So why don't we start, let's start at the end. Could you pass the mic? And give us a takeaway before we dive into this conversation.
One takeaway, I feel everyone can be sustainable. Everyone can take something away from this forum today and they could use it and apply it in their homes.
When you say sustainable, though, what do you mean? What do you mean by that word?
So sustainable is how you could reuse, how you could take one item and make it last, how you can reduce waste and your impact on waste in our blueprint in the environment. So what that means is less trash. Less food waste is how you can reincorporate your meals, or even growing something as simple as an herb at home versus wasting lettuce, cutting off the head of the romaine and regrowing it. That is saving dollars at home. Which rebuying, that is also reducing the footprint, and also sharing your ideas and how you can grow and utilize those techniques in your home.
Okay, love that. So everybody can and should do this themselves. Let's come down to the front row. Gladys, you want to lead us off? Meals on Wheels, senior citizen, what's one thing that you think people maybe don't understand so well that you want them to take away from this conversation?
Well, one thing I would like...
Could you pull that mic right up to your mouth?
One thing I would like to say is that I do represent Meals on Wheels, and I represent the older people. And the older generation, they love food, but they love that food to taste good. And there's a lot of people that have the food, but the food is too hard, or the food is not cooked well enough. And so, like me with false teeth, we can't eat that food. So then the people end up not eating the food, so they throw it in the trash or throw it away because they don't have good tasty food. And it's very, very important for them to have good tasty food. It's very important for them to have a healthy diet. It's very important for them because they are the older generation, and they need that nutrition.
So from your perspective, and this is really important, right? Like, food needs to taste good. I like that. That makes sense. Sean, Fairfax County Public Schools?
Yeah, so I would say the one takeaway is, if we look at the hierarchy of needs, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, food is right there, right at the base. You can't be successful without food. So instead of specifically demonizing any specific foods, we should really just expand the access, because that opens so much opportunity for every single person, whether you are a student at Fairfax County Public Schools, or you are a college student, or you are a Meals on Wheels recipient. It opens up access.
Charlie.
Yeah, I entirely agree with that. I think, food can represent so many great things to so many people. It can represent culture, community, art, but it's also at its base opportunity, and having the social mobility that food can provide to you is one of the biggest determinants of your trajectory.
Che, you're a professor, you're an expert at urban agriculture, you grow stuff. What do you want people to understand that you think they don't or should understand better?
Yeah, well, thanks for that question. So I was here on the first food tank.
I remember that.
First one. So we're still talking about some of the same issues. I think, like I said earlier, one of the things I haven't heard is that, and there are some countries that it is mandatory for young people to have an agricultural education in primary and secondary. It's mandatory.
Now, when you say agriculture education, you mean like how to grow it?
How to grow, biointensive, agroecology, that is mandatory. And until we really get there, we might be the same place here 20 years from now talking about the same things. We have to create a whole new cadre of younger people with an understanding of the importance of food.
You do that. You work with young people, right?
I work with young people.
Are they interested in this?
Every young person who's come to the farm, and UDC has a 143-acre farm in Beltsville, Maryland, research farm. Every young person who's ever came there who did not want to taste a carrot or a tomato, after they tasted that carrot or tomato, whatever they tasted, they have changed forever.
Really?
Absolutely.
Every one of them?
Every one of them. Every one of them.
Okay.
Because it's different from what they tasted.
I'm coming to your farm.
Yeah.
Amanda.
Yes, I grew up on a farm, and now I'm a food retailer. So I understood that food is multi-solving. My father, he was given a terminal prognosis of cancer. He surpassed that by 18 years. So coming to Washington, D.C., I want us to see foods when we go in stores. They're not just products. They are life. This is our health, our nutrition, but it also shows our humanity. We like to sell local, healthy, and ethnic foods to make sure all cultures are represented, but we also do distribution weekly to make sure that people that historically haven't had access to those foods. So we give foods away as well.
Sharante, DC Central Kitchen.
What I want everyone to take away from this is that, for me, I grew up in a household where Sunday meals were made every day. Grandma, aunties, they all made major meals like it was holidays. So in school foods, when we're feeding students and kids are remembering that, or they know how mom cooks, they know how grandma cooks, they know how auntie cooks, it's important that we mimic it in some type of way. It's important that we show them that we understand where they come from, what they're used to, but do it in a more healthier way. So if we say, oh, fried chicken, I love fried chicken, but here in DC Central Kitchen, we call it oven fried chicken. So it's important that we show how we mimic to our kids, that we understand what the things that they like.
And with the kids, like with the seniors, it's got to taste good, right?
Must taste good.
And good food for you can taste good too. Okay, Tope.
What I'd like people to know as a farmer is the power that lies in your hands. And that power starts from, first of all, you go to a farmer's market and then you say, oh, I don't want this produce because it has holes in it. If it doesn't have holes in it, you don't want it. Because that means the insects don't want it. And if the insects don't want it, you don't want it too. Good food, good produce does not have to be shiny. Another power that you have that we often give away is the power to use your money wisely. A lot of people are under the illusion that, oh, it's food, it's grown on the ground, it must be cheap. So therefore, I can buy 20 pounds of kale for $5. No, you don't want that. Because you want food that you actually want to eat, food that does not make the farmer poor, and food that is grown with no harmful substances. So please use your power well.
Reagan, you get the last word on this. What do you see from your perspective that you think the world should see more clearly?
Yeah, I agree with everything that's been said. Food is sacred. And I think that when you are able to have young children understand that food is sacred, that we should be responsible with it, that it comes from somewhere, that we're growing it, that it has impact on how we feel and our health, then people grow up having a healthy and positive relationship with the foods that will allow them to live longer and live more fulfilled lives.
José Andrés said, among other things, these are his words, policy could be the way to end hunger. How many of you agree with that? Raise your hands. Oh, Jay's kind of hesitant there a little bit. How about the audience? How many of you agree with that? A good number. All right, but not everybody. But all right, so of those of you who said policy is the way to end hunger, what policy? What do you look to first that you think could make a difference?
So,
Tope, we'll come to you next. Go ahead.
Sorry, Tope. One thing that working in school food, the Child Nutrition Act of 1946 was created in the history of the Great Depression, because World War II, we had a draft and we weren't able to enact the draft, and we actually had to turn away able-bodied citizens because of malnutrition. We then created the Child Nutrition Act of 1946. That was a policy change that has enabled us to actually feed more students and to help protect our national defense. So through that, it wasn't perfect, but building on that progress is where we need to be going, and how we move forward with ensuring that we're providing that access, so that way our students, our adults, can expand their opportunity.
Are you saying that needs to be changed or amended in 2025?
Oh, I love it. I mean, don't change anything, because right now it's more so what's being chopped and not what's being added. What I would want is us to build upon the success that's already there, so that way we can provide more access to more students.
Tope?
So the three barriers to successfully farming profitably are land, labor, capital. And you see in the news now, many counties and many cities are giving their land away and water rights away to all these big tech companies who are building humongous data centers. What we would like to see is deliberate opportunity for farmers to get access to land. And because if there's no land, there's no farming.
So how would you do that? What policy would do that?
One of the first things to do is the USDA can first of all start by raising the $600,000 cap that they have on ag farm ownership loans. There's a cap of $600,000. There's no land in this area that you can buy for $600,000. So first of all, that cap has to be raised to match the reality of how much it costs to buy farmland. And secondly, the time it takes for you to get that loan is just not feasible. So there has to be a deliberate policy to make sure that land access is democratized.
Have you gone for loans?
I have, but it wasn't successful because nobody has time to wait for 1 year for the government to give you $600,000 to buy a $1 million property.
Go ahead, we'll go to Charlie and then up to Charlie. Yeah.
I just want to say, and I entirely agree, it is not one policy, it is a litany of policies. We are, fighting for food equity and for sustainability and to, end hunger. It's a generational approach, both for the consumer and for the growers. I mean, immigration policy, for instance. The backbone of our food system is undocumented peoples, and they're under attack. They're vilified. They are disappeared in our country when they are, and this does not determine their worth, they are some of the most important people in getting food on tables. And furthermore, SNAP. I mean, supplemental nutrition assistance is one of the most important things for making sure that we have equitable food access in our country, especially in a country where there is, insane inequity.
Trey, I know you want to jump in, but Chef K, I know you got a mic, so go for it.
No, I was just, when the young lady here was talking about loans, the time is different. I know farmers down
Put the
south.
mic up.
I know farmers down south. So some of the black farmers might get a year to get a loan. Other farmers, 6 months. So, and you're working on biological time when you're farming. So it's a whole different concept. When you do not do one thing 1 year, you can forget about it. You might not ever get to do it again, or maybe the next year, if you're lucky.
When I asked, before you pass the mic, when I asked who thinks policy, is the way to end hunger, your hand didn't leap right up. Why is that?
No, because I've seen so many policies that have been put in place which have not been favorable to farmers who look like me.
So do you not have faith in policy, or do you think there's another way to end hunger?
It depends on who's putting the policy together.
Fair enough.
Depends on who's putting the policy together, and it has to be a bipartisanship kind of thing that's done.
Chef K?
I believe that the change comes in the choices that the audience, not just the panel here, makes. It is a holistic, and we need everyone to play the different parts because we all come in different dynamics that could help the ecosystem. So that change first starts with education, and my shirt tells my motto, my passion, and what I'm here for. It's all about educating, enlightening, and uplifting, and being able to elevate what your purpose and your cause is, but also your voice in that choice, and take action in the daily things, because it's not just about policy. Policy isn't gonna meet or match the gap where people have, I won't say failed, but we need that necessary change in the footwork to come from different parts of the ecosystem. So that's the people and where we come in. And me as a chef, I have learned so much about not just how to run a business, but to take my passion and what my mission was to create a restaurant model on zero waste, and zero waste, and what that means to me, because I put myself through college in public health policy through serving tables. I never saw myself owning a restaurant. One thing turned into the next, but my passion remained the same. It's how I wanted to educate people on how delicious food from local environments, farmers markets, local people like myself, can be delicious and healthy at the same time.
You talked about people. Gladys, I want to come down to you on this issue of policy, because Meals on Wheels, everybody know Meals on Wheels?
Yes.
Okay, everybody knows Meals on Wheels. Meals on Wheels gets money from governments at different levels, from volunteers. It's a community-based thing. What's your view on policy?
Well, the older people don't know policy. They don't know nothing about policy. They don't look at TV. They don't read the newspaper. Some of them do. Only thing that they know that thou SNAP is taken away from them, thou Social Security, thou Meals on Wheels is taken away from them. Everything is taken away from them. They work years and years and years and years to help to build a system, and then the system want to take it away from them. They don't know nothing about policy. And I'm just here to say today that there should be a policy that to help the older generation. There should be a policy that to help them to keep their food. There should be a policy to help them to keep their homes. There should be a policy that to help them to keep their medication and not sit back and be afraid of what's going to happen the next day. So this is the policy that they should have.
Let's talk about food and health for a minute, and food that can make us unhealthy and food that can make us healthy. Speaking again from your perspectives, your communities where you work and live, where you farm, teach, is healthy food readily available? How many of you think healthy food is not readily available in your communities? Reagan, start us off. Tell us about this.
Yeah, I live and teach in Ward 8. If you're not from DC or the DMV, Ward 8 is in Southeast DC, and it is the poorest ward in our city. There's only one grocery store in Ward 8. The entire population of multiple neighborhoods in the city, there's one full-service grocery store. When I'm in the classroom, we have a school garden. We're able to grow, cook, eat, and learn in the classroom. We have wonderful experiences. But then when a parent comes to me and says, hey, you made a kale salad in class that my student really loved, where can I get the ingredients?
They don't know.
Not that they don't know. I think there are a lot of organizations that are able to come in. We have farmers markets in the city, but as far as, after school, I just want to go grab something, there is no option.
What do you tell them?
I tell them that there are options outside of our ward, right? There are farmers markets, like Fresh Farm has a couple farm stands in the city that are on certain days.
But how do they get there?
Right, you have to take public transit. And I think often when I am telling parents how they can get some of these foods to be able to cook the recipes that their students enjoy, it's a bit of a challenge. I'm not just saying, you can go XYZ. It's, you're gonna have to take this bus, you're gonna have to make sure it's on this day, make sure that you're bringing your benefits so that you can get your dollars matched. It's not as simple as if you're living in other parts of the city where you might have multiple options or have delivery services available to you.
Amanda, your fresh food factory tries to address this very thing. A, what is your community like? And B, tell people what you're doing.
Yes, so I live in Anacostia. That's east of the Anacostia River. If you're familiar or not, you definitely have to come. So we are looking to actually change that narrative by leaps and bounds. We don't want it to be called the food desert anymore. It held that moniker for many years, or they call it food apartheid. I came from a farm, lived in DuPont Circle when I first came here. Everybody saying, don't go east of the river. But as I matriculated through Eckington, Columbia Heights, I saw a huge difference. And I saw a lot of people, had health disparities when I went east of the river. So it reminded me of my father. I always say, I didn't choose this life, it chose me for such a time as this. So I saw a lot of parallels, and I saw how I needed to be the change that I wanted to see, not just for me and my family, because again, we had to travel far. Thank God we did have a car to actually go to other parts of the city, go to Virginia, go to Maryland, but everyone is not that fortunate. So we started the market. I grassrooted it, bootstrapped it. It was just me that started the market. I didn't have any investment, any funding, any of that.
And it's a market to sell what?
It's a market to sell local, healthy, and ethnic foods, and we provide training around that. We can't just provide access to the food. We have to have the training to match so people can understand the benefits of certain foods, where to actually get it from, and how they could actually be a part of the ecosystem. If they're looking for space to actually sell food, we work with different farmers. If they're looking for places to actually make the product, we have an incubator model, and we're doing that, and we're opening 2 new locations east of the river. So we'll be in every zip code east of the Anacostia River, making sure people could come to our locations, and it will be within walking distance.
Are you profitable?
I would say selling grocery, we know that there's a nominal margin in grocery is basically non-existent. But again, we do a lot of training. We do certification training. If anybody's looking for alcohol safety, food manager certification, we were the first to bring that east of the river. Different classes that we offer, nutrition, wellness. Again, it's about that balance. People need the education along with the access. So that's the crux of what we do in our membership as well.
Trante, thoughts on this one?
Sure. I can speak as a mom of 9 children who are now adults.
You get an award for another sort of that.
I am a mom of 9 who are now adults, all different palates of how they eat, all very picky, you know. And then you have one that will just eat every and anything. It doesn't even matter. And so now working where I work with DC Central Kitchen and working with children, it allowed me to take my personal experience as mom and go into schools and incorporate healthy eating and showing kids how fresh fruits and vegetables are very good. And there's ways that you have to get them to be a part of it. So we have this thing called Fresh Feature Friday. Fresh Feature Friday introduces our kids to different kinds of vegetables, how we may do the vegetables, the same way as you talked about broccoli. So we have broccoli like sauteed, we have soy ginger broccoli, we have all different, these like 3 different kinds of broccoli, and we introduce them to the kids. And this also helps the kids be able to speak for themselves and say, hey, oh, I like this, no, I don't like that. Oh, this is really good. So it's important that as a mom, I know that I can send my kid to school and they're getting something that's important for them.
But what happens to that kid who has fallen in love with broccoli and goes home to his or her mom and says, let's get broccoli, and can mom get the broccoli easily in these communities?
Healthy corners. Yes, we have, well, the ability to be able to do so is to use healthy corners where not just so much as coming to a particular place or whatever, they come into the community. We come into the community and we give out the fresh fruits and vegetables. So if they do not have the accessibility to travel here, travel there, we will locate near a school or at a school and give out fresh fruits and vegetables and fruit, canned foods, all of those things that make it accessible for kids to have.
Tope, I saw you grab that mic.
Yes, so one of the things that we do now is work with DC Central Kitchen to put fresh produce in corner stores in DC. And that's trying to bring access to people who ordinarily don't. But one thing that we also do, because I think, you know, food education and the linkage between food and health is not really just the people who are food insecure. Also, people who look like me are food insecure because of education. So one thing that we do in our stand, Dodo Farms, is that before you see the price of the produce, you're going to see the benefits of the produce in front of every single produce that we sell in Silver Spring or in DC DuPont.
So like, what do you say? Like next to the produce, what do you say as a benefit?
So we'll say,
how do you make that clear?
Rich in vitamin K, this, and then it helps you to sleep or eat or do something. Like you can see something that piques your interest. Because then you're picking kale, not just because it's kale and everybody says it's good for you, but because you want this particular thing that it does have.
So let me throw a jump ball up to this group. You know, in the audience here, we have people who are working in food systems at a variety of different governmental levels. We have people who produce food or who work with food companies. What can government do? What can we do to increase food access in these communities? What particular suggestions or thoughts do you have for the room? Let's start with Chef K.
To definitely educate people about the different programs and make it more accessible, because DC does have programs like DC Central Kitchen or Bread for the City, which I grew up on. My grandmother volunteered at Bread for the City for 50 years. And that is an accessible program similar to Meals on Wheels that helps get food, seasonal food from different farms, whether it's not just Thanksgiving time that you can go and get a food package. And now that we have the government shutdown, you're seeing more food banks and different things offering, but this is something that is available even when the government isn't shut down. So for people to understand, but to have a central place, I feel like what Gladys also mentioned on where people can find the programs that are offering, because even for my restaurant, we work with food in a bag, which was how I reduce waste. They would come and pick up whatever access. They would deliver it to the homeless. I also work with other nonprofit organizations and homeless shelters to feed and to meet the disparities, because there are disparities in different wards, but how can we close that gap is to put the information out there, make it more accessible, but to also do your part. If you know a neighbor, you know someone who may need this program, is to share that knowledge across the board.
Okay, Charlie, and then Che.
I mean, there are things we can do on the institutional level. Obviously, investment in local food systems, uplifting small and medium-sized farmers who are, creating food that's both more sustainable and also more equitable, both in growing and consuming. But then doing the things, again, on the community level of advocating for those who might not be able to advocate for themselves, making it so that you can be an active part in your food system. When we talk about a local food system, the consumers and just people in general are so important to how this all works. And if we can increase education around these issues, then we can do a better job of working together to solve them.
Charlie, I got to put you on the spot here for a little bit, if you don't mind. You're like incredibly knowledgeable about all this stuff, right? And you're a student here, so it's why we like working at GW for students like Charlie. Why do you care so much about this?
I've been cooking since before I could stand, I think. My first memory was standing on a stool in my kitchen, stirring a pot of red sauce that my mom was making.
He was also on Chop Jr.
Okay, well.
Now we know.
A long time ago, a different Charlie, but it is so important to me. It's so important to my culture and identity. My dad's Filipino, my mom's Italian. It's both very food-centric cultures.
We don't want to visit your house, Charlie.
Yeah, my kitchen's pretty fun. But I think food has been so important to me. And I know how important it is to everybody else, but not everybody gets the opportunity to care as much about what they're eating and what they're cooking. And I want more people to have the opportunity to do that.
Great. Che.
Yeah, well, one of the things we have to produce more food producers, more growers. We got to get more growers. And also making them more intelligent growers and also helping them to sustain the planet while they're doing this growing.
Is there a role for government in that?
District of Columbia, at UDC, we have something called the Beginning Farmers Program. We bring in people who live in DC, find those who are interested. They put them in a 3-year incubator program, teach them everything they need to do to grow from seed to plate. Insurance, safety, growing systems, which type of growing systems produce the most food. We teach them all of that. So we need to do more of that. We have to do more of that. We need more growers.
Che, let me stay with you for just a minute on this, again, because of the people who are in this room. Do those students who want to become perhaps urban farmers have the support that they need? Do they need things that this room could help provide?
Yeah, because
here's your chance.
Be at the farmers markets when they're there to buy their produce. Yes. We have a farmers market this week at one of the food hubs, East Capitol and Southern Avenue at that food hub. We have a farmers market every Friday at our Lamont Riggs Bacchus campus. So yeah, support the farmers, support them. Come out and buy the produce. Very simple.
To kind of bounce off of Che as well as Charlie, food resilience is extremely important when it comes to ensuring food access and having food access in a general sense. Rewind 5 years ago during the pandemic, we saw what happened when food systems or food supply chains started to bend. They started to break because we didn't really have that solid foundation when it came to our supply chains. Feeding hundreds of thousands of students and ensuring that they're still getting a meal every single day, the way that we were able to mend that supply chain was by ensuring that we had local dairy products, by ensuring that we had local bread products, by ensuring we had local produce. So going off Che as well as Charlie's, if we could build out our food resilience and build out our food system so it's more of a localized hub instead of having it being this huge hub that's going to increase food access, it's going to bring down the price, and it's also going to make sure that we're able to sustain the next pandemic.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I would definitely say the role of government in this is critical to everything that we do. As a retailer, both district government and federal government have been instrumental to our success. I definitely say Mayor Bowser, DMPED, DSLBD, Capital Impact Partners, and WakeIF, they have helped us to secure more than one location so we could make sure that residents have access. That's creating equity throughout the District of Columbia. So we've been able to acquire new spaces. So that's definitely something that, helped close the loop. But also from federal government, we are working on our distribution efforts, making sure that we support our incubator members as well as other caterers, other restaurateurs, other grocery stores, and making sure that we connect farmers to these institutions. So that's definitely something that we are undergoing right now with federal government support, but without it, we couldn't really touch as many lives, but the funds need to continue so we could do much more.
Another word we've heard here today a lot is sustainability, right? Sustainable agriculture, sustainable diets. How many in the room think about sustainability when you buy, consume, think about food? Let's talk about that. What does that mean for you? Again, from each perspective. Tope.
Can I say something about what government can do for farmers? One thing that the government can do today is to remove the barriers to applying for capital. If any local, state, or federal government sends out a grant application, we can apply because I'm a CPA and I have time. But imagine a farming business where it's just my husband who has to till the land, doesn't have access to labor, and then he has to fill a gazillion pages of forms. It's almost as if you don't want to give people. Or what about the farmer who is not educated? So that's one thing that can be done. The second thing is also business capacity. Whenever we're training farmers, we have to also train them about business. Because without that, if you think about it, 51% of Maryland farmers earn less than $10,000 a year. That is not a business that anybody can go into.
Where does that number come from? $10,000 a year? You can't be in business at $10,000.
You can't be in business. So you have to have extra jobs. And so how do you have extra jobs and still meet the growing needs of this community? So, but also, I have to go in, do pivot tables, look at the different markets and say, no, we're not going to grow this because it's not profitable. How many farmers can afford to have somebody on their team to do that?
So while you've got the mic and bouncing off, how many farmers can afford to think about sustainability?
Not a lot. Not a lot, because it's a very tight margin and very tough business and very involved. But I think we have to be thinking about sustainability because the climate is telling us that we must. But the reality, the economic realities makes it hard for many farmers to be able to do this. We don't farm with any chemicals, any pesticides, no harmful things at all. But we know how expensive that is and how that cuts into our margin. A lot of farmers don't have the luxury to be able to do that.
Anybody else on sustainability? Yeah, Reagan. Tope, can you pass that? There we go.
Thank you. I think that sustainability and food education kind of go hand in hand.
Are you doing that?
We are. So in our classrooms, we compost everything that we eat. So if a kid tries something that we prepared and it's not their favorite, it's not completely going to waste. It goes into a compost bin, and we teach about compost, how the compost, either the worms are going to eat it. They love like feeding the worms the food that they don't want to eat. But if the worms
are good,
worms are good. Worms create good compost, and that good compost can help us grow more food. And it kind of closes the loop in understanding how important food is for our lives. The foods that are good for the planet are also good for our bodies as well. And I think being able to instill that in people and for everybody to understand will not only help our planet, but also our public health measures as a country.
Shante?
When I think about sustainability, I think about what, in the school aspect, coming from being a school food service worker, the sustainability of making sure a child eats every day. Breakfast, lunch, supper, or snack. It's important that that is sustained for them because we are not in their homes. We don't know what they're going through, what their parents are going through. So it's our job to make sure that they have something to eat. Breakfast, lunch, snack, supper. Sustainability to make sure a child can come to school and strengthen their bodies, empowerment in their mind, and building the community. That's what our mission stands for at DC Central Kitchen.
Che, you practice this and you teach it. How do you factor sustainability?
Yeah, first of all, I'd just like to say, sometimes we get confused with the terms sustainability and organic. They're not the same thing. There's some organic farms who are not sustainable. There are some sustainable farms who are not organic. So what we have to do is just, like I said, I've only ran into one really kind of true sustainable kind of thing that we've started teaching. I mean, it's taught all over the world, though, but I advise everybody to really look at it. It's called biointensive agriculture. If you read that book by John Jevons, that is a sustainable form of food production, 100% sustainable. Not a lot of outside inputs, no mechanized tools, but a sustainable way to practice agroecology. Very sustainable.
Sean, quickly, and then I want to go around for a final thought from everybody.
Yeah, when I look at sustainability, when I think about sustainability, I think it's anything when you do progress, it's incremental change. One thing that I'm a part of, which is I'm really proud to be a part of, is the Urban School Food Alliance, which is a group of, or alliance of all of the largest school districts in the United States. And as one of the co-chairs of the sustainability initiative, it's about identifying pieces. One thing that Fairfax County Public Schools did, and I know there's other school districts that are looking through the lens too, is we switched from plastic wrap, plastic utensils to now wooden utensils. We measured that we quantified that impact. 70,000 pounds of plastic a year is what we saved by making that one switch. It's not saying that we have sustainability across the board. We can always improve on that, but that's one little switch.
Okay, I'm going to challenge all of you to answer this last question with a sentence, just a quick line. It says here, first annual Food and Agriculture Policy Summit. When we come back for the second annual Food and Policy Summit, what should people in this room strive to have done, changed, learned, passed along as a result? You each get one line, so it's going to be quick. But give us, we started with what the takeaway should be. Let's conclude this conversation with something from the ground that we can actually do and point to a year from now. Reagan, you want to start?
I would hope that when we all conclude today, everybody visits their local farmers market, pick something maybe they've never tried before, and create a relationship around that food.
Okay, great. Tope.
Visit a farm.
Visit a farm.
Grow your own.
I'd say cook and eat with sustainability, empathy, and, the impact that you're having in mind.
To help the older people that are sitting home in wheelchairs and can't get out, to have better food, and to be able to have more delicious food because they can't get out.
Chef K.
I have two things for people to do. I would love for someone to, or everyone here, to research and visit Glenwood Museum. It's a sustainability museum. They will give you an outline and teach you there. It's a beautiful place. They also do farming and gardening. And my second thing to take away is a tool to invest in yourself and then apply it back into the community, whether supporting a small business like myself through learning how to cook more sustainable or to grow in your home. And I can help you with that.
Now, that actually was one sentence. Very well done.
Ask your kid what they had for lunch today.
So I would say this, agriculture is the mother of all sciences. So if we can get this implemented in our schools to teach young people this at a very early age, like I said, 20 years from now, we'll have a whole different food culture in this country. That's the only way it's going to happen.
Build on what you learned today and use it for the whole next thing to come. Believe in your kids, trust your kids, go into the schools and see what your kids do every day with food.
As José Andrés said, we need new recipes, and we've got some very good ideas for new ones here. I just want to say one other thing. It's been my pleasure to be at this university for nearly 20 years now, and about 15 years ago, I started a project called Planet Forward, which has students go out in the field, go into the community, and learn, and then tell the stories to raise the profile of some of what they have heard. They have done stories on Che Axum from his farm, on the Fresh Food Factory, and on DC Central Kitchen. We need to tell these stories and get this word out, because the work that you are all doing and the things you care about, we need to know it, and we need to raise the profile. Thank you very much for an amazing conversation. Thank you
so much. Thank you. Keep the round of applause going. This was great. This turned out so well. Thank you all for being here. Thank you. This was fantastic. Thank you. Thank you so much. Frank is such a great storyteller, and all of these panelists were great storytellers. Thank you so much for being here. Before we continue, I just want to thank a few of our in-kind partners: Athletic Brewing, Blue Diamond, Farmer's Fridge, Fresh Farm, JJ McDonald, Carrie Dairy, Maker's Mark, Traditional Medicinals, and Whole Chain. You can give them a round of applause. And I should have said this at the beginning. I hope that you meet people today that you haven't met before, and you'll have time to do that at the reception or when you're out in the hallway, when you take a break. But I think it's really important that all of us try to talk to people who we haven't been able to talk to. Who we haven't been able to talk to before, because it's just, I think that's how we learn new things, and it goes back to what I said at the beginning: listening to people maybe we disagree with. Maybe that's the way to move forward. I also think that when we have these policy conversations, and we have who we call experts in the room, we need experts who are actually in the field every day. And I can't overemphasize the importance of listening to farmers who are regenerating the land, nourishing their communities, providing opportunities for young people to thrive. So that's why I'm really so excited that in this next session, we have the chance to hear from Gerardo Martinez, the founder and owner of Wild Kid Acres in Edgewater, Maryland. And he's brought a whole crew of people, of young people to be with him. So please give him a round of applause.
A lady pulled into our driveway. She got out of her car, said hi to my dad, and broke down crying.
As a former Marine Corps officer, and I'm also Mexican and Arab, empathy isn't my strongest suit that I can bring to the table. So we start off this story about how our farm has come to be with that impetus of how it started, because I kind of want to showcase the impact of what a farm can do beyond just growing food. So first, can you guys please give a round of applause for my security detail here? They're a little bit more nervous than they look, but I want to talk about how my farm came to be. So like I said, I was in the Marine Corps. After the Marine Corps and the Naval Academy, I served within the corporate world, worked for a billionaire doing mergers and acquisitions, and I absolutely hated it. It was awesome to get business acumen, but absolutely hated it. But she's singing right now. But afterwards, I started my own leadership development company, which took me on a trip to Africa and Cameroon. And in Cameroon, we stayed on a farm. My wife decided to come with me because she's just as crazy as I am. And we stayed on a farm when they were going through their civil war. And it was beautiful. You didn't even know there was a war going on, because the farm was not just where they grew food. It's also where they went for community. It's where the church was. It's also where the school was. It's where you went if you felt bad. It's where you went if you felt good. It was everything to them. So when we came back to the United States, this was in late 2019, I told her, I was like, I'm buying a farm tomorrow. And we went through the whole gambit of looking for land. Access to capital is an issue. And we found this basically abandoned lot that select neighbors around Maryland decided was a free dumping ground. And we saw it and we were like, we can afford this. So I convinced my wife, who is a city girl right here, and I said, we're gonna move in, we're gonna start a farm. And we did. We moved into an RV. She got pregnant with this beautiful little thing right here, and she almost tried to kill me every single day. But I built the house on the farm by myself. And while I was doing that, I had to regenerate the land because it was toxic. So as I would build the house, I would remove trash from the yard and get really deep into regenerative agriculture. What I didn't know is that where we live, everybody is super nosy. And people kept driving into my driveway, asking me what I'm doing. Why are you doing this? Why are there wood chips on the ground? Why are you moving the animals every single day? What is going on this property? All while there was trash everywhere. So we were very close. This is the United States. We don't want to get sued, so we didn't let anybody on. But then at the end of 2020, a lady drove in and cried right in front of me. I can stare at you and you can cry at me, and I will not do anything because I just can't do that. But she convinced us to open up. And over the course of the next few years, we saw something really amazing blossom into something more, something just like what was in Africa. The first year we were open in 2021, we saw 6,000 visitors over the course of just Saturdays and only open for 2 hours. My wife also tried to kill me at that point, but it was all right. But then something more happened here, something more. We started just investing into the community. We would grow food and give it away. We would do a lot of the things that would happen in Africa, but on a much different scale in the United States. And then we started advocating for farmers, and other farmers started coming to us and be like, what are you doing right? What are you doing wrong? And I was like, most everything we're doing wrong. But it started becoming this community center, just like we talked about. We built a barn with the help of the community, and these kids actually helped build the barn one by one, yeah. Last year alone, we saw 50,000 visitors, which is insane for a small family farm. But we started realizing that we had something more. We needed a way to strategically direct the farm. So I asked the kids, and they started asking me questions. So it's like this.
How do we grow food ethically and still care for the planet?
Why does the food in my school taste so different than the farms?
¿Cómo muestro mi cultura cuando cultivan amarillo?
Why isn't anyone helping the farmers?
How do I continue my father's legacy?
Why aren't there farmers that look like me?
Comment est-ce que je peux être en lien avec ma communauté?
How can I become a farmer?
So these questions from these kids started making us decide on where the strategy would go, because they know where the friction points are better than anybody else in this room. We realized that policy was an issue. We realized that access to capital, everything that is hard in farming, these kids noticed within the first 5 minutes. So we decided to change our way. We decided, how do we create the next generation of farmer? How do we really focus on growing the brand, growing the access, growing the support for farmers? So this, actually 2 months ago, we launched the first ever franchise in farming, where these kids can go to any city and start a franchise, and I will support them with marketing, access to markets, capital, everything that they will need in order to become a successful farmer. In the United States, that's a lot. And I think as we go through the rest of this kind of doom and gloom of policy, I think we really need to take a look into where are we placing policy emphasis? Where are we investing our money? Because if it's for us today, that doesn't really matter. We're gonna die soon. If it's for the next generation, that actually matters. These kids are gonna grow food and feed your kids. They should be the priority within everything you write, everything you invest, everything should be the next generation. My farm doesn't matter unless my grandkids can take it over. Yeah. Thank you. And we live in a world where I believe that the light of a single candle can extinguish all the darkness in the room, right? I have a lot of light on here on stage with me, but it is really hard to get our voice out there as farmers. There is not a lot of access. We're very privileged. And I just want to recognize two people who have really supported me and growing my farm, even when we were nobody, those trash people that lived on farms. I would love for Danny and Bernie to come on up here, please. I just want to recognize them really fast. So we want to, in case you couldn't tell, the cowboy hat is part of the brand. So we want to recognize them by giving them part of our culture. Here, give them a cowboy hat.
Thank you so much.
He's got
This
yours
is
right behind
great. Oh my gosh, this is fantastic.
you. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You know, I've traveled the world and listened to these guys create amazing events. Like, this is amazing. The opportunity to sit on a stage and talk, and these kids having a voice is insane. No other like farmer can do that. So I'm very excited. Thank you so much. Thank you for everything.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Keep that round of applause going. Thank you all so much.
Everybody
Thank
take a
you.
bow.
Thank
Take
you.
a bow, take a bow, take a bow. Thank you, everybody.
Whew, that was powerful. I'm gonna wear my hat for a little bit. Keep the sopranos going. They deserve like a standing ovation as far as I'm concerned. That was amazing. So in this next conversation, we're going to talk about expanding access to protein sources and the innovations that can make that possible. So I'd like to welcome our panelists. Bruce Friedrich is the president of the Good Food Institute. Please give him a round of applause. I've known Bruce almost my whole adult life. We're about the same age, so it's nice to see him. Juliana Potts is the president and CEO of the Meat Institute. Give her a round of applause. Anne McBride is the vice president of impact at the James Beard Foundation. Give her a round of applause. Good friend to Food Tank. And moderating this conversation is the wonderful Chloe Sorvino, an author and a journalist at Forbes magazine. Give her a round of applause.
All right, should we start this? I'm so thrilled to be here. You know, I'm so inspired by what we've been talking about today, and the truth is that time is running out. What I've learned from my journalism and writing my book, Raw Deal, Hidden Corruption, Corporate Greed, and the Fight for the Future of Meat, is that the climate crisis is here and it's only getting worse. There are cattle herds over the past few years that have died because of extreme heat. There are farms, both from animals and the soy and corn growers that feed these animals and kind of underlie this whole problematic system. You know, they've been taken away from hurricanes and extreme weather and mudslides. There is soil that's been just horribly depleted, waterways that have been polluted, airways that aren't producing clean air anymore. And, you know, examples of environmental injustice abound with all of this. And, you know, we're talking about access and sustainable ways to, you know, get more protein to those who need it, but I don't think we can do that without really addressing the climate implications first and foremost, because we really can't let policy hold back progress. And now is the time for courage. Now is the time to not hold back. And yet we're still, you know, in this situation where Argentinian beef is getting a bailout. American ranchers and farmers are devastated and deeply betrayed. These bailouts are going to manipulate the markets that are, you know, even are more manipulated than they already have been. And at the same time, that's just scratching the surface, right? I mean, there's ICE raids that are creating major disruptions in the food supply chain, and worst of all, stripping away the dignity from these workers who feed us all and deserve that dignity more than, you know, anyone else. And so with that, I'm gonna turn this into a little bit of a hot seat for a second. You all have positions of access and power in this food system. You all have a platform to create change. And so I want to know, what are you doing with that power and access to get change and advocate for change, specifically on a climate and environmental policy level?
Are we starting with
Anyone?
me?
Yeah, feel free, hop in.
Thanks very much, Chloe, and thanks to all of you, and thanks to the sponsors of the event. Very impressed by what Food Tank and the Global Food Institute and the Culinary Institute of America have pulled together. And yeah, I think that's about the most important question we could ask. 20 years ago, the UN Food and Agriculture Organization released a report called Livestock's Long Shadow. And they said that the current method of industrial animal agriculture is responsible for all of the worst environmental harms that exist, from soil desertification to climate change to biodiversity loss, et cetera. 19 years later, we're actually producing globally more than 100 million metric tons more than we were producing then. It's now more than 370 million metric tons. So my organization, the Good Food Institute, recognizes that since 1961, every single year, the world has consumed more meat. We've hit a new global record every single year, despite an awful lot of pushback from environmentalists and global health experts and animal activists. It just keeps going up. The solution can't be convince people to eat less meat. That might be part of the solution, but it can't be the end goal in the same way that fossil fuels keep going up. The world's gonna consume more energy, they're gonna drive more miles, so we need renewable energy and electric vehicles. They're also gonna eat more meat, so we need innovation in meat. And what the Good Food Institute looks at is, what would it look like to turn plants into something that tastes exactly the same from the perspective of the consumer and that costs the same or less? So this isn't crappy veggie burgers that you don't like. It's literally indistinguishable and the same price or lower, which is exactly the philosophy of renewable energy and electric vehicles. And then the other half of it is, let's remove the inefficiency of growing live animals in the same way that you can take a seed or a cutting from a plant and grow a whole plant. You can take a small amount of animal muscle or animal fat and grow more animal meat. And it's very early days in both the plant-based meat and the cultivated meat endeavor, but at scale, they'll require a fraction of the land, cause a fraction of the climate impact, and open up access for protein to a lot more people. So the global food system right now, 3 billion people cannot afford a healthy diet, 700 million people are malnourished. This uses so much land and so many fewer resources that food prices can come down and we can feed a lot more people.
Yeah, thank you. Julie?
Yes, I am also really pleased to be here, and maybe you'll be surprised that I agree with a lot of what Bruce just said in terms of having multiple ways that we can provide more, in my case, animal protein made from real meat to a hungry population. Meat, animal protein continues to be the most densely nutritious and satiating for people, for young people, for older people, and for pregnant women. Highly nutritious. What we're doing at the Meat Institute, and we represent the conventional processing and packing industry, as well as new entrants. So members of the Good Food Institute that do cell-based meat have also joined when they have a grant of inspection from Food Safety Inspection Service at USDA, are eligible to join our organization, and they have. Meatable is also a member of the Meat Institute. So what we've done together with our supplier members who work in environmental, animal welfare, and food safety arenas is create the last 6 years the Protein Pact for people, animals, and the climate of tomorrow. What does this mean? It means that we are tracking and engaging with our members on setting goals to reduce emissions, to improve worker safety, improve animal welfare, reduce food waste, pay attention to inputs and outputs in every way, measure, track, and report. So we have a lot to do. We have a lot of continuous improvement. But at the Meat Institute, we are providing those resources and tools to our members so that they can get better. Because 98% of households, when they walk into a grocery store, still walk out with animal protein in the market basket. So while technology, which we embrace wholeheartedly, going back to biotechnology and some of the other things that we've worked on together over the years, I believe in technology and food and solving some of our problems that we have with a growing population and reducing resources. But we're all going to need to have a really big tent and a very open mind about how we do that. And as José Andrés said this morning, there's not just black and white answers for everything we do. So that's what we're doing at the Meat Institute.
Thank you to the great team at Food Tank and GFI for
putting together this very impactful day. So at the James Beard Foundation, we work with chefs all over the country, and last year we launched our Climate Solutions for Restaurant Survival campaign. And it all started and was grounded in a research project with the Global Food Institute here. We were their first research partner. And that research, which is available on our website and on the GFI website, talks about the economic impact of climate change on the restaurant supply chain. And we are at a time right now when the restaurant industry is really under threat from absolutely everything, from climate change, from tariffs, from the increased cost of energy, from increased labor costs, the diminution of the labor force, especially around immigration and raids right now. So the threats are multiform. Consumers have less disposable income to also be eating out. So these imperatives really make it very challenging to be operating restaurants. The Climate Solutions campaign is all about policy advocacy, and we've had so far 80 meetings with members of Congress, 1,800 chefs engaged in roundtables all over the country. And so the demand there is for conservation funding to make sure that chefs have a resilient supply chain with their local farmers who are funded for practices that help mitigate the impact of climate change. So that's really crucial. And that, of course, benefits all of the communities when that happens. And then also fostering greater networks at the local level with community organizations and more operational exchange of solutions between chefs.
Thank you. Okay, Julie, I want to stick with you for a second because there is an inherent link between the consolidation and the top meat packers getting more powerful and that leading to stronger lobbying, which unfortunately in the past few years, just based on the data, we know that it's helped them either skirt environmental laws or even worse, actively push to dismantle them. There's also the other big recent change, I think it's worth pointing out right now, which the EPA has proposed to end the endangerment finding, which would pretty much end the entire legal basis for claims that greenhouse gases can harm human health and well-being. And so, I appreciate what you were saying about, a wide net and taking steps here. My question for you is, do you think meat packers are actually ready to take accountability? And also, what does that accountability look like? Is it marginal? How can we make it actually have real, sustainable, scalable, foundational impact and real meaning?
Yeah, I guess I would ask you what the accountability looks like, because I think that what our biggest companies that have the most plants and have the biggest global operations have the most resources to deal with the things that we're talking about. And so there is, I would say, a heck of a lot more money. I don't know what the composite is, but for our largest companies, a heck of a lot more money is being spent on research and development, looking at alternative ingredients in feed that would reduce the output of greenhouse gases like methane.
Sure.
Feed additives are one thing. There are already things in play there. Feed is a large source of where the technology is going. There's a company called Indigo Ag that is using this is way outside my lawyer brain, but microorganisms in the soil that is sucking the carbon in and reducing, even in growing feed, so these kinds of things are happening upstream in sort of scope 3 emissions, but they're being funded by Cargill and Tyson and JBS and Smithfield. The stories I could tell you go on, and it's downstream too. We have companies like Nestle and certainly Walmart and others that are funding all kinds of technological improvements that will improve downstream. So it's not just about money, and it's not just about sustainability of the businesses. It really is about being more sustainable across all the different areas that we have to be in to survive in the future.
Yeah, and I hear you on that. I mean, I think there are a lot of pilot programs out there, but that's, I think, the problem, that it's just at the pilot level. It's not, this is if Tyson's investing in this, why can't they actually, that's no longer. And by the way, I know Indigo very well. My sister works there, and she'll sell you carbon credits if anyone wants them. But
yeah. Well, and I think it's important too to recognize, we've talked a lot today about farmers. Mm-hmm. And farmers are the key to everything. There are, by USDA's estimate, 800,000 cattlemen in the country. 800,000 people to get on board to do things differently with the way they, maybe graze, adaptable grazing and regenerative agriculture. And I put that in quotes because it means a lot of different things to a lot of different growers. But there are lots of things to do, and it's really a question of getting everybody sort of pointed in the right direction. And we are trying really hard at the Meat Institute to do our part working with our growers as well as downstream customers.
Bruce, I want to bring you in for a second. There's like an interesting time happening in the alternative protein world too on this. I think Impossible Foods, the CEO, a week or two ago said that it was a mistake to lead with the marketing that it was a climate solution. What do you make of that, and how are you, kind of trying to take this moment where sales maybe aren't great and funding is leaving and trying to keep momentum?
I mean, our hypothesis from the beginning of GFI has been that you need delicious and cost-competitive foods. And our hypothesis has been that you need the incumbent meat industry. So we have been working with Meat Institute members from the very beginning, because what they're trying to do is sell high-quality protein affordably. Like, that's fundamentally the goal. And Boston Consulting Group has now looked at this. McKinsey has looked at it. The International Institute for Applied Systems Analysis. The analysis around plant-based meat and cultivated meat is that for every incremental 10% increase, you get about 1.3 gigatons of mitigation, not even including the land use benefits. That's about the equivalent of the entire world goes to EVs. It's significantly more at 10% than we just ground all airplanes. But people don't make food decisions on the basis of environmental concerns. Most people don't on the basis of animal welfare concerns. People are not going to choose to eat. They're not going to pay more for something that doesn't taste as good. So fundamentally, the plant-based meat, just like nobody's going to buy an electric car if there's no charging infrastructure and it only goes 100 miles. We needed to solve those problems to get up to 20% EVs globally, 50% in China. That's what we need to do on alternative meats.
Okay, well, so protein is one of the most expensive items that typically SNAP users are putting in their carts. It's one of the biggest things that they are trying to add more of. And obviously with SNAP about to end so cruelly, especially considering it's right before Thanksgiving, I wanted to ask about this, but I also want us to kind of think beyond the short term here. And if you're looking ahead, what are some bigger picture ways that you think we can help to change and diminish this gap of people who need more food and need to access better quality, more sustainable food? And do you want to start, and then everyone else can filter in?
So one of the best ways to do this is to expand SNAP to include prepared foods, right? And to include food that is prepared by restaurants. I know this is a very long battle, but from that perspective, this is where you can really start talking more about quality, about having the fact that you cannot buy a rotisserie chicken at Costco on SNAP, but you can buy raw chicken. If you don't have a kitchen, that does not help you. That is something that absolutely fundamentally needs to change in terms of getting people better nutrition.
Mm-hmm. Totally agree with that. And some of the discussion around the SNAP waivers has been about including exactly that. Make it easy for people, especially moms who may not have a lot of time. We've also worked, and this is again through Protein Pact, with food banks and closing the protein gap. I think Feeding America estimated 500 million pounds a year would close the protein gap for their guests. And that doesn't mean just donations. That means the creation of clean rooms, meaning, places that USDA would say you can take this subprimal and take it apart and package it right here on site. There's a lot that can be done structurally, and there are great endowed chairs at various universities actually looking at those fundamental infrastructure issues.
Yeah, I'm going to ask that we think globally for just a second, because fighting against hunger and malnutrition has plateaued since COVID. We're making progress. We've stopped making progress. About 15 years ago, we were feeding 700 million metric tons of corn and wheat to farm animals. Now it's more than 1.4 billion metric tons. If you look at the FAO annual report about hunger and nutrition, it really is about food prices. So that same analysis from McKinsey and BCG and IIASA, one of the things they said is if we stopped the inefficient process of growing so much feed to feed it to chickens and pigs and farmed fish, prices for everything, including meat, would come down. So prices for the cereals, prices for meat, and that would allow us to finally start making progress again. 700 million people are not taking in enough calories to sustain basic life functions. Almost none of them are in the United States. It really is a global emergency, and part of it is the inefficiency of protein production. We need to make, we need kind of all of the ways of producing protein, not the limited number we have now.
I have one more question for you, Bruce. 30-second answer only, though, because we're running out of time. And then I'll have one more for everyone that's the panel. José Andrés earlier was talking about how the president of China is like the biggest food-focused leader in the world. Tell us a bit about what your concerns are there and the national security issues we should all be thinking about.
Yeah, I mean, China is recognizing that food security is national security. In the year 2000, they were 100% food self-sufficient. They're now about 75% food self-sufficient, lower than that for protein self-sufficiency. And they're leading on innovation in plant-based meat and cultivated meat, which is turning this into a significant bipartisan issue. 11 Republican members of Congress wrote to the Director of National Intelligence and the Director of Homeland Security and said, we need to be prioritizing these ways of making meat in addition to, not in opposition to, in addition to the current methods. So I think making food policy bipartisan, and that's one part of it.
Okay, great. Last question for everyone here. If you had 5 minutes with President Donald Trump, what would you ask for? Because he's only going to give you maybe one, so.
Oh boy. I would ask for a future flow of a legal workforce, a future flow of legal workforce in this country to assist with all of our agriculture needs. And I would also ask for a return to free trade.
If I were to meet with him this week, I would ask him to do what he absolutely can do and fund SNAP right away and not let that expire for 42 million people as of Saturday. And then I would also talk to him about immigration. And he's mentioned 9 times the Dignity Act, and it's time to pass it. And he can make the call to make that happen.
Take a closer look at USAID and give them the funding that they need, especially for alleviating hunger and malnutrition and very preventable global disease.
Thank you all for convening here.
Thank you.
Everyone remember, now's the time to be radical, and we all have to do it together.
Keep the round of applause going. That was great. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Chloe. Thanks, Bruce. Nice to see you. So I'm very, very excited for this next conversation. Give her a round of applause as she's joining the stage. I get to chat with Congresswoman Nikki Budzinski. She represents Illinois' 13th district and serves on the House Committee on Agriculture and is actively working to support family farmers. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm so pleased to see you.
You're so welcome. Thank you for having me. It's an honor to be with such a great group of people.
We really do have a great crowd today. They're all experts and doing wonderful things. So I'm wondering, Congresswoman, if you can talk about some recent legislation that you co-sponsored. It's the Local Farmers Feeding Our Communities Act. It's really, really important, and it's doing some incredible things.
It is doing incredible things, and it's sadly a good example of something this administration has changed course on as it relates to food security in our communities. This was a grant program that came out of the Biden administration that helped to basically connect our growers with local food pantries to basically provide through grants market rate reimbursement or assistance to make sure that we can move fresh fruits and vegetables, other produce directly to food pantries and opening up more healthy options for those that are utilizing a food pantry. This was a wildly successful national program in the state of Illinois. We refer to it as Illinois Eats, but almost every state, I want to say, has some version of the state program to this local, to this federal program. It has been instrumental. I did a roundtable actually after the Trump administration canceled this grant program to hear from growers, to hear from food pantries, and across the board, there was a lot of support for this program. It worked very well. Solo Gratia, which is a local food producer, organic farmers in Champaign, Illinois, which is where I represent, they have a tremendous story to tell about all of the great fruits and vegetables they were moving to the food pantry, and now those options no longer exist. And it's just very unfortunate that a great program like that. So we have introduced legislation to reboot this program, to reinstitute this grant, the grant dollars for it. Something that I think has been very successful that the federal government has led on, and we shouldn't be walking away from.
Right. It was such a win-win-win in so many ways. And I'm wondering if you can talk about, what the food banks have been telling you and what the farmers have been telling you.
Yeah, well, what I would say, especially I heard the last speakers talking about, obviously, this cliff that we are up against on November 1st with SNAP and the recklessness of this administration not utilizing the resources that they could be utilizing to provide SNAP benefits. But, what I've been hearing, the pressures, that's just one of the latest examples on our food banks. But what I hear from them is that the need is really continued to increase. Right. Since COVID, families are coming in more and more. What I don't hear from food banks is we just have too much food and not enough people to need to have it, if only. That's not what I hear. The need is great. When you look at the fact that at a grocery store right now, food costs have gone up on average by about 29% since 2020, more and more families are looking to food pantries. And as I have visited food pantries and food banks in my district, we want to make sure that these families have full options, nutritious options, not just the canned foods, but access again to the fresh fruits and vegetables that this local food purchasing grant program out of the USDA, that program was so successful in helping to make that connection. What I hear from growers is they want to produce for folks that need the assistance, that need to eat. We all need to eat. No, our growers don't want children to go to school hungry. And they have the capacity and the ability to grow it. But again, we need to provide some assistance to just make sure that they're growing what we need, those healthy fruits and vegetables. And that's what the local food purchasing program really did, was to provide that market rate assistance to them, making it feasible for them to then provide those fruits and vegetables to food banks.
Right. And what you have introduced with your co-sponsors, it's bipartisan, correct?
It is bipartisan.
And what are you hearing from the R's on this? What are they saying?
Well, I would just say, I think hunger is not a Democratic or Republican issue. It should not be. Healthy food options should not be a Democratic or Republican issue. Yeah. Should be an issue that in the richest country in the world that we live in, we don't have children going to bed hungry. And so I do find, one of the things I've been serving on the House Agriculture Committee since 2022. It has been one of those places historically that has been bipartisan on issues like this. Obviously, the nutrition title, I know you heard from the great Jim McGovern, who knows nutrition better than anybody in the House, that's the nutrition title in the Farm Bill is critical to getting a farm bill across the finish line. And Democrats and Republicans have to come together to get that done. So I'm hopeful that with Republican support, we're going to get this program, the local food purchasing agreements program through the USDA, refunded, and we'll be able to jumpstart the Illinois Eats program again in my state.
Fantastic. Yes. Round of applause. You mentioned the Farm Bill, and I've heard all this talk about a skinny Farm Bill. Do you think that's possible this year? Or
well,
next year,
that's a big.
Whenever.
First, and I'm sure everybody in this audience is aware. Our Farm Bill expired at the end of September. Really, we have between now to the end of the year before we really start to see some of these programs. A lot of references to the dairy cliff and things like that that really do come into effect. The skinny Farm Bill. I think one of the things that's going to be fundamental in getting that across the finish line is to rebuild some trust. Right. The erosion and the breakdown of trust that has happened in Washington since the Big Ugly Bill, as I refer to it, passed. You know, one of the things that was really bad about that bill, on top of, you know, we can talk about Medicaid and SNAP, was that it did address some of the elements that are typically negotiated within a farm bill. And so I often refer to that Big Ugly Bill as kind of breaking apart the Farm Bill coalition, which is really connecting, you know, the nutrition title with reference prices, with crop insurance, connecting the full holistic bill. They address some of the reference prices in the Big Ugly Bill. So they kind of plussed up for some of our commodities, some of the things that they wanted to see addressed. Usually that is a leverage point that we utilize to making sure that we see that nutrition title fully funded. Once you take that carrot away, it creates challenges to getting a skinny farm bill done. Now, that being said, there are really important programs that were left on the cutting room floor as it relates to getting the full farm bill done. Some of the things that I've really championed in particular is conservation. I mean, conservation is incredibly important as it relates to the Farm Bill. It's actually why I voted against the Farm Bill when it went to markup. It was in markup in the last Congress. You know, they gutted, the Big Ugly Bill gutted the $14 billion of climate smart agriculture funding that as House Democrats, we wanted to see put into the baseline of the Farm Bill with the climate smart guardrails to it. That ended up being taken away in the Big Ugly Bill. So I think any skinny farm bill that is done is, I'm going to have to see what the Republicans are willing to come back to the table on. They horrifically cut SNAP, $187 billion of cuts to SNAP. And just to put that into some perspective, Danny, like last Congress, almost all of the House Democrats voted against what they were trying to do, which was just $30 billion of cuts to SNAP last Congress. Fast forward to this administration, we've seen now into law $187 billion of cuts. So that's what I mean about that breakdown of trust that has historically existed on the House Agriculture Committee. And I think that's going to be, just candidly, I think a challenge to getting a skinny farm bill done. But if Republicans are willing to meaningfully come to the table to address the concerns we have around conservation. I also have a lot of interest around agricultural research. As we've been investing in that, I represent the University of Illinois in Urbana-Champaign. We have things like the energy farm, where through agricultural research investment, we're able to actually mimic what 30 years from now, what the carbon environment is going to look like, and how we need to be building more resilient crop and plants. That takes federal investment in dollars and investment in our universities to do. So I use that as just another example that in a skinny farm bill, in order to get my support, I'm going to want to see nutrition addressed. I'm going to want to see conservation addressed, agricultural research, not just the priorities of the Republicans on the House Ag Committee.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I want to go back to the farmers in your district and what they're telling you right now with the shutdown, with all of the things that they're facing, including the climate crisis, the fact that they can't, provide fruits and vegetables to their local food banks. What are they saying to you?
Yeah, it's really interesting. I have an agricultural advisory council in my district that's made up of growers, it's made up of the university, so I listen to them very regularly. But I just actually a week ago had a really enlightening conversation in a machine shed of one of my farmers in New Berlin to just ask them, with everything that's going on, and this was post the news of the Trump administration providing the $20 billion of taxpayer-funded bailout to Argentina, of all places, our competitor. We grow a lot of corn and soybean in Illinois, so those are fighting words, for soybean growers in particular. But to hear from them, I hear what you would expect, which is like high input prices, low reference prices. Corn is about $4 a bushel now, which is very, very low. A lot of the uncertainty, talking a lot about trade and tariffs. They want access to markets. They'll say, we want, trade, not aid. They want to grow for the economy. They want to grow for the market, but they're losing access to market. And so all of that is putting a lot of pressure on them. And that, I think you'll hear that no matter who in the country is talking to a grower? I think they'd be lying if they didn't name one of those top 3 or 4 things. But the thing that I would say honestly really struck me the most, I asked them, I said, what is the thing that you're not hearing about in a farm bill that would be something that we really need to be addressing that you're not hearing? Right. And this farmer looked at me and he said, corporate greed. And I was honestly very kind of struck by that.
Yeah.
And, I think they are seeing too the consolidation of a lot of the industry. The small farmer is really a big farmer now. Right. Big ag versus little ag. I have, just as an example, I represent Collinsville, which is the horseradish capital of the world, if you didn't know that.
I did know that.
And it is considered a specialty crop. Yep. And specialty crop growers don't have crop insurance, right? So, the smaller guys and gals, they don't have that safety net. Right. When I ask my horseradish farmer, like, what do you do for crop insurance? They say pray. Like, right, I mean, so I do think, we talk around a lot of these big institutional issues related to the Farm Bill that always get addressed or try to be addressed. But I think there is something larger afoot in rural America, and it connects to agriculture. And I am certainly a Democrat that believes that with that opening, we have to have a values proposition for growers right now. And I think we have a unique opening because of all that's happening with this administration, that they might be listening in a more unique way than they maybe have ever in the past. And we need to walk through that door. I don't know, all of the answers to that, but I think a lot of it is showing up and listening to what they need. And I was just so struck that this farmer would say to me, corporate greed was something that was really top of mind for him.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to end, Congresswoman, with a call to action for this audience.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm really proud to be a member of the Sustainable Energy and Environment Coalition in the House of Representatives, and we are working on a Thriving Economy project, which is really leaning on our agricultural experts and stakeholders to help us craft kind of exactly what I was talking about. Sure. What is that vision that touches our small farmers, our small growers, our organic growers, and across the board. And so I would really ask for all of the expertise that's in this room is to connect with SEEK, maybe through you, Danny, if that's okay. Absolutely. And we would love to hear your inputs and your ideas, because I do think that this is a unique moment right now that we need to seize on.
That's a good point to end on. Thank you so much. Thank you for supporting family farmers.
Thanks,
Danny.
Thank
you for being here. Thank you so much. Keep the round of applause going. It keeps me going. In our next conversation, we are going to talk about the intersection of our food and healthcare systems to improve eaters' well-being. So please join me in welcoming our panelists to the stage. My good friend Dari Mazafarian, who is the director of Food is Medicine of the Food is Medicine Institute at Tufts University. Round of applause. Jennifer Duck is the Vice President of U.S. Public Affairs at Novo Nordisk. Give her a round of applause. And Leah Douglas is an agriculture and energy policy reporter at Reuters, and she'll be moderating. Give her a round of applause.
Great. Thanks so much, Danny. Hi, everyone. We're so happy to be here and excited for this conversation. It's been such an interesting day. I'm really eager. We had such a great conversation prepping just backstage, so hopefully we can just recreate it. And I, just want to start giving y'all an easy softball. What is Food is Medicine, and how are your organizations working on that? Dari or Jennifer, do you want to start?
Yeah, sure. So first, thanks to José Andrés and to Stacy Dean and to George Washington and Food Tank and Danny and Bernie and everyone for organizing this event. I love working with all of them. It's been so great. I'm a cardiologist, and throughout my whole training, it was pretty clear to me that diet was the biggest issue facing most of my patients, and yet we didn't learn anything about it in my 11 years of training, which was kind of shocking. And then the second big realization I had was when I started reading the science myself in the late 90s at the height of the low-fat diet fetish, in this country. Even in the 90s, the science didn't support a low-fat diet. It supported high healthy fat, minimally processed foods. And so that was the second big realization, that the science we had wasn't being translated to policy and to the public. And so to me, my career goal and my passion has been to drive that science to the public, to make sure the healthcare system integrates the top cause of poor health, which is nutrition, to be sure our communities have healthy food, people around the world have healthy food. So food as medicine is not about medicalizing food, it's about naturalizing our approach to health and really recognizing that food is dignity and joy and family and culture and taste and all these other things, but it is actually literally medicine. It's the most important thing we're all doing for our health every day, and yet somehow that's been forgotten. And so we are working on a range of policies, practices, discoveries to really make sure food is integrated into healthcare, into community policy, into the federal food programs, and into how we reward and incentivize our farmers.
Well, I'll echo and underline everything you said, starting with the thank yous. And thanks to GW and for everybody in the audience for being here and hosting this conversation. I think, again, so I don't repeat what Dari had to say, where we're coming from is obviously as a company that is looking to treat and defeat chronic diseases. Of course, you cannot ignore the role that food plays in those diseases. And so we have been looking at what does prevention look like and how do you prevent the chronic diseases from even happening in the first place. So we've been looking at, and our company has been focused very specifically on the prevention model. And so when it comes to healthcare, we have always talked about a continuum of care. Some people are going to need behavioral therapy, some people might need pharmacotherapy, and other people need something more serious, whether it has to deal with a chronic disease like obesity or diabetes or something else like cancer. And so you have to look at the whole continuum of care. And so obviously food and nutrition is a key part of that. So we have been focused on trying to turn that around. Obviously, we can't do it alone, but really investing in the food system and making sure that we're helping turn it around, make sure that fresh fruits and vegetables are available in communities, and working with partners in the business community and with organizations like GW and Tufts and others.
Well, both of you have emphasized prevention as a key aspect of both of your work. I mean, can you draw that out a little bit for a person's life? Moving through the world, food's expensive, healthcare is expensive, hard to access at times. What does it look like to incorporate these values of prevention in the day-to-day life?
It's a good question. I mean, I think there's no one answer. I mean, and I think that's where that's where our perspective is. And that's why I kind of always go back to the continuum of care and how there's no one solution. What we've been looking at is the connection between farms and agriculture with our food system and with our schools or with our communities, and whether we have food deserts and what are we doing about just converting different convenience stores, and what are we doing on education, kind of to your point of like, what do I as a person am I going to do, and learning the education of, as Dari says, and I know as José Andrés says, bringing the joy and the happiness to the food of like what it means to be celebrating and eating with food. And so how do we integrate that in a way that is healthy and easy, but also, it's got to be the full connection throughout the whole system.
I would actually turn the question a little bit on its head and say that we recognize that food is critical for prevention, but the principle of food as medicine is that food as medicine is also critical for therapy. It's a treatment. Most people in the country have diet-related disease. 14 out of 15 adults has cardiovascular disease or a cardiovascular risk factor. 14 out of 15 has abnormal cardiometabolic health. So most people are actually sick. And so we really need to think about food not as this long, distant horizon thing that's prevention that doctors and healthcare systems and policymakers will kind of shrug because they don't understand. But you have diabetes, we can treat you in 3 months or 6 months and cure your diabetes, or at least put it into significant remission. You have cancer, we can help you get through your chemotherapy. You have heart failure, we can keep you out of the hospital. You have obesity and you're on a GLP-1 drug and maybe you're going to go off it, because most people do, will help you maintain your weight. And so using it really acutely as immediate therapy. And of course, we also need to do all the systems and policy changes for the prevention. But food as medicine is really about the whole spectrum of using food. And what's exciting is it's actually really happening. So in Medicaid and Medicare and Medicare Advantage, private healthcare, they're all actually starting to implement these food as medicine therapies. And people say, well, why don't you try other approaches? Why are you focused on healthcare? Because of course we should be focused on other things. Since 1980, we've talked about nutrition facts panels and dietary guidelines and education and all these things, and yet the whole system is against the average person eating a healthy diet, particularly against somebody who has lower health literacy or nutritional literacy or income or lives in a rural community or is black or brown. It's even much harder to eat a healthy diet. And so for me, I follow the Willie Sutton rule. Do you guys remember Willie Sutton, the bank robber from the 1920s when he was arrested over and over again? Why did he rob banks? What did he say? Because that's where the money is, right? And so the policy rule is, where's the money? The money's in healthcare. $5 trillion in our economy is in healthcare. And people talk about the farm subsidies and corn subsidies. Those are like pennies, like pieces of pennies compared to the $5 trillion in healthcare. So if we can use a few $100 billion in healthcare to pay for healthy food, we can start to turn around the whole system, the extractive system, and start to reward farmers, retailers, food producers, innovators, and people for eating healthy food.
I think it's interesting, too. I mean, one of the things that Dari pointed out is that it's not something that you're taught in medical schools. And that's something that we've looked at a lot, is how, doctors aren't being taught about nutrition and what actually matters in terms of your eating. And many doctors don't have any more knowledge about whether the fad diet is actually the right science or not. And so
they have less usually education than their patients. Yeah.
But it is interesting because when you talk about actual treatment, you're not going to have a person who's been diagnosed with cancer and say, you know what, eat whatever you want. Don't worry about sleep. Get stressed out. We got your chemo. So of course you have to have the whole continuum of what is the right things, what are the right fruits and vegetables, what are the right diet that you need for inflammation, for different things, and that has to be part of it. But I think where we're coming from is how you look at that as an and conversation. And so what we don't want to do is turn this into a fight between healthcare and food. It's got to be, how do we all work together to get healthier?
Well, and you talked about, Dari, the moving some money from within the healthcare ecosystem, right? How, there's tons of resources can some be put towards this. We talked a bit about what the role of business is in the private sector and these initiatives. And, Jennifer, I'm curious, if you want to talk a bit more about, how you see, the private and public sector crossover.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I know you of course, you made the reference to how much money there is in healthcare, and I'm sure if you asked the congresswoman or other politicians, they would say there's too much money, and the only thing they want to do is cut it, not increase it. But we've seen that. And so what's happening, and I'm sure many of you in the audience already know, is there are a lot of different initiatives, whether it's community-based organizations or it's a private organization or it's a university that is going into communities and saying, how do we turn around the healthcare? How do we prevent for us chronic disease? And one of the things that we have done is there's a platform that we have that's called the interrupt.org. And what we do is we work with other industries. So in one case here in DC, we're working with Bank of America, we're working with the Marriott Foundation, and then we're also working with the nonprofits in DC to help address the healthcare system and the lack of food and the lack of, the Bank of America is looking at in the economic impact and housing. We have another organization that's looking at the mental health issues, because we also do know that the social determinants of health are not isolated. And if we only go after these things in silos, we're not going to be successful. So together, different companies are coming together, and I know you're going to hear from Instacart later, and they're part of it as well, where we're looking at, okay, you're bringing transportation, we're bringing food access, you're bringing mental health care services. How do we together work to revive a community and make sure that it's a healthy community where we can defeat chronic diseases?
So I think there's a facade, there's a fallacy that we've all been consciously or unconsciously believed and been made to believe that sickness is profitable. And right, there are many companies and health systems around the country making millions and millions of dollars on sickness. And it is not profitable, right? We're losing human productivity, we're losing kids learning in school, we're losing parents of kids who are going to be workers. The Rockefeller Foundation estimated that our economy loses $1.1 trillion every year from poor nutrition. Just from poor nutrition, $1.1 trillion. Over 10 years, that's $11 trillion. The entire argument over all the budget and the budget cuts from H.R. 1, the big beautiful bill, was $3.5 trillion, to put it in context. A fraction of this $11 trillion over 10 years. And so we have to make health profitable. This isn't going to work as a moral argument. This isn't going to work as a well, it's the right thing to do argument. This has to be framed in terms of just stark economics. And so we can show that diet-related disease is crushing our economy, it's crushing families, it's crushing American businesses through premiums. The year I was born, 1969, 5% of the federal budget was spent on healthcare. It's now 33% and going up every year. Why do we think there's all these arguments about what to do in the federal government between Republicans and Democrats? There's no money left. All the money's going to healthcare. The average family of four, for an average family of four, we spend $50,000 a year on healthcare in this country for every single family of four. That's astonishing. That's a huge waste of money, right, compared to what we could be doing with that money for the families otherwise. So to me, I think the private sector has to be part of the solution, along with policy and government and research. That's the triangle: research, science, government, and the private sector, to make health profitable. And food is absolutely at the foundation of that. Other things, sleep, physical activity, meaning in life, loving relationship, those are also important, but food is absolutely the foundation. And so that's what we're trying to do, is to show that line, that economic line between what we're growing, what we're eating, and how it's harming our economy. And that goes through healthcare, it goes through the federal nutrition programs, through school meals, through all the policies and all the money we're already investing. NIH, we could talk about NIH, how the National Institutes of Health doesn't invest in the top cause of poor health, which is research on nutrition. So all of these investments we're making are missing the boat. And I think what's exciting now is, I've been saying this for 25 years, Marion Nestle's been saying this for longer, nobody's been really listening. and now, people get it. People get it. The last 5 years, starting with COVID, there's been an awakening and a recognition. And so I think the last administration, the Biden administration, the Trump administration, the MAHA movement, there's recognition this is happening. And so, the food system is broken, the agricultural system is broken, and the health system is broken, and it's all interrelated. And so we really have a moment in time where we could, as a nation and as a globe, fix this, if we kind of actually get on the right track and do the right things. Yeah.
Well, you brought up the policy environment, which obviously is part of this conversation, the big beautiful bill, which made cuts to some food assistance programs. And then we're also seeing, other issues with the agencies and other cuts that are sort of coming down the line, probably not at the end of them. So what do you see as the way to push initiatives and values like this forward in this policy environment? I mean, you sort of mentioned that you find MAHA and the Trump administration maybe a promising moment. Others would disagree. I think it's not uncontroversial to say. But what do you see as sort of the opportunities, and then also, of course, obstacles of trying to solve some of these problems now?
Well, I think there's tension within the administration, right? It's not that everybody in the administration agrees. So I think the whole DOGE movement and just cutting everything and cutting the farm to school program and cutting USAID and, all of these things goes totally against the MAHA movement. And this just doesn't make sense. You can't do both. But there are real policies that have been announced in the MAHA strategy that, if implemented with science, if implemented with political independence, if implemented wisely, could really have a big positive impact. And so we can't be, dislike certain things and then so throw everything out. And so I think there's a moment to have Republicans and Democrats work together. Congress on both sides of the aisle, they're very interested in fixing food. I think one of the most interesting things is, if you watch any of the hearings that Secretary Kennedy has had, you have Republicans and Democrats saying, can you just please focus on food, right? And so that's a positive, that everybody does see that as a problem. So I think there are real challenges, but I think those challenges aren't, they're real. They're even discussions and arguments within the administration about what to do. And so I think our role as advocates, as experts in this room and everywhere else, is to push the administration and Congress to do the right thing and try to get the positive things done, and then try to minimize, the things we disagree with.
Yeah, I guess, and I would just add, I'm going to be a broken record on this, but I think it really is about and it's about looking at the whole picture and not trying to just say, It's either this, it's either we're going to fund healthcare, or we're going to fund food, or we're going to fund housing, or we're going to fund, mental health issues. We do have to look at entire communities, and we all know that if you just go in and provide food boxes but don't provide anything else, it doesn't last. And if it was just about taking it, having your diet be better, we would all be healthy. But it's a comprehensive solutions that are needed to solve these problems. And let's also face it, no matter who you are, Democratic or Republican, people don't want to pay high taxes. People don't want to pay for their health care. We want things to be that we expect to live healthy, to not be super expensive. So that means we have to come together to try to figure out how do all these different pieces fit together, and how do we leverage each other's resources and the solutions that we each have come up with in order to have better outcomes.
Great, thank you both. My timer is flashing alarmingly, so I'm going to take that to mean that we're out of time. But thank you both for your comments, and thanks everyone.
Thank you so much. That was fantastic. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dari. Thank you. In this next conversation, we get to talk about how school meals from K through 16 can be used as a lever for change. Joining us for this conversation, we have Jackie Bertoldo, the founder of Eat Better by Design. Give her a round of applause. Abby Famartino, the Director of Health and Sustainability Programs and Research at the Culinary Institute of America. A round of applause. Katie Wilson is the Executive Director of the Urban School Food Alliance. Round of applause. Jason Tepper is the Executive Chef for Alexandria City Public Schools, and he is a CIA Healthy Kids Collaborative member. Give him a round of applause. And I'm incredibly honored that we have Lauren Lumpkin, an education reporter at the Washington Post, moderating this conversation. Give her a round of applause.
All right, good afternoon. Let's just jump right into it. We don't have a lot of time. We're talking about school lunches, obviously, and so I have a fun question to start us off. I would love to hear from everyone, what was your favorite school lunch as a kid? And knowing what you know now, how would you improve it?
Pizza.
And how would you improve it? How would you make it better? Or was that good? Would you?
We've improved it. Whole wheat dough, low sodium, low sugar sauce, real cheese, real ovens, real people cooking it.
Mine was meatloaf, really and truly. I'm not lying. They made it. It was fabulous, and it made the whole school smell wonderful. So I'd like to see kids go back to those kinds of comfort foods.
I'm a soup person, so I would say that the soup days were my favorite, and maybe like a really good minestrone. And I would just say if it could be made from scratch now instead of just in a, from a can, that would be great.
So I'm a dietitian. I'm going to give a really annoying dietitian answer, but now you can probably understand why I went into this field. I love the salad bar. I was so fortunate to have a salad bar that had all these beautiful fruits and vegetables, and so that really made a mark on me, and it was probably where I began loving nutritious foods. But I had no idea where the food came from, so I think that's what I would change. I would want to learn more about where that produce came from and who grew it.
Yeah, I was a big chicken nugget girl, still am. But I remember my school meals being like very meat heavy. There was a lot of meat. Is that something that is still going on in schools? Is that the best practice? What direction are we moving in when it comes to what we're serving in schools?
Well, from the Urban School Food Alliance perspective, it's the large urban school districts in the country. And I was a school nutrition director myself. We did salad bars in the early 80s. This is not new. I know people think it is, but we were doing all-you-can-eat fresh salad bars back then. I think it's like any other chain restaurant. I can go to a chain restaurant and really like it in this city, and I go to another city, and it's not so good. It depends on the management of the program. But we've seen an incredible movement to fresh, whole foods in schools that kids can have full access to, even if the middle school child tells their parent it's not available. It's there.
And I would say that when we're working with really young kids in particular, there is actually so much receptivity to trying new things, particularly in a school environment. I mean, things I can't get my kids to eat at home, like they'll be so excited to try at school and they'll come home all enthusiastic about how they love this food that I've tried to feed them 1,000 times. So I think it's such an important opportunity to be exposing them to lots of different foods, lots of different types of cuisines and flavors, and you're really imparting that
on them from an early age. And the research shows that as they get older, they'll be more likely to try new foods and particularly enjoy more nutritious foods if they get access to that at school.
Jason, what are you seeing and what are you hearing and observing from kids?
So we're never going to take the meat away, but not all kids eat meat. Not everybody in the room eats meat. Not everybody eats meat. So to give kids choices and support our local farmers, we just can't take enough advantage of seasonal, local, fresh fruits and produce. And that's what we do. We've introduced plant-based tastings for the last 5 years. We do a Global Bites program at school. We beg and borrow recipes from colleagues throughout the country in school food, and we're just here to make it better, create more access, more equity, more inclusion, and help kids get ready to learn.
Well, and I think if I can just say one quick thing with that, Jason, the choices is what's important, right? If you want to have a vegan meal, it's not this special meal that some kid has to feel foolish getting. It's part of the culture of your school meals program.
It's regular.
Yeah. And Jason mentioned being part of a national group that shares recipes and really thought leaders who are leading what we would call like a plant-forward approach to school menus and to menu design. And that means that it's emphasizing plants and produce, but is not limited to plant-based foods. And that's an approach that no matter if you are vegan or if you're an omnivore, it's good for everyone to eat more plants, right, and eat more produce. And so it's a produce-rich approach that's also a meat-in-the-middle kind of design that impacts both menus, but also procurement as well, which brings back to what you mentioned about the farm. So the CIA Healthy Kids Collaborative is one of the initiatives where there are really amazing chefs who are changing menus in school meals, and it's also through our college and university research collaborative. There are chefs in what we would call that later part of school meals in dining halls who are doing the same.
Kids are kind of famously not big vegetable plant fans. And how do you, when you're looking at recipes or when you think about recipes yourself, how are you making those foods, lentils and, things like that? Are you making that, enticing to kids?
I can't take credit for this, but I can tell you stealth health. We've been very creative. We've hidden butternut squash and mac and cheese for kids, and they love it. We've recently approved a recipe through the Department of Education, and it's fantastic for kids to understand that, to be able to go home and tell their families that they've had their fruits and veggies for the day, and come back the next day and ask for more. Start riots over plant-based taste tests. Principals tell us to please keep the kids calm before they come back to class. I don't know why.
I think it's eating with your eyes as well. We all do. And it needs to be flavor profiles that we really are looking forward to. And students are commercial savvy. They're out in the field. They know what flavor profiles. So even with the Culinary Institute of America and the training that they're doing across this country, it's educating people that are in school kitchens to do these kinds of things. And how do you display that food has a lot to do with it, not just the cooking of it, but how does it look when I come through that line?
And I think we've heard a lot today about what an important priority it is, bipartisan priority, to feed our kids healthy, nutritious foods. 62% of the calories our kids eat come from ultra-processed foods. 1 in 2 kids gets less than 1 serving of vegetables a week. 1 in 3 kids gets less than 1 serving of fruit a week. But yet, we actually find that kids that get school meals tend to have higher diet quality and tend to eat better generally than the rest of America. So it's actually a really incredible opportunity through schools to build a new generation of fruit and vegetable lovers.
Is there evidence, or can you recall examples of, that kind of bleeding into the rest of a child's life, right? Maybe they go to school and having a super nutritious meal. Do we know anything about whether that happens at home, when they're not in control of what they're eating?
Well, I'll let Jason tell about his program to actually bring the school meals into home, which I think is so incredible because there's a lot of evidence that, one is that you're feeding kids who do have school meals many times are getting breakfast, lunch, supper, and a snack. But then how do you translate that into the home? I know Jason has the answer.
Well, thank you. Parents let us know they've got picky kids at home, but they come home and tell them that they had ramen pad see ew dishes, the butternut squash mac and cheese, falafel, Ethiopian dishes, misirwat, and that's just like to name a very few dishes. So we've decided like what better way to like share with the parents and the community. We're in the process, and we didn't invent this. But we're in the process of creating a cookbook. It'll be an ebook to send home, and it'll be something that we can grow. And it's going to be like a really, really nice piece of like history. It's going to help tell a story. It'll be accessible to other schools. We borrow recipes from other schools in the country, and because they want to know, like they're really surprised. The community, the parents, the families, the kids, like kids know everything, right? Like I wish I was a kid again when I knew everything. But these kids, they really know. They get it. Like they come in, and once they hear that like eat more legumes, it's like it'll cool the planet off. Like, aren't you guys getting hotter? And they're like, hey, sorry to bring it up, but I'm like, they get it. They're like, oh wow, I can help fix. They can grow this stuff in very hard parts of the planet where stuff doesn't grow, and help create communities. And it's just such a wonderful thing to see the kids. They get it so fast.
When I think that school meals, that menu has been on refrigerators for centuries. I mean, for forever. That's been a learning tool for a very, very long time, even for families, how to put that meal together, what it is. And I'll tell my quick story about Viroqua, Wisconsin, tiny little rural part of Wisconsin, western Wisconsin, very meat and potatoes kinds of situation. And they were doing Harvest of the Month, and then they were using it in the school cafeteria. And the local Walmart called the district of only about 700 or 800 kids and said, could you please give us the list of the produce of the month, because we don't stock eggplant in our Walmart, but we have to now because so many parents started to ask for eggplant.
That's really awesome.
That's a change being made.
What is, I love this conversation, but, I imagine translating it into schools. I mean, I think schools maybe really want to do this, but I imagine there's some barriers in the way, or maybe things that make it difficult to stand up these types of programs that we're talking about. What are you hearing from principals or superintendents, school district leaders about what makes this work challenging?
Money.
Yeah.
And that is the issue, but to get the great support that from the top down, our superintendent, our operations, my boss, our director. I mean, it's just incredible to get the support. They see it's a good thing, and they help.
And I think you have to have that buy-in, because you do need time to do this. You need to pay your employees a decent wage so that you get good employees that want to be trained, that want to learn these skills. So if you're the lowest paid in the community, you're not going to get those people to, or even have enough people to even do it. And it's also an investment in the district, so the school board level has to be invested. You have to have a kitchen, you have to have coolers and freezers and electricity, and not all schools have that. So it's got to be an investment in that community, by that community, to make this happen.
And an open mind sure helps.
Yeah, and I would say hearing from members of the Healthy Kids Collaborative, it is building that business case to convince their administrators and their districts to help fund more infrastructure needed to make well-prepared culinary-driven meals. And those are the ones that kids are eating. We hear that kids are eating in a lot of restaurants, so their palates are, they're tasting foods from all around the world. It's well-seasoned, well-prepared, and so if we can put more of that into schools, then those meals are plant-rich, then that's successful. So we hear that they need that business case to say, how will this work? Build the business case for training, for staff training. So you get your butternut squash mac and cheese, that story that Jason told. Well, first it started with whole butternut squash that his team was like, well, now what do we do? And so where do we start with that? And building the skills that then gets it into the dish, gets it into kids, and then that's a win.
And we're here today to talk about policy as well. So I can speak for my home state of California, because I think there's a lot of really exciting things happening on this front in terms of the way policymakers can help support schools. So we've passed universal free meals in California. We have had legislation every year in our budget for funding infrastructure in public schools, for staff training. And recently our governor just signed AB 1264, which is the first bill in the nation to attempt to phase out the use of highly processed foods, ultra-processed foods in school meals. And so that was a bipartisan bill. So there's a lot of policy momentum as well in some parts of the country. I know that other places like Virginia, these are starting to be conversations around universal school meals and how can policymakers get behind all of the amazing work that's already happening in our schools.
Well, and I think policy means we value food. And we don't. It's not contact time in a school district, so the school lunch keeps getting shrunk, smaller and smaller, 10 minutes, 11 minutes, 12 minutes for an elementary school child to have lunch. Nobody does that, right? So we need to start with policy and begin to value food as part of the school day. All the science is out there that it improves child's learning. We know that. But we have to value it as part of that school day, and we'd be in a better place.
When did that change? I wonder. This lunchtime getting shorter and shorter and shorter. And what are they doing instead?
So No Child Left Behind took us a lot into that arena, but it's a local thing. The principals set their schedules. Nobody wants you to touch it. There's a lot of pushback when you ask for more time to eat. And so that's what shrinks more and more. But there isn't a teacher in this country that has 12 minutes for lunch. And yet we have elementary school kids with 12 minutes.
We've talked obviously a lot about the nutritional benefits, but I want to talk a little bit more how this affects a wider community, an economy. What are some of the other ways that a community can benefit by whole foods and locally sourcing things locally? The types of programs we're talking about. What are the legs of these types of programs, and how far do they stretch?
Anybody have the apples from Maryland today? Woo! In school food in Virginia, at least, we try to focus on there's a dozen varieties of great, awesome apples in Virginia. Let's support those farmers. We don't want to take support away from the other farmers, but we don't need to bring apples from the West Coast and emissions or gas and people driving trucks. And let's just support the local farmers. In Virginia, kids at school have parents who are the farmers, and we need to support those people because we need them to stay around. If we don't, no farms, no food,
Yeah. Well, and it supports your local community. I mean, it really enhances and enriches your local community. I think there are 19 districts in the Urban School Food Alliance all across the country. And last night I estimated from their reports that $150 million last year was spent locally. And that's produce, bison, beef, whatever. Seattle is buying salmon from the local indigenous communities. So that's powerful money when you leave that in your community.
And it seems like we need to keep incentivizing schools to be able to purchase locally and use some of their very precious small budget that's available for food. Because for every dollar spent, this is from the recent Rockefeller Foundation study on the value of school meals, for every dollar spent on school meals, it's a 2 times multiplier for human health and economic benefits, because that builds jobs, it keeps the monies in local economies. The local farm to school programs really have actually for every one, it's 2.17 economic benefit. So there's no reason not to invest further in policy that helps support school meals and local procurement.
Yeah, and the opportunity with procurement is huge because schools spend billions of dollars on food, and that's money that can be going to support local economies, that can be going towards improving our food system. And so it's just an incredible opportunity when you think about the scale of public school systems in this country, and it's a huge return on investment. It's an incredibly great use of federal dollars.
Yeah, where is this money coming from? Federal, it's a source of mix of local as well. Just maybe if you could someone could talk a little bit about just how school meal programs are funded.
Well, they're funded through the federal government. So you classify a child free, reduced, or full priced based on their family income, which also should go away. Why do we do that to a child that walks in the door? But anyway, and we get only about $4.60 for a child that qualifies for free school meals. So it's a tough battle out there. We get an extra 9 cents if you meet nutrition standards. So $4.69. The next 2 or 3 days, I want you to decide what you can buy out in the commercial marketplace. That's a 5-component meal. That's all our labor. That's all our utilities. That's everything. So we're down to about $1.30 for food, okay? Most chefs would gasp at this. Who spends $1.30 for food? But that's the funding. Now we have CEP, which is the Community Eligibility Program. Everybody says that's universal. It's not. CEP means you get the same reimbursement from the federal government classifying your children, and the school district has to foot the rest of the bill. So that means all children eat at no cost, but those that would normally pay full price, the school district has to come up with that money, okay? Universal means you get the federal reimbursement rate for all kids eating school meals. And so the funding mechanism is very, very difficult. Not only that, we have to classify every single child, their family income, every single meal, every single day in the school building. So breakfast, lunch, dinner, snack, whatever they're at, they have some kind of a classification number so that I can report every day how many times that child ate and what income level they're at. We're spending more money doing that than we are cooking food. And so the funding mechanism has to...
Thank you.
You're doing administrative work.
You'd rather have an extra cook in the kitchen.
Yeah.
This kind of trifecta that we've been talking about, improving, a school lunch program that improves public health, there's economic advantages, we're building the supply chain. Who's doing it really well right now? Where should folks look to if they want to replicate this?
School leaders like Jason, members of the Urban School Food Alliance, Healthy Kids Collaborative. But I want to note that this panel is called K through 16. And so you might like, where did the 16 come from? We're also talking about leaders in college and university space. So we have the CIA has a bunch of initiatives related to our Menus of Change framework, which is a science-based initiative from CIA and Harvard that really emphasizes nutrition and environmental principles translated for chefs and operators. And so across the industry, there are leaders, including our college and university collaborative, which is called Menus of Change University Research Collaborative. Jackie's done a lot of impressive research for this group. This is a group of 82 college and universities, actually internationally, who are using their dining spaces as living laboratories for research that helps drive more progress across the industry. So we're conducting research in college and universities that then groups in K through 12 can take and make work for their districts. So what can they learn from that environment that can apply with the crazy frameworks and challenges that you have to deal with? But I did want to give Jackie a moment to talk about this because it's really important. The research piece is important because we need to measure it and show the impact of that. And the more that we can do that, the more that we can transform the food system, especially in environments like K-12.
Yeah, and so one of the greatest initiatives that I've had the pleasure of working on is called the Collective Impact Initiative, where we're leveraging the collective buying power of all of these universities all over the country to try to improve the food system and to understand our impact. And so we've been tracking a number of different metrics and basically showing that this collective effort, as opposed to just each of these universities doing it alone, and the backbone of the Menus of Change Initiative, Menus of Change University Research Collaborative, has successfully shifted what those universities are buying on an enormous level. I just wrapped up an analysis of the co-benefits of this plant-forward approach in procurement for the university sector. And we found that across all these universities, we have improved the nutritional profile of foods. So we use the Healthy Eating Index, which is a 100-point scale. We improved the Healthy Eating Index by 20 points, which is massive. Anyone in here that's in public health understands the significance of that. We reduced greenhouse gas emissions by roughly 25%. We set a target to reduce it even further at 40%. And actually what we weren't expecting to find, but what was really fascinating is that we also showed that we reduced food costs, and these universities are saving millions of dollars every year by taking this plant-forward approach in procurement. And so we're excited to think about how that could be scaled into K-12 schools because we're going to accomplish so much more together than we are independently trying to solve these problems.
Yeah, and I want to be very clear that I'm not suggesting that we have further cost cuts to K-12 school meals, but if we can be really effective with those dollars and also get further funding that helps support the training and infrastructure, then it creates this really positive flywheel effect. The budgets for college and universities are really different when it comes to food service as they are even in restaurants, despite slim margins.
Those are funds that can be reinvested in infrastructure, in staff, and in training and school.
Local sourcing.
Local sourcing, absolutely.
Is that collaboration happening? I mean, it sounds like that's the goal, right? For the lessons from the universities to be shared with K through 12 and vice versa, I'm sure. But is that collaboration actually happening? And can you think of an example?
Yeah, I think that we're trying. I think that the more that we can, I have the pleasure of getting to work across a lot of different sectors of the food industry. And this research component, what we're doing within our university research collaborative, can really have a lot of impact in other sectors. So we're starting to think of ways that as the CIA, as Robert mentioned, becoming more of a global university of applied gastronomy, how we can take some of this operational research and leverage our researchers, academic researchers, and models that are working in universities and bring them into different environments. As I mentioned before, the HKC members want to have a business case for why it's important to train their staff in cooking scratch meals. And so researchers like Jackie and otherwise can help us achieve that. We need funding sometimes for research, but the research really has this broad and kind of evergreen impact.
I'll just say also, just because we are trying to attract more chefs in schools, like chefs can't do our job without y'all, and I feel really fortunate to have on my team. It comes down to the people, like where the rubber hits the road. On my team, our director, assistant director, dietitian have come from either higher education or healthcare, and who help guide me and steer me and people like me to make the food. If the kids don't take the food, they don't get their nutrition.
I was hoping you could talk a little bit about something we discussed backstage about like how you are evaluating, to pivot back to kind of what you're hearing from kids in schools, this kind of all this paperwork, honestly, with evaluating and surveying kids, and why is that a good use of your time?
Well, it's more fun to get like the thumbs up or the thumbs in the middle kind of paperwork, but we do have to do the actual paperwork and paper trail because we need to be good financial stewards of the funding. And so that's how we do it. When we develop recipes for the state, it's all tracked very, very closely. Every time we tweak a recipe based on student feedback, then we have to go and retest and then retake all the paperwork, and the stacks get really, really big of these surveys, but we need to keep them in also just to prove that we are doing this is how we got here, basically. We tested this recipe this many times, and we came back. And then when the kids fill out their own paperwork and understand that we took their feedback and developed the recipe catered to what they're asking for and schoolified it so that we don't get kicked out of school food by the dietitians. And so that's how we do it. And like I said, it's more fun when we can just get the thumbs up or the middle, but we do have to get the paperwork too.
I think also impactful is when you bring family members in and start looking at culturally appropriate foods. And a lot of the districts are doing that now. And I know in the Alliance, they all do that, where they ask people from their community to come in and teach some of the skills to make some of those foods, because we may not know how to do that correctly, right? So that's been really impactful. And then there's a lot of things going on as well where there are culinary competitions with kids. And that also, LA Unified just partnered with the NFL, and they've got this incredible video online of this incredible culinary training program. These kids are developing the recipes for schools. That makes a huge difference because peer pressure brings them into the buildings.
And so, Lauren, I want to make sure I answered your question, because also, what do we do with all the paperwork? It's like the briefcase with the handcuff on your wrist. It's like has to go straight to the state. It's actually like, it's there. So, and there's a cooking competition coming up in February. Real Food for Kids is in, Fairfax. If anybody's interested to see this live or stream it or whatever, like y'all are local and you can get involved with it.
Yeah, I want to also mention, from my understanding, that paperwork helps track meal participation rates, which is also how schools get more funding. And so when you have really high participation rates and students are engaged in the meals, that's better for the schools. It's obviously better for the students because they're getting their fruits and vegetables, better nutrition. And also research that we're tracking from the university is that in the cafeterias that are really transitioned toward a more plant-forward approach, we were just at Vanderbilt University a couple weeks ago as a collaborative, and in their dining hall that's plant-forward, they have reduced their food costs by 26%, reduced animal protein, although it's still served, by 38%, but the meal participation rates have gone up by 73% since they made that change. And so if we can continue to bring that approach to school, K through 12, then those meal participation rates go up, and then that's better for the district and better for the communities.
I want to circle back to something Jason was talking about earlier, which is also like how we're framing these foods to kids. And we've done a lot of research in the university sector looking at using flavor-centric language and focusing on chefs as the ones who are introducing these foods. So I am the dietitian. I know you make me the bad guy over here, but actually just calling out how healthy these foods are is not necessarily the way to get kids to eat them. Actually, we've done a study on this. It is not the way to get kids to eat them. They will eat less. So we really need to celebrate the deliciousness. We need to celebrate the chefs and the food service workers who are making this food delicious and enticing for kids to eat it.
And the cultures they come from, to really make more inclusive. Now, from whatever community you live in his district, I feel really comfortable going into that cafeteria because there's something there for me. And I think that's a big piece of that.
All right, final 20 seconds or so since we're at a policy summit. One policy recommendation from each of you.
Universal school meals.
I would say yes. And like rewarding menu innovation that is more plant forward. And there are some mechanisms out there that are 10 cents a meal in Michigan, in California. So giving money back to a district when they're following like plant forward criteria.
Raise the reimbursement rate. We can't do it for $4.60.
Access.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you all so much.
Great job.
Thank you all so much. That was great. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, we have one more really great panel, and then we'll have a story from an incredible farmer. So don't go anywhere, but now we get to turn to our next session. So as we all know, we're bombarded right now with a lot of misinformation, and it's hard to figure out what's real. So in this next conversation, we're going to talk about how we cut through the noise. Joining us, we have Marianne Nessel, a professor emerita of nutrition, food studies, and public health at New York University. She's also, yes, I know. She is also a prolific author, and she has a new book, What to Eat Now, The Indispensable Guide to Good Food, How to Find It, and Why It Matters, and it comes out very soon. Yes, another round of applause for the book. Thank you. We have Janae DaCosta, who is the Senior Director of Public Affairs at Driscoll's. Give her a round of applause. Casey Aiden Wansberry is the Vice President and Head of Global Public Policy at Instacart. Give her a round of applause. Hank Cardello is the Executive in Residence and Chair of the Portion Balance Coalition at Georgetown University. Give him a round of applause. And moderating this conversation, we're really lucky to have her, is Tammy Luby, a senior writer at CNN. Give her a round of applause. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you again all for attending today and for staying for, of course, they saved the best for last. So we are fortunate here to have 4 experts who bring different backgrounds and perspectives. Up higher? Oh, and TV you're not supposed to because you get the pops. But okay, on ways to make Americans healthier, which has certainly been a hot topic this year, but it's certainly not a new topic. Policymakers have been trying to get Americans to be healthier for decades. The metrics show that that doesn't seem to be working that well. I'm from New York City, and I remember when Mayor Bloomberg required chain restaurants to post calorie counts, which is now the law of the land. That policy influenced my choices at restaurants, but am I the exception? So what types of initiatives work? Are there more effective policies? Let's hear what our panelists have to say about what we can do to promote healthier diets. So let's start by level setting. Briefly tell us what have been the main efforts to promote healthier diets over the decades, and what has worked? What are the things that we might be able to build on that have been in the past? Let's talk about what might have worked. However you want to answer, jump in. And I'm hoping, of course, it's... Oh, okay, Marion, why don't you start?
I get to go first. Excellent. Governments have tried to do health policy through dietary guidelines, and I can't wait to see what the new ones are going to be like. And then, kind of school food rules about which we just heard about. and rules about whether sodas can be sold in schools and hospitals and other things like that. But the really exciting policies and the ones that are really interesting are occurring in Latin American countries, where they have warning labels on foods that are high in salt, sugar, saturated fat, and calories. They've got restrictions on marketing of ultra-processed foods to kids. They have policies in which schools are not allowed to sell ultra-processed foods. They're really worried that the prevalence of obesity is going to rise in those countries to the level that it is here. They know their healthcare system can't handle it, as if our healthcare system could. And they're trying lots of different policies at the same time. If you evaluate these policies, none of them by itself shows very much change. That's, tiny little marginal changes. So I'm thinking we need to do all of them, and we need to do them all at once.
I think, Hank, you have some thoughts about this as well?
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the invite. I realize I'm here to be the foil to Marion.
If only.
I am from New York originally, though. Just to that point about Chile, which has gone through quite a bit of regulation. They have a huge overweight and obesity crisis, no doubt about it. And they implemented soda-type taxes, sugary beverage taxes. In 2014, they put black stop signs on offender products. In 2016, they even restricted advertising to both adults and children for these black stop sign products in 2018. And we completed a report out of the other university on the other side of Georgetown this year. And we found that if you look at obesity rates and overweight combined in Chile over the last 15 years, every year went up 1%, another percent point, another percent point. And yeah, I think I share that frustration. I mean, I think you would think with all those tactics implemented, you would have found that something took hold. So I think perhaps where I may differ with Marion is it's not doing more of that, but perhaps what can we do that's different that we'll get into a little bit later that I'd like to discuss. But I really think we have to do more. Whatever we're doing now is not working.
Do you have thoughts?
Sure, I'll jump in. So I'm Casey Inwansberry from Instacart, and just to explain a little for those who are not familiar with Instacart and why we might be part of this conversation, we are the leading grocery technology company in North America. We cover about 98% of all households in the US, including 95% of all food deserts. And at our core, we are about access to food. And about 3 years ago, we started an initiative called Instacart Health that's meant to use our technology and our reach to help increase access to food, make healthy eating easier, and help scale the power of food as medicine. And so since then, we've been working with experts in the field in the healthcare field, in academia, in the nonprofit world, and with governments to try and see how our technologies can help further those goals. And I think in terms of your question about what have we seen out there that's promising, I can talk about a lot of the different types of partnerships that we've had, but I think one of the most interesting things we've seen is a real interest coming from local governments in thinking about how they can work with us to solve particular goals they have for food and nutrition in their population. So an example, we worked, actually it's been 2 years now, we've been working with the city of Columbia, South Carolina. Mayor Daniel Rickenman there was really interested in reaching residents in food deserts of Columbia, and there are several food deserts in Columbia. And so we worked with him to create a program that gives residents in food deserts complimentary Instacart Plus memberships, which is our membership program that gets you free delivery and other benefits, along with a grocery stipend that's helped them pay for fruits and vegetables, healthy foods that they weren't able to get in their local area, but that they were once you expand the radius to online grocery delivery.
And did the initiative,
It's
how was
been,
it
yeah,
working?
they've been the residents that have, I think it's something like 75% said they really loved it and they'd keep doing it. The mayor has re-upped for another year of the program. They're really finding it's accomplishing the goal that they're looking for. So I think, I take from that, we've also worked with Montgomery County, Maryland to do something similar. We actually just launched a program with the DC Department of Health and Martha's Table last week that is along those same lines to reach underserved communities in DC. And I think what's interesting is that each city we've worked with has slightly different goals, slightly different ways they want to work on it, but they're all kind of bringing to the table their goals, and we're trying to figure out which of our technologies can help them achieve them. So I think that interest is really encouraging to us.
And I'll round it out. So I'm Janae DaCosta with Driscoll's, the berry company, and here sort of representing healthy, delicious, fresh fruits and vegetables. And I think one of the things when we think about healthy food and policy is availability. And so being in a specialty crop, going back, 50 years, whether it was really available and to whom it was available, and fast forward to today, and it's in most grocery stores, it's in Walmart, it's accessible to people, and so it becomes a choice. And so part of the policies that have to be implemented is allowing people to have the choice to eat fresh, delicious food that tastes good. I mean, I think we heard it earlier today, Ms. Gladys in the previous panel spoke to, it needs to taste good. And so for Driscoll's, we've looked at innovations to really help in our varietal development, that not only can it get to the consumer, can it be profitable for the grower to grow, but do consumers actually want to eat it? And we want to make sure that it's something that's delicious and healthy, but most importantly, that it's delicious.
Okay, well, thank you. And so then I guess going forward, because a lot of the efforts to date have unfortunately not been that effective, looking at our chronic disease rates in the US and obesity rates. So what can we do? We have the dietary guidelines for years. We've been educating people. We have the calorie counts. We have warning labels. There's been a lot that's been out there. It hasn't seemed to have moved the needle. What do we need to do going forward? The panel's name is Policy That Will Help Promote a Healthy Diet. What do you think we need to do going forward to, unfortunately reverse the situation, or at least promote individuals to have healthier diets without kind of shaming them or stigmatizing them or becoming a nanny state?
Well, I think we have to change the system. I think if you're trying to eat healthfully in today's food system, you're fighting an entire food system on your own, because the food system is set up to sell the largest possible amount of food to as many people as possible at as high a price as they can get away with. The purpose of the food industry is not public health. It's not social service. It's to make a profit. And that's what they have to do. Every one of those companies that's selling food has stockholders to please if they're publicly traded, and family members to please if they're not. The profit just drives everything. And unfortunately, the most profitable foods are the ones that are not necessarily best for everybody. If only we could find a way to make fruits and vegetables profitable, I think that would be a big help.
Do you have any suggestions on, considering our current capitalist system in America, what policies may actually help move the needle, maybe convince?
I'd be interested in seeing a few pilot projects for subsidizing fruit and vegetable producers instead of corn and soybeans. What a concept.
Hank, I think also, again, you have some background in big food as well as some interest and knowledge in this.
I can't wait to hear what he's going to say.
Being a former capitalist, is that what you think? Actually, I think that we have all ignored a very important study by McKinsey. It goes back about 10 years. And they looked at all the different kinds of interventions that could be taken to address the obesity crisis. And right up at the top of the list was portions, or portion control. And secondly, behind it, but nevertheless, secondly, was reformulation. And then as you go down the list, you see things like education, let's say soda taxes, things like that. And I think we've been remiss in our policy not to incorporate portions as a critical element to that. For number one, from a corporate standpoint, it's easier for them to do it. They don't have to reformulate everything. Yeah, they have to change the packaging and they'll moan about that, but the point is it's not that big a lift. And secondly, they need to talk about it. And number three, you know, I don't want to get into shrinkflation because I think that has a problem.
I was going to say, I think there's already a portion size decline.
Well, when you try to sell something that lets consumers think it's bigger than it is, I think that's a problem. I disagree with that. I think you need to be transparent with the consumer. But I do think, you know, there is an opportunity to help the consumer consume less. And at the same time, you know, the profit margins are, the percent margins are a little higher for corporations. You know, there's other reasons to consider portions too. As more and more people use these GLP-1 drugs, all right, they need help. All right, they need smaller portions, you know, even though they're taking an injection, eventually there'll be a pill. All right, they need help. They have muscle mass loss and they have satiety challenges, and you can do smaller portions with more protein and fiber, whatever the composition is. So I think there's a huge role for those that really hasn't been tapped yet.
Yeah, so we just put out our Instacart health policy agenda yesterday, I believe, which you can get at instacart.com/health. But I think we're focused on a couple of areas of policy that we think will make the biggest difference. I mean, one is both of them have been talked about today by other panels. I know one of them is really is focusing on the food assistance program, and we, you know, not only fully funding it and supporting it, everything from SNAP to WIC to you know, school meals, but also modernizing it. We're happy to be part of the original pilot of bringing SNAP online, and we now offer SNAP payment benefits in all 50 states and the District of Columbia, and it's made a huge difference in terms of access of food supports. But it's a pilot; it's not permanent, and we think it needs to be made permanent. We think that WIC should be brought online, and we think that that'll open up similar access. And I know that there's a rulemaking in the pipeline for that. So modernizing the food assistance programs is one, and then the second is integrating food as medicine interventions into healthcare, and I know Dari talked about that a little bit earlier in a couple panels ago. But you know, taking interventions like that we know work, like produce prescriptions and medically tailored groceries. Those things can and should be integrated into Medicare and into Medicaid, and there's lots of opportunity for that. So we're really focused on trying to see what we can do to make that happen.
You told me in the green room that one of the changes that people made in terms of picking fruits and vegetables when they picked online. So maybe you can tell us a little bit about
Absolutely.
that.
We did
promoting a healthier diet.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're excited about the possibility of the ways in which shopping online can help people eat healthier. We did a study with the University of Kentucky and No Kid Hungry a few years ago that looked at low-income populations, including SNAP participants, those who shopped in the store and then those who shopped online. And they found, among other things, that that they spent about the same amount of money either way, but those who shopped online spent an average of $5 more on fruits and vegetables than those who shopped in the store. And in sort of talking to participants in this study, you know, things like being able to budget and be mindful about the cart that you're composing and see what you're creating was really helpful, in addition to having a sense of what's covered and what's not by your benefits. Things like that were made a lot easier, and I think it really, you know, it's really promising to us. And so we really do believe in the power of being able to give people that option.
So maybe one of the policy answers is harnessing technology more to help people make healthier choices or convince them to make healthier choices. So one thing, as we all know here, grocery prices have soared in recent years, which makes it even harder to eat healthier because a lot of the fresh fruits and produce and healthy foods have been costing more. So what can be done to address this and other challenges? I'm looking at you, Jeanette.
Yes. She's looking at me because she gave me a heads up this question was coming. I mean, so, you know, representing berries, you know, most of them in the United States are grown in California, some in Florida, some in the Pacific Northwest. There's costs that are built in. There's on-farm costs. And so from a policy perspective, aligning the incentives for growers and helping them to mitigate risk through the availability, what previous panelists mentioned, crop insurance really isn't that available for specialty crops. You know, and so they're incurring a lot of risk every time they plant a season. And then when you're also looking at land and labor and having immigration reform that is for both the workforce that's here today as well as your future flow of workforce, growers have to think about those things that go into their cost structures. But then you also have the packaging that goes into it, you have the transportation, the cooling to get it to the consumer. And then you still have, that's still not necessarily the price that the consumer pays. And so we have to really start to think of it from an entire system perspective, not just from, oh, is it expensive? It's something that we should value, right? I mean, I remember when I joined the food industry over a decade ago, and for those of you that might remember Groupon, there was an international Groupon for onions in India. And I was shocked and amazed because at the time, Americans really didn't value food, right? You just kind of go in, you win it, you got it. And to see others where instead of a massage, you could get onions, right? And so I think there's just things where we have to think through what is the entire system in the chain from farm all the way to fork and waste, and not necessarily look at it as one single input or one single person that should bear the burden of making sure that we all have that human right to food.
So there are policies in the farm area that can help with this.
Definitely.
Okay, anyone have anything they want to put on that? We can move to...
I'll just add, I mean, we certainly, food affordability and affordability of groceries is something we think a lot about. We don't set prices on Instacart, our retailers do, but we do think about ways in which we can use our scale and our variety to help people save money. So, you know, one thing we specifically do is provide a discounted membership for our Instacart Plus, which is our free delivery to SNAP recipients. And we've been doing that for a few years now. But also there are ways in which, you know, we can save customers money by, you know, providing a wider variety of stores and a wider variety of products, so you can compare prices and decide what you want to get. We can increase the variety of access you have to loyalty programs, coupons, things like that that are going to be able to help save people money so that they can afford the fruits and vegetables and other products that they want. We've saved, I think, about $1 billion last year for customers with all of these types of incentives. So I think just, I would say, you know, around the margins, things we can do to use technology and to use reach to kind of help people surface things that are going to help them use their budgets better.
Okay, great. And now the question we may have all been waiting for, but what will Maha and Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. have a noticeable impact? What do you think of some of the policies that he has discussed or put in place so far? You know, we have food dyes and other things, and what do you think he can do to harness the Maha energy to actually make a long-standing noticeable difference? Maybe we'll start with Hank.
It's a 4-hour conversation.
Well, you have 5 minutes and 35 seconds.
Okay. Well, first of all, I mean, going after artificial, I tend to focus on what's our biggest health problem. We have obesity, which leads to diabetes and heart disease, et cetera. Whether you like artificial colors or not, that to me isn't the lead horse in this particular strategy. So that's my point on that. Number two is, all right, ultra-processed foods, a lot of challenges around that. I think they need to bring science and research to making the decisions. We've learned in our research that all indulgent products are not created equal. You know, they're not. You have to look at other factors, like in the case of chocolate, we see purchases among those, like this audience, well-beings they're called, versus those with the eat, drink, and be merries is what the other crowd is called, you know, with higher rates of overweight and obesity, and they're exactly the same. And you say, well, why? You scratch your head. You know, it's high in sugar, it's high in fat. And when you start diving into it, you realize that that particular product isn't consumed very frequently, the tonnage is low, and it accounts for like 1.8% of the calories, unlike, you know, other products. So I would encourage a MAHA policy to look beyond just the public health goals, but also incorporate the other factors in individual products that may make them good or bad or neutral, for that matter. I think it's important because right here, if you look at this audience, I bet you this audience is 90% well-beings. And by the way, the elite among the well-beings consume chocolate at a higher rate than the general population.
Is
All right, I
it
wanted to
dark
get to-
chocolate?
So anyway, I just wanted to add that. And the other thing is, to influence policy, you know, we tend to speak, this is a highly empathic, compassionate group, all right? And the policymakers don't necessarily share that trait. And I think the only way that registers is to demonstrate the cost, all right? Cost, whether it's physical dollar cost, voter cost, whatever, and use the voices, because that, we have to influence that. By us having a debate here, I don't know if that gets accomplished, so I'll step back.
Yeah, I want to say something about the MAHA movement. I was very excited about it at the beginning because it's bipartisan. It's got everybody wanting to make America healthy again. What could possibly be wrong with that? And the initial list of things that they were going to do in the food area, some of them were really important. I thought, yeah, let's get the PFAS out of foods. Let's get the chemicals out. Let's do something about methyl mercury. Okay, color additives, fine. And ultra-processed foods, I thought that was, woo, let's take that on. But they've hit the lobbying situation in the United States, and this is without talking about the background. All of this, there are now articles being written that say all of this is a cover for what Kennedy really wanted, which was to get rid of vaccines, on which he's been remarkably successful.
That's a different panel.
That's a different panel.
Actually, that's a different forum.
Sorry, I don't think they're separable. And so I hope that the MAHA movement will take advantage of the enormous bipartisan support that it has and do really good things and fix the food system. Wouldn't that be nice?
Okay, well, in our final minutes on stage here,
Okay.
I'll throw this out to you guys. As to what would you like to see? How would you like to harness the MAHA energy in making America healthy? You know, not to use the slogan, but in order to get people healthier, what would you like to see the administration do?
Yeah, I mean, I think, as Marian said, it is something all Americans can get behind, is getting healthy. Let's make ourselves healthy. And I think when we saw the Make America's Children Healthy Again, we saw some really directional investments that could help align incentives between the inputs, the on-farm, and then also what takes place in schools. And so I think, it's more of how do they turn that policy into action? How do we make sure that we've got funding for science-based research that helps us really move the needle? And so, however you may feel about it, directionally, I think we can all get behind that we need to align those incentives.
Yeah, and I'd just say, I think we appreciate the national conversation that's going on about these topics as a result of this, and I think there's a real opportunity to integrate food as medicine into Medicare and Medicaid, so we really look forward to working with them and hope they will do that.
Okay. And any final thoughts in our 20 seconds left?
Get out and do it.
Okay.
Continue that applause, please. We need this energy at the end of the day. Thank you all so much. Thank you. Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you. Before we continue with the program, I'm very excited that we have a few signed copies of Marian's book, What to Eat Now. It comes out next month, so you're getting it early. If you look under your desk, some of you will find a fruit or vegetable sticker, so I'll give everyone a second to look. So when you find that fruit or vegetable sticker, find a member of the Food Tank team. You can do that now or later, and they will give you a copy of the book. But the amazing Kenzie is standing here with the books right now, so I hope some of you find those stickers. It's under the desk, isn't it? Behind the desk, yeah. Thank you, Kenzie. Anyone else? Matt has some copies too. Fantastic. All right, we're gonna go ahead and continue the program. And if you need to find Matt or Kenzie later, we'll make sure that you get those books. So we get to hear from another amazing farmer, Krista Barfield, the Philadelphia-based owner and founder of Farmer John. Krista is one of my favorite people in the world. The stage is yours, Krista.
Hello, everyone. Yes, my name is Krista, and that is spelled Christ with an A. That's a little name trick my mother taught me so people would stop spelling my name wrong, you know, with the K or calling me Christina. It has not worked. I am an 80s baby, but I was raised in the 90s. Millennials, you out there? Okay, we representing. And I grew up in inner city Philadelphia, and I'm an avid science lover. Grew up a complete nerd, so much so that I've won science fairs at Penn State. I even went to a science high school where I had the great opportunity of being a part of the medical program. You know, I've always loved health, science, and medicine. In Philadelphia, I also was a Girl Scout. So while I was a Girl Scout, I actually won the highest award that you can win, which is called the Gold Award. Okay. And when you win the Gold Award, that only happens if you are doing something impactful for your community. It's a big service project that you carry out, and I was able to achieve that. So you see, I've always lived this life of service, and now I've chosen to live my life in service to soil. And there's a reason for that. So fast forward to the 2010s, I'm working in Center City, Philadelphia, in healthcare in my field. I have the best doctors in the world, right? I am managing the front desk. So my team is the first people you see when you walk through the door. We're the last when you leave, but we're also behind the scenes, ensuring that claims get paid and authorized, all the things that nobody ever pays attention to. But it's how healthcare system actually survives. And, you know, the only downside to working that job, I mean, outside of the greatest benefit of all was the parking spot, I will say. The parking spot in Center City definitely kept me. Something I could use while I was at work, but also while I wasn't. And the downside of that job, however, was that we saw about 1,000 patients a day. So myself and a team of about 8 people were processing all of these claims. And, you know, I walked into work on January 2nd, 2018, really excited for this new year. And then all of a sudden, I sat down and I read a raggedy email from my boss. And upon reading that email, I wasn't thinking about all the people that I love that I work with and my parking spot in Center City. I was thinking about the fact that this can't be life. And that I was no longer going to continue in this path. So January 2nd, 2018, I resigned from my job. January 19th, I just so happened to turn 30. January 22nd, I am on a plane to Martinique the very next day after my last day of work. And I chose Martinique because it's a Francophone country. And upon getting there, I had the great pleasure of meeting Tawich and Alan. And those two were my Airbnb hosts. And what they did is they made me cups of tea and made me meals every single morning. And that tea was herbs that I watched them pick directly from their garden and put them in a mug and pour hot water over them. That was the first time I've seen tea like that. A couple days later, I went to another part of the island where I had the chance to meet the Kadas family. And Papa Kadas came to me and he said, "Hey, I know you're here by yourself. I know that it's your birthday, and I have my sons that are able to take you around the island." And I'm like, I welcome that, definitely. Yeah, single me. I'm here by myself, great. So took me around the island. One of them, his name was AJ, and we had the greatest time. I saw the sights, drank some beverages, had some great food. And then it came to a point of the day when he said, "Hey, you know, I have to actually go to work. You're welcome to come along, or I can drop you back off to the house." And I said, "You know, I'll just rock with you. Let's go." And I actually had no idea where I was going. I didn't ask where work was. But when we got to work, it was a beachfront property. And I had a chance to see his multicultural team packing boxes of fruits, vegetables, and herbs, and that was amazing. And then the real magic of that moment was that I then got to see these multicultural people walking in. And they were coming in and taking these boxes, and the envelope that they put on top of it, they slipped 20 euros in it, gave it back to them and said, "A bientôt," which means see you soon in French. And so I was like, so you're gonna come back? This happens again? And what is this that I'm seeing? And so a couple days later, I decided as I went back home that I was going to be a farmer. I was going to start a tea company, and I was going to start a farm, and, that's exactly what we did. And so, fast forward to today, here we are on 128 acres of land, the largest Black-owned farm in the state of Pennsylvania. And finally eligible for our regenerative organic certification. So you see, I've spent 1/5 of my life doing something I never imagined I would do, something I was never trained to do. And so now you know a little bit about my life, about the journey, and now you need to understand the why. So this part I actually need your help with. So when I say, is it worth it? You're gonna say back to me, agriculture is the culture, okay? So we're gonna practice real quick. So, is it worth it? Excellent. Okay, here we go. So Krista, you won a James Beard in 2024, and we see you out here doing just such great work. You're making sure people understand the importance of knowing who your farmer is, knowing where their food comes from, and ensuring that we are nurturing the soil, ensuring that there's no chemicals in our food, and that can then become what's known as conventional. You're doing such great work. We are so proud of you. Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. I am deeply honored and humbled, truly. The part that you probably missed, however, was just a few months after winning that James Beard Award, there was an 8-foot swastika painted on my barn. Yeah. So when I think about how difficult these times have been, it reminded me and my team that our safety was in question. And not only was our safety in question, the uninvited guests we thought were on the farm in the evening were not just the high population of deer. I mean, is it worth it? Yeah, I mean, we saw so much about what your work is. Your team loves you. They're so happy to work at Farmer Joe. You're really changing the landscape of agriculture. You're paying people a living wage. $50,000 to $80,000 a year is what you pay your team. I mean, they're all American. I'm like, how are you putting this together? You got work ethic. You got people who are motivated and paid well. You're doing such a great job. Yeah, I mean, I definitely love taking care of my team. It's really important. I think that's the only way that businesses can actually grow the right way is if you're paying and taking care of your team. But what you didn't see is the years of housing insecurity for me. You didn't see how I built Farmer John, working 5 a.m. to 9 a.m., doing Uber and Lyft, and then doing 5 p.m. to 9 p.m., delivering for Instacart, and then managing the business during the day. I built it brick by brick. Is it worth it? Yes. I mean, your city really is showing you love. Like your state, they absolutely love you. Governor Shapiro, he just appointed you as a commissioner of agriculture, and you're sitting on multiple boards and various companies and organizations. Like, you are getting the spotlight. When I look at it as what I'm getting to do is really just be used as a tool to tell the story that the earth can't. That it's literally dying right before our eyes, and the heat islands and the wildfires in LA and in Canada. Our team in Pennsylvania was farming through the smoke that was coming all the way from Canada. We're really just pushing hard and working, but Is it worth it? And so when I think about what agriculture is the culture means, and what I mean to convey with that message is that everything you touch on a daily basis, whether it's the fibers that you're wearing, your clothing, whether it's the house that you live in, your kitchen table, the counters, that wood, the beverages that you love, that tequila, that beer, even just thinking about, yes, the food that you're eating on a daily basis. That is thanks to a farmer somewhere, sometime. And so when I think about the world going up in fire and what my resistance here as Farmer John is, we're ensuring that we're impacting environmental health, physical health, and social health as our 3 pillars. So honestly, when I think about, is it worth it? Honestly, the only answer, it is. Thank you.
Round of applause going for Krista. Oh my God. She makes me cry every time I hear her. So now I get to chat with my friends here, Stacy and Robert, and thank them for this wonderful collaboration. I wonder from you both what stood out for you today. So Stacy, I'll turn to you first.
So I wrote a few words down, things that I heard today that stuck out. One is the complexity of what we have to deal with, how personal it is, I think rang through today. I think this is important, but not important enough. And then I was really struck by, and I just love the kids, of course, but I think we ended the day on the future and how, we're thinking about kids and their future and our future and, our shared investment in a better future. And that was very empowering to me.
Yeah, it is really empowering. Robert?
Well, first of all, the incredible talent that we had up here on stage. What a smart group of people, really inspiring, and how positive the crowd was today. I mean, we're so oversubscribed. We've got people hanging out upstairs, watching on monitors. You were obviously enthusiastic about these topics, and that's incredibly heartening for me to see that we have an army of people who are ready to get out there and do the work.
Absolutely. I wonder if you both have a call of action you want to leave this audience with. What's the to-do that they should take away?
Well, I wouldn't be from the CIA if my answer wasn't, we need to lead with deliciousness. Again, right? People don't eat sustainability. They're not gonna, eat social nudges, but we can push them in the right direction by leading with delicious food. So let's never forget that that's the core of what we're talking about. And we can get where we need to go, but only if we lead with flavor.
That's a great one. As an advocate for over 20 years, I would just say use your power. You have so much power that you're unaware of. Whether it's your passion, your knowledge, your organization, what you buy, who you talk to, use your power. We have a lot to change, but we can do it together.
That's amazing. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Food Tank. This was extraordinary, extraordinary.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, echoing that. What an incredible partnership. I can't wait for year number 2.
Me neither. Thank you. Thank you to all of our panelists, our moderators, the GFI staff, the GW staff, the production team. Thank you. Thank you to Food Tank. My colleagues are so amazing. I'm going to cry. My colleagues are so amazing. Give Bernie Pollock a round of applause. Kenzie Wade and Elena Seeley. We could not do this without them. Thank you all for being here. Give yourselves a round of applause and have a great evening. I love you. Oh, what a leader. Thanks, man.
Incredible.
Oh, we stepped on you.